Hello, fellow homebrewers. JP here, and I want to introduce to you the brand new Brewbuilt X1 Conical Series available at More Beer. More Beer sells the highest standard in homebrewing equipment, and the Brewbuilt Conicals are just that. They're made from mirror-polished 304 stainless steel, and they come with loads of features that you and I have been looking for. They have a full 2-inch bottom dump valve, which will eliminate your clogging issues, while the sturdy base includes 4 reinforced legs, just like those big Pro tanks do. More Beer also carries the Brewbuilt line of options and add-ons like casters, pressure kits, and even external glycol chillers. So you can find out more about the new Brewbuilt X1 Conical Unitanks by going over to morebeer.com for detailed videos on the entire line of Brewbuilt Conicals. You can trust Brewbuilt with your next fermentation, and you can trust More Beer to find the right conical for you. Brewbuilt at morebeer.com.
Today's Sunday session is brought to you by More Beer, the makers of the all-new Ultimate Conical Fermenter. Check them out today at morebeer.com.
Great beer is about drinkability. Doesn't matter the style.
You guys are like walking beer Wikipedia. That's the first time that you've ever accepted me as a person.
Or you have a fermentation in your gut.
I'm jet propelled at all times.
How many guys do you think that you have the privilege to slap?
Somebody who's never tasted a commercial example, and this is how you know everything about this beer? Please, you don't.
I think that's bullshit.
I think it's bullshit too.
Wow. Are you guys going to arm wrestle?
No. They're going to teabag fight.
Yeah. You heard of Junkyard Wars?
Can I get another high five, Beavis?
Now, live from the Brewing Network studios in Northern California, this is the radio program for home brewers, craft brewers, beer lovers, and beer geeks. It's your only source for live beer radio that brings expert brewers together with, well, expert drinkers. This is the radio program with a head on it. This is The Session.
Well, hi, and welcome back to The Session, everybody. It's just so great to be here again. I can see the smiling faces on our staff and guests today. I'm sure that nobody was out drinking last night. There were no late nights on this crew. I'm sure that everybody went to bed on time to get a full night's rest before coming in to do our jobs, which we feel very professional about, don't we, JP?
I was home at 11.
Oh, you were?
Yeah.
I went to bed at 9:30.
Wow.
You guys are alive.
Grandma.
Well, or mama.
Yeah.
I guess.
You have mom jeans. You might as well live the lifestyle.
These are not mom jeans.
You're still wearing mom jeans?
I'm not wearing mom jeans. These aren't mom jeans.
I think she was wearing mom jeans before she was a mom.
That might be true. Yeah. But these aren't mom jeans.
Okay.
They have an expandable waist.
No, they don't.
Let's see. Let's see what kind of jeans you got on.
Normal jeans.
They don't go up above that with a little elastic thing?
Here.
Okay. All right, well, she's right.
Is that what makes them mom jeans? They're expanding?
They look like normal jeans, and then they have a big elasticy thing that goes up to...
Those are maternity jeans.
Whatever. Same difference.
Getting familiar with those.
Oh, you are, Brad?
Yes, I am.
You got a baby mama?
We got a kiddo on the way.
Wow,
so,
congratulations.
Due in like February 27th, I guess.
Is that right?
So, baby boy.
A boy. All right, another little musician in the family, huh? Only boys are allowed to be musicians in my family.
Yeah.
Or brewer, right. I love it. JP, I thought you had a party to go to last night.
I did.
Oh.
And we had it, and we came home. It was over.
Was it the party or you? I mean, was the party over? Or
No, the party was over. Well, I think we were home by midnight.
It was one of those kick and
Midnight.
punch.
That's not bad. Yeah. Moscow had a party last night, too, a Thanksgiving party.
Yeah, a little early Thanksgiving with the friends.
Jews do Thanksgiving?
Guess I'm not on that
Yeah, that's
list.
an American thing.
Oh, yeah, it's not religious.
No.
You're right.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know about you Jews.
Yeah, we actually had a ham. Don't tell anybody, though.
Don't tell your parents next time I see them. Yeah, I had a party, too. I went to a party, and I haven't slept. So Brian's going to be a great show. I'm really prepared for this.
I certainly didn't do any partying yesterday myself. We
You didn't.
did not go to Lagunitas and Russian River on a Mad Simers bus tour. We did not drink massive quantities of good beer, but or go to the ale house afterwards.
Yeah, or any of
maybe
those
we
things.
did. I'm trying to remember.
So you went on the extended tour. Well, that's a great tour, those two places. Two great breweries.
They take great care of you.
They show you
at
around pretty well
Lagunitas.
there?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Well, I gotta
huge
say, it's weekends like this that I know you hate to hear this, JP, but remind me of how much I'm tired of working weekends. I really want this
That's
show
fine.
to be on Mondays. I know that overall it's fine. I'm just saying.
Why can't it be on a Wednesday or Tuesday? Why Monday? It doesn't have to be Monday. It could be any day in the week.
I see what you mean.
Wednesdays work well for me. I'm not doing anything that night.
What are you doing on Tuesday, for example?
I'm recovering from a hard day of Netflix browsing.
Mm-hmm.
Right. I can't do. I have a long.
What?
I have
You
long
got shit going on.
Drawn out
You don't
sessions
have a
with my
long
shrink on
anything.
Wednesdays. Every Wednesday, it's a very long day. Of
emotional roller.
And they're forever, by the way.
Yeah, listen.
You're getting the idea here, right? It's a lot of Wednesdays into the future he's going to be doing it.
Yeah,
Thursday night.
And you do not want me coming in and doing this show after those situations.
And welcome to the session.
Yeah. You think I go off on things now?
Yeah.
Oh boy,
It's not therapeutic for you sitting in here, just soaking up the ambiance
so it makes
and the
you fucked up, I
personality.
think.
Yeah. Well, it might be with a new BN sauna we have today.
Yeah. Hey,
what's with that?
Andy Wood, who's down in the green room, would you mind turning off the heater for me, please? It's just right there.
I like it.
And that would be great.
Nobody cares.
Yeah. Also, whatever you guys are doing makes good for good radio.
No acknowledgement.
It's telling me to blow him, basically.
You guys suck.
You guys, do they make heated mom
You're
jeans,
cold?
Bevo? I bet you they make heated mom
Shut
jeans.
up. I'm not wearing mom jeans.
Plug in her jeans.
Just a heating pad. That's all.
If you order them on
what-
Amazon, click through the BN first,
I
please.
just using my Snuggie.
Would you like? I defy you to show up in a Snuggie.
Yeah.
Beaver.
I'll light it on fire.
And well, just see how that show goes for you when you show
That'd be
up
awful.
in a Snuggie. Maybe I'll get you an electric blanket or something.
I'm fine right now. It is warm in here,
Okay.
but I'm not hot. I'm quite comfortable. I can't, heads up, I am having trouble logging into the chat, so if you have anything important to mention it to JP until I figure out what I'm doing.
Okay. All right. Obviously, Beaver is trying to get in the chat room for you tonight. She'll also take your phone calls, 888-401-BEER. We got Brian
That's
Cooper
debatable.
on the program with us today. And Brian is I always mess this up, but you're a master judge, right?
I'm a master level BJCP beer judge.
There we go. And so what he's here to help us do today is taste like a judge.
Right.
So we've done...
Do we have to lick him?
yeah, see if he tastes like a judge.
All right.
Well, you're a judge, too, so you'll know.
That's right.
You're the one who has to lick him.
That tastes like me.
Right.
Yeah, there's something in the sweat here when you
Yeah.
become a judge. It's a little saltier.
It's in there. So, we've had Nicole Ernie come on the program from the Cicerone program and talk to us about some tasting vocabulary and also just some palate training type of stuff, too. And of course, years ago, when Jamil was just getting into the Brewing Network, he did a lot of tasting stuff with us and talked about different things like that. But we thought, it's good to get a variety of people to come in and talk about how to taste. And we're not here necessarily tonight to learn about how to judge a beer. We've done some judging shows too, but I want to know how you approach tasting a beer as such a qualified judge.
Right.
Obviously, being the predominant component of what you do is tasting the beer.
And it's a lot more than just tasting. You're experiencing the beer with every single one of your senses.
Okay.
When you're judging a beer, you're first smelling the beer, and you're looking at the beer, checking out the appearance, and of course tasting the beer, and as well as the feel of the beer. And that's an important element that is kind of a harder one to train, but once you get the hang of it, people know. It's just basically how the beer feels in your mouth, and that's a one chunk of the beer score sheet.
Okay.
And it's worth 5 out of the 50 points that you give a beer.
But I can see how it's a difficult part of the tasting process to pinpoint, especially for those of us who are rather new at trying to pick out the nuances of tasting a beer.
Right. So as far as the mouthfeel goes, it's several different components. The body.
Well, hang on. Don't go too far into it.
I'll get into that.
Yeah,
later,
I got a whole bunch of bullshit I got to get through first,
Okay.
and then but I do want to get into every piece of this.
But I do specifically want to talk about that at some point today because it's important, and it can be an eye opener for someone who's never sat down with a beer judge and really experienced a beer and just start to think about beer differently. So, but
Perfect. So that's what we're going to do, and we did. We let the listeners know earlier on in the week. We gave them a couple of commercial examples of beers to put in front of them that we're going to go through. Sierra Nevada Tumbler pretty widely available. But then we also wanted to make sure that there was another beer that literally everybody could get, and we chose Coors Banquet.
Hell yeah, we did.
Now, I know that sounds maybe silly to some of our listeners, but, there's another component to that, not just its availability, but it's truly a beer that I think focuses on, even especially if you don't like the beer, the fact that you still need to go through it and pick out flavors and tastes and mouthfeel and all of those things. I mean, at the Great American Beer Festival, for example, the American Light Lager category has to be judged. And it's probably judged by some judges that don't enjoy that style of beer.
Oh, yeah.
But they still have to use the same skill set and be objective and be able to pick out the flavors in beer. So JP actually recommended it, and I thought it was an excellent choice for a show like this because it will maybe help us to be more objective tasters, even in the face of someone like me who doesn't particularly enjoy the flavor of that beer.
Yeah.
Not like Tasty, who I'm sure has that beer on tap all the time.
Have you seen his Coors tattoo? It's pretty good.
It's a tramp stamp.
It's pretty nice.
I drank a lot of that beer in the olden days. When I lived in the Midwest.
You mean the golden days?
Getting your hands on that beer was a big deal.
Really?
Oh, yeah, my God, yeah.
Well, now there's this big push.
If you were traveling out west. I remember traveling back from Texas or something back to Illinois. And we stopped in Oklahoma and just got trunk full of that beer.
Wow, nice.
And it tasted great. Oh,
yeah.
You get it back, it was just better than any beer you had. And
wow.
Of course, we drank was Budweiser.
Okay.
So it's much better than that.
Oh, so we're going to take a little walk down memory lane.
Yeah, I might have a flashback of sorts.
Right. Some hitchhiker you picked up. Who knows?
Who knows?
I don't know what happened.
I might be too high for that.
Let's have fun with a bow on the north side of the road.
So you still got a few minutes. If you've got a local store and you haven't gotten the beer yet, you could run out right now, grab yourself some Tumbler and some Coors Banquet. And then just to kind of round it out, our good friend Terrence the Black is going to come in later, and he's been borrowing my More Beer 1550 that the More Beer folks lent to me so that I could brew on it and talk about my, well, I think they had hoped I would talk about my successes. But that's not exactly how it worked out.
We have much more linked out of your failures.
So, right. But now Terrence is using it also, and so he's going to bring in one of the first all-grain brews that he did on the Brewing Network More Beer 1550.
Yeah.
And we will have Brian and JP go through the tasting of that beer. And if we're lucky, we might even get old Kim Wood, the old bag down there.
Oh, man.
Kim and Andy Wood are hanging out tonight. We'll get them up on the program and see if she'll do some tasting with us, too. 'Cause she's got a great palate.
Yeah. Among other things. Terrence actually called me this morning. He's like, dude, I'm kind of freaking out.
I knew he would be.
Yeah. I'm like, don't. I said, look, calm down. Everything will be fine. But most importantly, don't hand your beer and go, okay, well, these are the problems with it. Just let it happen.
Right.
Okay. All right.
Well,
trust in God's plan. That's really what
I'm
happened.
sure that's what he'll do.
Yeah.
He prayed about it today.
At church.
God, please don't let them be jerks to me and my beer.
That's a specialty beer, too, I heard, yeah?
It's a specialty beer. I forget exactly what it is. It's like a milk chocolate mint weasel black oatmeal something. I don't know what he said.
It's that kind of that clone of the beer he and I did that was trying to be clone Rogers White Chocolate Stout. Okay. It was like a pale ale, but with other adjuncts.
Yeah,
not adjectives. To replicate the darker roasted malts in a stout.
Okay,
and then he put nibs in it. So he really liked the beer, and I was like, here's the recipe, dude. All right.
So what category will that be? Is it just specialty beer?
That would be a specialty category 23.
Okay. And so, again, the idea, although I'm sure Terrence is nervous and the listeners might think we enjoy doing this to our friends.
And we do.
The entire idea is not to make him feel like a douche brewer. It's actually to go through the tasting process with Brian on a home brew also and kind of bring it full circle. So we got a lot to do today. A little bit later on the show, the founder of University Games is going to come in here, and we're going to do a little pub trivia. And it's a new game that's been gaining quite a bit of popularity, and we're going to do a little bit of the pub trivia right here on the program. So busy show for you tonight and lots to do. Couple of announcements we got to get through. the first ever Brewing Network homebrew competition is upon us. Now, we announced it about a month ago, maybe 6 weeks ago, and all it is and by the way, Brian, if you don't know it yet, you're going to have to judge. You have no choice.
Yeah, you already locked in for that.
You already locked in. Yeah. The judging is on the day that your baby's supposed to be born. But
wonderful.
Yeah,
we'll have a webcam in this.
As long as I can do the best to show, miss the birth.
Right, it'll be fine. Well, so what we've done is the competition is just the Hop Grenade IPA kit.
That's correct.
That we developed here at the Brewing Network.
And that is sold out, by the way. So if you're trying to look to enter the competition now, it's over. Sorry about that.
Yeah.
What if you already brewed it with liquid yeast or something?
Then you're out.
There are some rules that we decided upon, and we'll give you a few of those guidelines right now. One of them, excuse me, is that it does need to be brewed as is.
Right.
All of the ingredients that we designed, including the yeast, are the ingredients that you have to use. You cannot substitute yeast. You cannot substitute hops. You may substitute your technique. If you want to move the hops around or something like that, you may do that. But you may not change the quantities or anything else. Of course, you'll do a yeast starter as you see fit. It's a dry yeast that comes with it, so I don't know if that's the route you'll go, but that's up to you. As long as you're using all the ingredients in the kit, then that's what matters. So there were 60 kits sold, and some of them sold right away. So I have a feeling that there are homebrewers out there like me, and they've already finished that beer. They've brewed it and finished it in one night.
It tastes sweet, but otherwise, I think I got really fucked up on it.
If I had to guess, I would think we might see something around 30 or 40 entries.
I would go high. I would go 45, possibly 50, because they really started to move once we announced the competition.
Got it.
And so, I think we'll hit 50.
Okay. And because it's all one style and one recipe, I think the whole thing is a best in show, Brian.
Right, yeah.
Because it's very difficult to do it otherwise. So there's only one winner. There's not obviously that many entries, although we think it's awesome that there's potentially 45 or 50.
Oh, I think it'll be great. It's
and someone will take home the first ever Brewing Network prize, and will own the title of the first ever champion of the BN Homebrew competition.
Yeah, and the way we do things probably the last.
Yeah, exactly. So it is a best in show style competition. When is the entry window?
The entry window is December 3rd through the 17th.
Okay.
If I'm not mistaken. And then we're going to try to announce the winner on January 7th, first show of the new year.
There we go.
Yeah.
So
all entries have to be at the Brewing Network Studios between the 3rd and the 17th
of December.
So it's a nice 2-week window.
Yep. And by the way, we're trying to judge it at the end of that week of the 17th. We're now speaking with judges. We've just told Brian that he's available.
And you told me that's judges. That's plural. Everything's fine. We're on track.
So we're trying to get them judged right away. We understand that some of you may have already brewed this beer, and we're trying to expedite the process. But we also want to give people who've been waiting for this information a chance to brew the beer. So all beer entries will be delivered to the new Brewing Network Studios, and that is the Brewing Network, 649 Main Street, Suite 103 in Martinez, California, 94553. JP will also be sending out a newsletter as well as a direct email to everybody who bought the kit. That'll go out this week so that you have all this information in an email as well. Don't be afraid to email JP at thebrewingnetwork.com if you've got questions about this stuff. But it's pretty straightforward.
Yep. It's also on the On Tap page. So if you go to thebrewingnetwork.com /on tap, there's a whole write-up and all that kind of nonsense. So
Okay, perfect.
no excuse.
Perfect. Now, the grand prize is going to be a trip to lovely
Terrence's church.
Yeah.
To lead the choir.
Yeah. In Terrence's favorite hymn,
Or
I
her.
touch myself. When I think about you.
Yeah.
So you're actually going to win a trip to 2 amazing cities in the East Bay, California area.
Yeah, the far East Bay chain.
First, on a Friday, you will go to lovely Pittsburgh, California.
Yeah.
And brew with our friends at Heretic.
That's right.
Jamil, Beardy, and the other guy.
Chrisity.
All right. Chris Kennedy will be brewing a beer with you. So you get to brew on the Heretic system down there and hang out with the boys. We will get your flight and your hotel. And then you will be invited to appear on a Sunday session that same weekend. So if you ask me, what a wonderful prize. I mean,
I paid a lot of money to get here.
See? Yeah. And isn't the scenery great once you're here?
It's a lovely green.
Yeah.
You can see the bridge.
And you can see we've got a nice view of the Bay Bridge and a photograph. And I wish it was a tiny photograph sometimes. I wish that it's a giant photograph of the Bay Bridge that Scott's brother did. It's beautiful. But wouldn't it be funnier if it was just like a little 8 by 10?
We could do one of the Golden Gate, put it like way over there
on the other side of the wall.
Yeah, because these walls are huge. They're calling for 4x4s.
You need every bridge in the Bay Area.
Maybe just the wallet size.
Here's the Carquinas.
Yeah.
Just a quick point regarding that prize. That 7th, the January 7th show where we're going to announce it, is actually a Monday show. So if it affects your plans or taking a day off work, or just keep that in mind, it's not a Sunday.
Well, I don't know that the announcement of the winner will coincide with the trip.
Oh,
that would be impossible.
Yeah, because we have to let them know that they won, and then it'll be scheduled sometime later, and we'll talk about on the show what a great experience they had brewing our kit.
Right,
something.
Oh, it was great. I steeped those grains, and fuck, man, it was amazing for me.
Yeah, the kit rocks.
Yeah.
And there's so much to do out in the Far East Bay. On a Saturday, there's farmers market.
Yeah,
in some town, I'm sure.
There's a driving range.
Yeah.
Yeah, so there's things to do.
Yeah,
we need to book something for Saturday. We got Friday and Sunday covered, right?
Yeah, we'll put together.
You can hang with some of the B-Enders on Saturday. Yeah. If that doesn't happen, I'll make sure it does.
Okay, perfect. We'll do a little listener party kind of deal.
Go up the Russian River or something.
There we go.
I'll be volunteering at the hospice, so if you guys want to do some good, come down
and join JP.
Yeah.
As much fun as we're making of this, I'm excited to try to offer a cool prize, and I think you'll have fun brewing with Jamil and the boys. I think you'll have fun coming on the show, and it sounds like you'll have a fun Saturday too. So enter the competition if you bought the kit. That's the long story there, and just visit the On Tap page on thebrewingnetwork.com right now. New merchandise in the store. Shop from Amazon through our link on our homepage. Some people just put it in their favorites. They click the link and then save it right there. You then shop on Amazon like normal, but we get a little cut. And a lot of you are doing that. It's been really fantastic. Do we have a Amazon product of the week?
Yeah, indeed we do. It's Meyenberg powdered goat milk, vitamin D, pack of 3 12-ounce cans.
Meyenberg.
So not only is it powdered milk, which is horrible, it's goat milk.
Yeah, what do you use powdered goat milk for?
Well, and it comes in cans. Can of powder?
Beaver, what do you use powdered goat milk for? Do you know?
Powdered goat.
You can use it when you're making soap.
Okay. And that's
You're
it.
making powdered cheese.
Okay, so they're not drinking it then.
And then, no, I think it can be mixed with water, and it's like dehydrated milk, or I don't know. I'm
Sounds
guessing,
awesome.
but you can buy powdered regular milk at the grocery store, so I don't see why you couldn't buy powdered goat milk.
This is like the
Apparently you can.
the obvious answer of the day. Well, I think you can also add water to it.
Wouldn't be so powdery
you can
then.
add water to it and drink it, you dick.
Yeah, best case scenario.
It's much less chalky that way.
Best case scenario, it tastes like a goat.
Right.
What are you going for?
Yeah. All right. Well, hey, we don't judge here. We just judge here. So
Make a goat milk stout.
Enjoy your product.
Definitely goat milk stout, dude.
Ask Kim.
I
She's
don't
crafty.
know that I would drink that.
That sounds horrible.
Yeah. Although the label would be awesome, I'm sure of it. Yeah, somebody milking a goat. That's not a female.
Oh, shit.
All right. So iPhone and Android apps are up in both stores in iTunes and the Android market. Just search BN Mobile, and they're both free. So get them and listen to us all the time, like you like to do. Watch all this live on justin.tv/brewing network. Subscribe and join the BN Army by becoming a recurring donor. It enters you for a chance to win $100 every month to more beer. And the more you donate, the more entries you have, Insider. All these updates and more can be found on Twitter and...
I hate Facebook. I'm over it.
It used to be your best friend.
It used to be my best friend, and now I'm just like bored with it.
Like every other best friend you've ever had.
Basically. But this time I get to say no.
Right.
Yeah.
That's perfect. Okay, send your show ideas over to Scott at thebrewingnetwork.com. Send your feedback to feedback@thebrewingnetwork.com. Do we have a Twitter game this week?
We do. So we have there's a few names out there for experts of things. There's a wine expert is a sommelier.
Yeah.
A beer expert is a cicerone. What is a stripper expert called?
Justin. That's easy. I've been an expert for years.
Oh,
New game.
You do know your way around those pretty well.
That's the only way I find my way around the city. If you're looking for a restaurant, I go, just turn left at Mitchell Brothers. When I first met KTG, she lived in the city, and I don't know shit about San Francisco. But she would say, "Oh, let's meet here," and almost every time I'd go, "Oh, you mean the one by Showgirls?" Yeah. All right, I can be there. And the next week, oh, is that little side street that the Hustler Club's on?
And she said, "Yeah, that's the one."
Yeah.
And you were like, "You're the one for me."
Yeah. So, okay, but I like this game. It should not be called a Justin, even though that's probably the best name.
And don't everyone start putting in, it's me, it's my name, it's me, I did it.
Right. Get creative.
Yeah.
All right, so...
Which is hard for our audience, but...
Tell us what a master stripper person know about her.
What's
is.
a stripper expert called?
There you go. That's much better put
cleaner
than I was doing it.
Man, you are wiped out. You're
wiped
so
out.
mellow. Maybe you should get less sleep. You would be less wound up,
more likable.
Yeah.
Do I have a better radio personality on an hour sleep?
Well, I would be less worried about when I fuck up. That's all.
I see. Yeah. Oh, hey, it's all right, JP. No problem.
Yeah. Instead, did you follow up on this thing? Yes. Shit, I got no response to that. Did he not like? I'm shit.
I'm a terrible manager.
Yeah, but you're good in bed, so
I got that going for me.
He's a good bump.
All right, speaking of good in bed, if you go to adamandeve.com right now and you use coupon code BNARMY, that's BNARMY, you can get 3 free adult DVDs, and you can choose from a lot of different genres. I mean, you've heard us talk about them before. There's interactive POV. That's where it's like you're the one doing the drilling. You know what I mean?
You are tunneling to China.
Yeah, you're the spelunker.
Yes,
you're laying in line.
Yeah, you're laying the cable.
You're working for Xfinity.
What?
I don't know. You're routing phone calls.
I see.
You're packing groceries. You're pumping gas.
Yeah.
You're washing windows.
Creating your own broadband.
That's true. You're tying your own shoes, man.
There are other genres. If you're into large broads, there's a chunky genre.
Mom jeans category, I'm sure.
Yeah, probably. Asians, MILFs.
Co-ed Asian MILF.
Yeah, I think I saw that.
Yeah.
Really, all kinds of genres, and you get 3 free adult DVDs, plus 50% off just about any item, and a free extra gift that it's apparently very exciting, and free shipping.
Well, I'll tell you what, right now there's the Big Buzz sale at adamandeve.com. It saved 10% on vibrators.
Nice.
Yeah.
The Big Buzz.
Big Buzz.
I like it.
Yeah, it's not bad.
All right, so just go to adamandeve.com and use coupon code BNARMY, and you can also go to their mobile site. I think if you just go to adamandeve.com from your mobile phone, it automatically redirects you to their mobile site in case you don't want to miss out on the buzz.
No, who would?
Sale.
Right? I mean, let's face it, you whoever you are, you're probably pushing 50. You can't really go very long in bed.
All right.
Help your wife out.
All right, so go do it now, okay? Just do it.
And don't tell her. Just surprise her one night. Good night, honey.
I got a gift for you.
Yeah. All right. I think we've got time to do some feedback.
Oh, my God.
You've got mail.
Kick ass. All right, feedback's brought to you today by our good friends over at craftbeer.com. Everything you need to know news-wise in the craft beer world and more. A lot of tips and tricks going on over there, so check it out, craftbeer.com. Doug writes in. Doug is spelled D-U-G in this case.
Yeah.
I gotta respect his parents for that. I mean, if you're gonna do a stupid old name like Terrence likes to do, at least have a cool spelling like that. Doug. D-U-G.
How would you spell Harry?
H-R-Y.
Hurry.
Have we decided on Harry?
Harrison Porter, baby.
It sounds like a caveman name from the Far Side.
Yeah.
Doug and Thack. D-U-G, though, of course.
It's true. Oh, hang on. Sorry.
Turn them on. Yeah.
It's actually a Harry Legend, is what we're going to go with.
Get out of here.
That's
Karen,
insane.
What are you trying to do
She
to that
wouldn't go
kid?
for Porter. She wouldn't go for Porter. It's Harry Legend.
Harry Legend?
So bad.
That's a porn name.
Am I not
That's
the only
such a
one
porn
who
name.
hears what that sounds like?
What if he gets
sounding pretty good right now, isn't it?
the gene with the big dong? He'll be a famous porn star.
Yeah.
They'll think it's big because of his name.
Brock Landers.
He's already going to be
Harry Legend.
I mean, he's already going to be a Harry Legend. You don't have to make it obvious and call him that.
I thought it was feedback. I'm going to go to that.
Yeah, we're giving you feedback on your
Make
name.
fun of my name.
Yeah. I don't think I can be involved in this child's life.
It's not your name.
But
You are the godfather, all right?
Did it not occur to you that Harry Legend is kind of a weird, like, pornographic name?
I think it's pretty awesome, actually.
Just checking. All right.
All right. Well, that's cool then. If your life is intentional.
That kid is going to need therapy. You know what? Right when it's born, just take it to a therapist's office because it's going to need it.
And the therapist go, "Why are you here?"
Oh,
hi, Harry Legend.
Parent issues,
yeah. It's going to be Legend. Wait for it. Oh no, that's it. That's my middle name is Legend. Oh,
yeah.
Shit.
My wife's probably listening to this show, and she's trying to pick out names, so this might be trouble for me.
Yeah, Terrence is happy to help with some ideas.
Thanks, Terrence.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
Yeah. How about Flabby Dick? I mean,
That could be a good middle name.
Or just
We're going to go with Ninja, but Ninja is too close to other things that people say to black people.
And that's
So.
the new, like, what's up,
What's
my
up?
ninja?
Yeah. Exactly.
You know?
Exactly.
So that's a little meaner than Harry. What's it? Harry Rod?
Johnson, I think is what it is. Yeah.
Go Harry Legend.
Harry Legendary Dick Sock.
Just name it Flabby Pumper and get it over with. Because that's what's going to happen.
That's true.
Turn your mic on, sweetheart.
Hey, I just got that.
Yeah, I bet you did.
All right, so Doug writes in.
Inappropriate.
I was just writing to say that I wrote a feedback email a few days ago and mentioned holding a sign that says God hates JP. I thought it was funny at the time, but after sending it and thinking on it for a few days, it just kind of sounds douchey.
Yeah.
So I wanted to say I don't actually hate JP, and I don't have any direct link to the opinions of God.
Right.
Honestly, I think JP is very funny and a great asset to the show.
Cheers, JP.
Why didn't you include the original email?
He didn't give it to me.
Oh.
Yeah, and it was more than a few days ago. It was, I don't even remember it happening.
Did it have any other context besides holding up a sign that says God hates JP?
That was the entire email. I didn't even trim that one.
How did
down.
that not get read on the air at the time?
And that's what I'm saying. I don't remember it happening, or else it would have been on the air for sure.
I would have JP send out a badass prize pack for a photo of somebody standing on a busy street corner in a busy city with a sign that says God hates JP.
I think, and I think that should be a contest.
Yeah,
and the winner would get the one of every shirt.
Yeah, like a big prize.
Yeah.
But
I want a lot of submissions.
I want like New York City. Or, I want Times Square. You know,
if there's a God hates fags, protest thing, yes,
church,
thank you.
Then just
That's
go
what
mix,
I want.
Mix right in there.
Yeah, that would be ideal.
That would be great.
That would be awesome.
We would give a badass prize pack for that.
Hell yeah.
Just putting it out there.
Yeah, you can take my chair for the night.
Yeah, because you're funny. You're guaranteed to be funny.
Right.
If you do that. All right.
Stuttering John was never very funny. So.
Andrew from Wisconsin writes in, "Hey guys in Bevo, if I were to grow up, here it's a question, guys. If I were to grow up the dregs from a bottle of Brux from Russian River in Sierra Nevada, would I get a pure strain of Brett Brux suitable for using in an Orval clone that I have fermenting right now?"
Bevo, what do you think?
I don't care.
There we go.
Anybody know anything about the yeast in that beer?
That's what he put in there is Bruxacillus. Yeah, I mean that's how they inoculated all the bottles.
So it's probably, it's kind of their homage to a Orval, right?
Yeah.
So, but I guess he's really wondering, would it be a kind of a pure strain of Brett Brux suitable for Orval? I think you'd have to email Vinny at Russian River for that. But it's probably pretty close.
Unless they bottle conditioned. Then it would be a bottling yeast. Or no, does he? See, I don't know anything about the beer. I've actually never had
Well, it
it.
wasn't for carbonation. It was just to add the Brett character to the beer. So.
Okay.
but
Well,
it's in there.
From being on the show, Vinny has always said it does take him a while, but he answers every email. And it's info@RussianRiverBrewing.com, I think it is. And so I'd ask him. You'll probably get it. It might, like I said, it might take a year.
Yeah.
But,
It's pretty good.
He's adamant about it. He says, I answer every... I think he's nuts to answer every email.
Email us the answer, then we'll do it on the air. That way a lot of people hear about it. He doesn't have to get the question.
Yeah, I'm sure that strain is in there. Unless they sterile filtered it out and put some bottling strain in there. Brett is... that's going to be impossible to get rid of.
Yeah. All right, good morning, BN. I don't know which one of our listeners is listening in the morning. I started work at 4 a.m. this fine day listening to the Beer Cocktail Show. My wife was telling me that I called in for Drunk of the Week. Shit, I was hammered that night. I had barfed all over my bathroom as well. Anyway, to the point, I'm stuck trying to decide on a new brew system. It's between the top tier with the Tower of Power, a Sabco, or a Braumeister. Thanks, the BNer formerly known as Jesse from Vancouver, now Panda Lover. I remember Panda Lover. I'd go with the top tier, with the Tower of Power. That Blickman system is pretty badass. A Sabco system, a lot of people love them too. It's a converted keg system. I have nothing against Sabco. I just don't have a lot of experience with it. I had a converted keg system myself. It wasn't fancy like a Sabco. I had difficulty with the converted keg. The way that you kind of cut the top and it still had like the edges. It seemed to get a lot of boilovers. But I don't know. Again, I'm not familiar with the Sabco.
Neither am I, really. Nor am I familiar with the Tower Power or anything like that. I've only used the More Beer. In the system kind of game, it depends on what you want. You'll hear stories about people giving up their Sabco for a More Beer and vice versa.
Yeah.
It's a car. It's like whatever you want. They're all the same. They all make fantastic beer.
Well, the one
it depends
different
on what
one,
you want.
The one different one, though, is the Braumeister, isn't it? Isn't the Braumeister the all-in-one situation?
Yeah, beer in a bag format. Yeah,
it's different, but again, it's how if that's what you want. If that's how you can operate, and you want a closed environment with one vessel, no sparge, all that kind of stuff, you'll make fantastic beer out of it. I brewed on that thing 5 times, and it's frigging amazing.
Oh, okay. And I've heard a lot of good reviews like that.
Yeah, people used to ask me that all the time at More Beer, and it's just there is no answer. You can't just say, oh, this one for sure.
Yeah,
because I don't know how you brew.
Well, if it's me. And not to mention, he's a fine sponsor.
Yeah.
But I've seen the top tier, and it's badass, and so is the Tower of Power. So that's what I would do. But what do I know? Brian, any preference there for you?
No, buddy of mine has the Sabco thing, and it's I think for people that want to see everything that's there. If you have the top tier thing, some stuff is way up. But the disadvantage with the Sabco is you have to pump everything from side to side, and from one vessel to the other, whereas you could use gravity if you have a real 3-tier system. So
right.
I'm not very familiar with all those. I use Rubbermaid coolers and low tech. I prop my sparge water up on a tall chair and use gravity.
Old school.
I do have a pump, but
but you don't know how to use it yet.
Working on I've used it a little bit, but it's just I go back to my old ways.
Yeah,
everybody has their way.
He's raping Mother Earth for her gravity.
The wheel.
All right. Any preference there, Tasty?
Well, one thing I'd like about the top tier is you can put a different size kettles on there. On a Sabco, I think you're pretty much limited to kegel-sized vessels.
Mm-hmm. Sabco, hard pipe too.
You could put a 26-gallon kettle into your processor if you wanted to.
Okay. All right. Good call. Hey, Brewcasters and crew. This is Nicholas from Wisconsin. I've been listening for about a year now and finally got off my ass and enrolled as a monthly donor.
Yes.
Thanks, buddy.
Thanks.
I'd like to thank you all for the entertainment and info. My brewing has improved a lot because of the info. The biggest thing being 6 or 12-gallon batches instead of 5 or 10. No more partial kegs. And Jamil's yeast pitching rate calculator also helped him a lot. Tons of other tips I learned too. So thanks from Nicholas. You're welcome. Thanks for listening. Ricky writes in. Ricky.
Ricky.
It sounds like people reading people's last names. I don't know why. Ricky.
I like Ricky though.
Ricky. Hey, crew. I'll make this short and to the point. Been listening for 2 years. Love the shows. Recently placed 2 orders from your store, and the quality of your merch is top notch. I then signed up as a corporal in the BN Army. That's weird, based on our merch.
Yeah.
He's an apparel guy.
It's probably the shipper. Whoever shipped him out was awesome.
It's probably some designer.
Also, thanks in part to the knowledge from Jamil and John and the Brew Strong shows, I recently opened my own nano brewery here in Cabot, Vermont, called Grateful Hands Brewing.
Cabot Cove, huh?
Yeah. You can go to gratefulhandsbrewing.com. Thanks for all you do, from Ricky. Well, that's cool. I think we do have good merch.
I think we have great merch.
We use American Apparel on most of our T-shirts until it gets up to like 2X.
Yeah.
Because big dudes don't like American Apparel shirts.
They also don't cry.
Yeah, that's true. I've heard that. Another one from Porter Smith here. Can't even read it.
No, it's insane.
His keyboard's broken or something. 4 years of phone interviews is getting old. 1 hour of funny, then 2 hour of boring, then 1 hour of funny. Is he Asian now?
I think so.
You then 2 hour boring.
You're not funny. It's boring.
Oh, you 1 hour funny, 2 hour boring.
It's boring.
What happened?
It's not funny.
I'm going to read the rest of it. No, then he says, my fucking keyboard is fucked. If I hit a MN, I get a MN instead of a AN. I have to keep gumming back, deleting the M. F, it's pissing me off. Oh, yeah, my F-ing exclamation point doesn't work.
I have a feeling a guy like this would wear out the exclamation point on the keyboard.
I still think that JP should do lunch meeped without you.
I want to do lunch meeped.
I'm tired of deleting the M when I hit M. So let JP do it already. If my mom goes out tomorrow, I'll have her get a new keyboard. Shit.
Exclamation point.
Yeah, from Porter Smith.
What would Lunch Meat be called if it was just JP hosting?
It'd be lunch meeped. I think it's pretty good.
Yeah, exactly.
Lunch cheap.
All right, Mike writes in, hey, BN team. This one's about asking for a recipe from the brewers again.
Oh, yeah.
So, I don't know. We'll see what happens. Brewers, I've told you, I've responded to this question before, and brewers get a little weird sometimes. Sometimes they're very nice about a recipe, and other times they have to, like, run it up the flagpole to the whole management staff, and it just becomes difficult. But we'll see what we can do. Rusty Nails in Alaska writes in, hey, you silly chicken fuckers. I just won 3 silvers and a bronze in our autumn pour competition in Alaska. I wanted to thank JP for helping me name my wit beer. The name was Meow, 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 Meow Beer. That's right, 6 meows, effers. Keep up the good work. And it goes on calling his names. Weird names. Okay, and finally, Force writes in, Justin, you know talent hack. Not to say that JP's that much better. You suckered me into a $5 a month donation starting today. I never realized the amount of homebrewing knowledge I've collected over the years listening to this shitty show until this week. God damn it, what did I do to my voice last night?
Used it.
Oh.
Sour beer, I'm thinking.
It could have been. When I caught up to the live shows and started re-listening the archives, the amount of brewing information the BN has dispensed to homebrewers over the years will never be realized. That's interesting. So I'll take the time to say thank you to everyone at the BN for putting up with JP and giving out the best brewing information out there.
See, now I don't have to thank you.
Right.
He did it for me. It's like Christ dying for my sins. I don't got to worry about it now.
That's also signing off Louis Corporal BN Army, South San Diego Platoon, TJ Protection Force.
There you go. I like when people make up their own shit.
Yeah. Why not?
Yeah.
It's Veterans Day.
Yeah, just in case he's not making it up.
Yeah.
Thanks, veterans.
This is the FU Brigade.
Right.
2nd stack, 3rd tier, row 9.
Right. All right, don't forget the feedback was brought to you today by craftbeer.com. Go check them out, craftbeer.com right now. Here's what we'll do. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, Brian Cooper's going to walk us through how Master Judge tastes beer. We'll be right back. It's The Session.
Listening to the Brewcasters. On the Brewing Network.
Since the first time the Brewing Network microphones turned on, More Beer was behind it. More Beer sponsors the programming on the BN because, like you, they love brewing. And like the Brewing Network, they love sharing their knowledge. Morebeer.com isn't just a website to place your next equipment or ingredient order. Morebeer.com also gives you access to free beer information that will make you a better brewer. Go to morebeer.com and click into the Learning Center. You'll find podcasts, technical facts, video tutorials, and more, including access to The Buzz, More Beer's social network of more than 5,000 members. And some of them might even be crazier about beer than you are. Get over to morebeer.com today and take advantage of The Buzz, the forum, the Learning Center, and make sure you're signed up to receive the newest More Beer catalog. More Beer, bringing you absolutely everything for beer making.
Hi, I'm Jamel Zainasheff, and in addition to my work on the Brewing Network, I write the Style Profile column in every issue of Brew Your Own magazine.
Hi, I'm Sean Paxton, and when I'm not prepping for the Homebrewed Chef on the Brewing Network, you can find me writing articles on how to cook with your home brew for Brew Your Own magazine.
Greetings, cretins. This is John Palmer, and when I'm not writing for Brew Your Own, I'm reading it.
John Palmer, Sean Paxton, Jamil Zainasheff. If you love listening to them on the Brewing Network, you'll love reading their articles, tips, and recipes in the pages of Brew Your Own magazine. Join Jamil, John, and Sean 8 times a year in Brew Your Own. And when you subscribe to BYO on the Brewing Network website, half of your subscription price goes right back to the BN to support great beer and food programming. So sign up for Brew Your Own magazine through the BN website today so you can listen and read your way to better homebrew.
Nico, listen, our lawyers said that we had to do this for 1 hour, and after this, we don't have to talk to each other for 3 more months to the next meeting.
Kids, come on, let's get out of here.
I'm supposed to have more lines. I'm the professional. Hey, it's Sully.
And I'm Nico.
And we opened the 21st Amendment 9 years ago at 563 2nd Street in San Francisco, just 2 blocks from Giants Park, to make great beer and have a great time doing it.
That's right, because to us, the 21st Amendment is more than just the right to make beer. It's the right to experiment, to be innovative, and just do things differently. And so now, we're putting our craft beer in cans.
That's right, cans. You can find our world-famous Hell or High Watermelon Wheat Beer and Brew Free or Die IPA throughout California and Alaska.
And now it's also available on draft at select accounts in the Bay Area.
So next time you're at your local neighborhood pub or good beer store, be sure to ask for 21st Amendment in cans.
Because everyone likes it in the can.
Tasty crack cans.
Tasty crack cans.
A vial of White Labs yeast is the key to your best beer. When you open a vial of White Labs yeast, you're giving your beer its best chance for a perfect fermentation. In addition to their already incredible variety of yeasts, White Labs is proud to announce WLP 90, San Diego's super yeast, now available year-round. WLP 90 is super clean, super fast fermenting, with low esters and has a neutral flavor and aroma profile. It's alcohol tolerant and highly flocculent. For more of the latest White Labs news, click over to whitelabs.com, where you can read reviews of yeast, learn in the lab section, and join the customer club. And if you should find yourself in San Diego, White Labs has a brand new training facility for craft brewers and home brewers alike. Whitelabs.com. Discover yeast, nutrients, enzymes, and more for commercial breweries, home brewers, and homebrew stores. White Labs. It's all in the vial.
Williams Brewing is your online resource for prompt delivery of quality home brewing supplies. Since 1979, Williams Brewing has offered the finest equipment and freshest ingredients and the best customer service in the business. Cut hours off your brewing sessions by using one of our 11 varieties of famous Williams malt extract. Our Williams Belgian Pale Extract is mashed with pure Belgian 2-row malt and a small percentage of Belgian wheat malt for an authentic Belgian character you just can't get from other extracts. Or check out our unique fermenters, 2.5-gallon kegs, paintball tank-based draft beer equipment, bottling aids, and much more. We even have our own line of precision hydrometers. Go to williamsbrewing.com to browse our vast selection. That's williamsbrewing.com. Orders placed by 3:30 p.m. Pacific Time ship the same day. Brewing is easy. The Williams way.
This is www.thebrewingnetwork.com.
Sit down next to it, grab yourself a paper towel, and watch those yeast have sex.
You're listening to the Brewing Network. session. Brewing up our next batch of Radio Gold. Right now.
Welcome back to the program, and thanks for sticking with us. We got a lot to do today, so let's get right to it. We got Brian Cooper on the show today, and he's a master BJCP judge. He's going to help us figure out how you taste a beer like a judge. If you've got questions, Bevo is now in the chat room. Just hit the Chat Now button on the homepage there.
Hey, Justin, I'm cold.
Or call. See, I don't even care. I'm totally mellow.
Nor should she. Should you?
888-401-BEER.
Should we get a space heater for the call screener booth?
Yeah, probably.
Problem solved.
It was hot in the summer and cold in the winter now. It's going to be a long complaining season, I think.
Now I'm warm.
No, I'm still cold.
No. Turn your fan on.
Sounds like cans of fresh Coors Banquet being cracked.
Hell yeah.
In the
that
studio.
Aroma. Oh, yeah.
So, Brian, talk to us about how you approach, tasting a beer as a judge.
Well, the first thing you do is, as a judge, you're sitting at a judging table, and the steward brings you the bottle of beer, and you inspect first you write down all the information about the beer and the entry number and all that fun stuff when you're judging in a competition, and you would inspect the bottle. Obviously, this one's a commercial beer, so the bottle, it's not a bottle, it's a can.
All right.
But inspect the bottle, and for any kind of obvious issues, such as too low of a fill, too high of a fill. The fill should be about an inch to an inch and a half from the cap. And if you see kind of a ring around the level where the beer is in there, that can be indicative of an infection or a contamination problem of some kind.
Okay. Even before the ring, though, just the fill level, can that be indicative of some flavors that you might find once you taste it? Is that why you're looking at the fill?
If the fill level's too low, which is rare, I mean, sometimes you could have some oxidation that would come about because of that. But if the fill level's too high, I don't know. I think either way, you could also have some problems with the carbonation level. And if anything, homebrews that are entered in competitions can sometimes be a little too low on carbonation. Mm-hmm. And when you're bottling, if you're bottling from a keg, obviously if you're using priming sugar to prime it and do it that way, just measure that out carefully and make sure your yeast is still happy and get it up to the carbonation level you need it in the bottle. But if you're bottling from the keg, a lot of brewers will amp up the carbonation level just a little bit in the keg, and just a good cold transfer, as cold as you can get the beer and into as cold of a bottle as you can. I'll sanitize my bottles and put them in the freezer, but anyway, as far as it goes, affecting the beer, it can be, like I said, a little oxidation or a little bit, but you don't get any preconceived notions just by looking at it. It could have a ring and be too low of a fill, and it could be the best beer you ever had.
I see. Okay. But it's just something to take note of as you're proceeding to taste.
Right, so there's a little space to write that down. You can check the appropriate size cap, fill level, etc., and make any comments there at the top. So that's before you even open the beer. Then one of the judges will open the beer, and you listen for the hiss. And sometimes a low hiss can be indicating low carbonation, or maybe the beer's too cold and it's just holding it all in. You need to warm it up, and those are things that, as a judge, you would work out with the competition organizer if things are coming out too cold, or the stewards and the cellar crew.
Okay.
But, we have an experienced cellar man here in our midst.
I'm pretty good at that. Yes.
Yeah. So that's something you'd get corrected if it was.
Yeah, tell your steward if the beer's too cold.
Okay. All right.
And also, if you have a certain category of beer, going back just a step before opening it, if you're judging Weizens, and as a judging group you decide that you want to roll the bottles, you can take that freedom as long as the competition director hasn't told you not to, or they may tell you specifically to do it, but you should just be consistent with each entry that you're doing. If you're doing German white Weizens where there should be some yeast in suspension, and that's in the bottle, just give them an equal roll. As you would. So all of them are the same.
Okay. And also, just while we're on the style, as a judge, whether or not you're a fan of American light lagers, Brian. Let's assume for a second that you're not. Is that something that you have to think about when you sit down? That you have to go, okay, even though this is not my style, I really need to focus.
Right. Personal preference should be left totally by the wayside. And you should also be aware that there's a wide range of acceptable, in some styles more than others. Like for California Common, like Anchor Steam, it's narrowly defined around one specific beer pretty much. And if it doesn't taste like Anchor Steam, it's not a really good example of a Cal Common.
Okay.
But I mean, there's a lot of styles. American brown ale, some of them can be a little hoppier, some of them can be a little sweeter, and there's a range that's accepted.
Okay.
But you want to look at the balance for that particular beer and see, does it fit what the brewer was trying to do, and does it fit that style, and within that, and is the balance good enough, to make it a high scoring entry, or is it just is there some some issues with it, etc. But that's getting into the tasting part.
Okay.
So I guess just going through. I kind of forgot the question already.
No, it's okay. You've already started it because I wanted to know how you approach tasting, and so far I think you set us up for that.
Right.
Very detailed.
You may not like this beer.
Well, I think it helps, to approach a style that you're either not familiar with or you don't necessarily like. That's why judging, I think, is kind of what am I trying to say? Automated almost, because you work down the list. When you sit down at a judging table, you do everything Brian just said. You look at the bottle. There's things that you can kind of withdraw from the style from. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You can take your mind off. I don't like this beer. This is gonna suck all the way. You just kind of go, okay, I need to look at the fill line, listen to the hiss, all the blah 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 blah.
Okay. Yep. All right. So you go down systematically, but at some point, even as you have a system, you're dealing with your senses, like you mentioned earlier.
That's correct.
So, and that's the part I really want to focus on with you too.
And we're going about it the total wrong way here. This is.
I see.
No, most judging competitions are held in the morning, and actually with biorhythms and whatnot, it's your senses, your taste, and your aroma is a little more alive early in the morning.
Okay.
You haven't. Well, I guess you've had breakfast, but
right.
If you eat breakfast, like some people. But your senses are a little more alive, and in the morning is a great time to taste beer. Unfortunately, it's not always the best time to drink beer right before you're going to work or something. But
right, it's not.
No.
Yeah.
Well, it depends on what your job is.
Okay, so you want a fresh set of senses, is what you're getting.
You want to come in fresh, and there's actually preparation that goes in before judging the morning of. You want to be well rested. You want to not be hungover.
Right.
You want to have a pretty fresh palate. Come in clear headed. These entrants are paying money for you to evaluate their beer and tell them what's good about it, is it to really rate it objectively and tell them how to improve it, which is a huge part of judging.
Right.
So
do you have your own personal routine in the morning? Do you jazzercise or
always jazzercise? Yeah. You want to. Some judges even say, in the BJCP study guide, it says not to use strongly flavored toothpaste. I think there's you shouldn't wear cologne if you're going to be going to judge.
Right. Okay.
You shouldn't.
That makes sense.
You shouldn't use mouthwash if you're going to judge. You should thoroughly brush your teeth and your gums and your tongue and just everything.
Yeah.
And some people even use like baking soda and water or something, just kind of inert kind of thing.
Okay.
That's hardcore.
Well, you just, but you are trying to get as neutral as possible, right?
Sure, yeah, but
that would work for the first bear, but every other one would make a difference.
Yeah. I mean, the tricky thing is always the coffee, because I need my coffee, and then I've got that. If you're hurrying to go to competition, you just down your coffee, you burn your tongue, and you do have to be sensitive to what the condition of your perceptions are, because you may be if you ate spicy food a couple days ago, that's actually damaging to your taste buds, and it takes a couple a week or two for it to recover, and your tongue's always regenerating new taste buds. So
okay. So it's a good point that you make, that you're not saying that you cannot judge. You're saying that you have to be sensitive to maybe the condition of your palate, is what you said. So I like that perspective, because maybe as you get to know yourself, you could know, I usually pick up on these flavors right away, and I'm not getting it today, and I had spicy. I had Thai food yesterday.
Right. It can deaden it a little bit. And
Okay.
Sometimes you just have to give the beer, if everything's coming off a little light in flavor, just what is there, just, let it in your mind be amplified slightly. Don't imagine things or make things up about the beer. Judge it for what's there, but just do your best to, accommodate, what your senses are at that moment and make
Okay.
sure you're doing right by the entrant. So, everything tastes like water today. It's, you can't.
Right.
And if you really are, if you're sick or if you really, really damaged your taste buds, you should excuse yourself from judging. And
okay.
And likewise,
How many beers could be a judge at the GABF at all? Because I know the judges,
Right.
they're out partying like crazy tonight.
Right.
That's what I was thinking.
That's what
too.
they're in town for.
Yeah.
And for that matter, that's what I think about NHC too. I mean, most of those judges at the homebrew conference are friends. They know each other. They're going out.
They're at our party.
They're- on Wednesday. We're fucking up. Everybody's judging on Wednesday night.
Weird.
Okay.
Anyway,
So-
good night's rest. Okay,
Yeah.
well, that sounds like the most important one to me.
Yeah.
And every NHC I'm judging. Of course, the judging is on Thursday morning, and there's this crazy thing called the BN party on
Right.
Wednesday night.
What? What is that?
Yeah, you're welcome.
Yeah.
Okay, so when do we get to the actual, use of your senses now? We've kind of gotten through the preparation. Is it time to start thinking about tasting the beer?
Tasting this beer, sure.
Yeah.
Let's taste it.
I can't remember the last time I've had a course banquet.
Are the mountains cold still?
Good question.
And speaking of, if you do, kind of going back to the previous point, if you do have a style that you just either you don't feel well qualified to judge, or you just can't, don't feel like you can judge it that day, or you just hate the style and you just can't get past the personal bias, then you should excuse yourself from those styles as well and communicate that to the judge director for the competition.
Okay.
But really, as a judge, you should be trying to experience as many styles as possible and being open to learning how to judge. Otherwise, you're not a really well-rounded judge. You should be able to judge a light American lager.
Right.
And,
But plus, you don't want to be that guy. Like if you're always going into a competition, I can't do this, I can't do that. You're
I
that guy.
only judge Russian Imperial Stout. That's all I do.
That's it. You're that guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then you're only good at judging, Russian Imperial Stouts. So,
Right. So you're going to be great at this course.
Yeah, I'm awesome.
Okay, so take us through it.
So I think we should judge this as a premium American lager, I would say.
Yeah.
Category 1C in the BJCP. And those of you at home can go on your computer, log on to bjcp.org, and style guidelines are there, so you can kind of read through what's expected for the style. And this gives the range. It's a for the aroma, for example, it's low to medium low malt aroma, which can be grainy, sweet, or corn-like. So
it's premium. So is there a category mediocre? I mean it. Like what?
There's in the light lager, category 1 starts out with the light American lager, which is like your Coors Light, Bud Light, etc. Category 1B is a standard American lager, which is regular Budweiser, regular Pabst Blue Ribbon, if you like that. That's a popular one.
Mm-hmm.
And then the premium American lagers are, like the, Miller Genuine Draft is one of them. Full Sail Session premium lager is one of them. It's and Coors Extra Gold, Corona Extra, Michelob, but also Heineken. And so there's some imports in here, and sometimes the ones they give as examples of, these are classic commercial examples of the style, might not even be American, and they're probably, I'm sure Heineken uses European ingredients.
Right. It's an interesting
things,
addition.
It represents a premium American lager. They're a little more flavorful than the standard American lager, and sometimes, maybe a little broader. They'll go a slightly different direction with it.
Okay. This one tastes grainy and sweet and smells. Grainy,
Yeah.
sweet,
Right.
and malty.
Yeah, I get a lot of malt sweetness out of it. Now is when it says sweet, it smells sweet. What is that sweet aroma?
Yeah,
is that malt? Is it? I guess it is.
rice
but
or corn.
Yeah, it's interesting because your tongue can pick up sweet, salty, sour, bitter, and umami, but I've always kind of wondered about that, and I don't know the answer. I've meant to pick Gordon Strong's brain about it, or somebody sometime, about perception of sweetness in the aroma, because I think that in your nose there are some receptors for sweetness, because it's such a your brain's favorite food is sugar. And you need to be able to, evolutionarily speaking, come up to something and know that, oh, this is sweet and good. This is an apple. It smells sweet. It's good to eat. I can do this. So.
Okay.
But
evolutionarily speaking,
yeah,
I'm going to put that in my vocab list. That's a good word.
Makes sense.
So the first thing you do is to after you've opened it, poured the beer into the glass. As a judge, you'll pour a couple ounces in the bottom of a clear glass. We're doing this wrong here too with all the printing on the glasses.
Yeah,
that's okay.
We're not judging.
We're
tasting.
fasted. You want to put your nose in that beer right away because there are some volatile aromatics that can dissipate pretty quickly.
Okay.
And you want to pick it up, see if there's any DMS, which is dimethyl sulfide, kind of a corn-like cooked corn kind of smell coming off of it.
JP's got a big schnoz he can throw right down in there.
Well, it's those Mediterranean genes I have.
Yeah.
They're my dad genes.
Sulfury notes. On this one, I'm getting, kind of a grainy and a sweet with a hint of kind of corn-like underneath there, but not a huge DMS or anything.
Mm-hmm.
These are some of the few styles that DMS is acceptable in, and a lot of them are using Pils malt, which is kind of notorious for pushing up some of the precursors of DMS. Which usually come off in the boil, and most beers with stronger flavors in them will that'll be masked a little bit more. So
yeah, I don't pick it up really in this one either, but definitely grainy and corn.
Yeah, it's clean, grainy, sweet, corn-like. I mean, this is what I would expect for an American lager.
It's actually, believe it or not, it's pretty pleasant.
It is.
It's a pretty pleasant aroma.
Just a little out of balance. It can be a little hoppier for the body in it. I mean, for the ABV.
Oh yeah.
I mean, obviously, it wouldn't be an American lager.
Right.
Lager, it'd be
so
craft beer.
It would be much better if it was
much better beer.
If it was hoppier and different.
Well, I could support more hops. It wouldn't be as sweet. That's what we're not liking about the beer.
It definitely can support it.
That sweetness would go away.
Yeah, it is amazing. The base beer could be a lot of different stuff.
Yeah,
that's a really good clean beer.
Yeah.
I appreciate that Scott is drinking it out of the can.
Hell yeah. I'm embracing this moment.
Going into the hop aroma, I mean, for this one, you can have a low to medium low spicy or floral hop presence, usually using a noble hop like, Saaz or, Tettnang or one of those. But yeah.
I don't know that I'm picking up any hop aroma. I'm sure it's there. I'm saying that I'm not sensitive enough, I think. I'm so used to hoppier beers that it's at a level that I'm having a hard time deciphering it from underneath the corn and the grain.
Yeah, it's balanced towards malt.
It is definitely balanced towards the malt. I agree with that fully. And it's pushing a light floral hop underneath all that malt. But,
okay.
I can't get it either, Jay.
Yeah,
that's one thing with low hopped beers like this. I have a real hard time picking out the hops.
Okay.
Yeah.
Tried at 9 a.m.
All right. Okay.
Oh, it's a whole new world.
It's super hoppy. Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah.
Okay. What's next?
And you want to sniff for any kind of off, green apples, which is kind of allowed a little bit in this beer, but they're optional but acceptable. The DMS, the green apples, and some fruitiness. As a lager, this should be a lager. You should not be smelling a lot of fruitiness, which is from the esters which come about from fermentation. But a little bit of it can be there, and you can have a light degree of fruitiness. If it's too fruity and it smells like an ale, you're going to mark it down accordingly in the aroma. So
okay, all right.
So you note your initial impressions about the aroma, and actually kind of judging is a little bit of a back and forth process. I've got a beer score sheet here from our Oktoberfest competition that the Mad Scientists do every year, but we the first thing you go to is the aroma, and then you look at the appearance. So before I even score the aroma, I'll go down to appearance and take a look at the beer, because the head is still there, and it's you're watching for the head retention and the consistency, the texture of the head. You want to note the color,
lumpy.
You want to note the clarity. This is obviously brilliantly clear.
Yeah.
And the head is actually, this has been in the glass for a few minutes now. It's sticking around fairly well.
Yeah.
And these beers can have a head that's not very very long lasting in the lighter range of things, and also the stronger range of things. The head can fall pretty quickly.
Yeah.
But normally you're looking for a head that sticks around for a few minutes, and
this one did that in your glass
this one
there.
did that. So
okay.
yeah, I would give this a 3 for appearance. It's right in the range. The pale straw to gold color. This one is on the straw side, kind of a light straw, and white head. So you note all these, every element of the appearance that you can. I mean, even the way the bubbles are rising through it, the shape, the texture of the bubbles, and these are kind of fine pinpoint bubbles on this beer, and they're,
What if I can jump in? What does all that mean? Because whenever I got my score sheets back, and then when I'm doing judging, I never really bothered to ask or understood what all that does for a brewer. If you get a score sheet back and go, well, I got 2 out of 3 for appearance, and it's kind of clear, and the head's just a little bit, are there just notes for us to help improve, or is it what am I trying to say? It's like, is this a better way for floss to show up because the carbonation's off a little bit,
right.
Or if it's slightly cloudy, maybe I got some off flavors from that, or what is what's the point of that?
As a judge, you should not necessarily just be focused on flaws. Part of the reason for writing out a score sheet is to describe a beer in a way that someone reading this sheet, who is an experienced beer taster, will be able to tell, okay, that's how that beer tastes and looks and everything. So, I mean, unless your beer has a rocky, foamy head that's 6 inches on the top of the glass and never fades away and has chunks floating in it, and the beer is extremely hazy when it should be a clear beer,
sounds like homebrew.
Then there's no need to give you a lot of reasons for improvement for the beer. You can say, hey, this is a pretty good appearance. This one, spot on. This is a 3 out of 3 on the appearance.
How much of that goes on? Like chunks floating in beer that has been
You'd be surprised.
I would be surprised. Really? It's common?
No, you wouldn't. You wouldn't be surprised.
I mean, every once in a while you get a gusher, and you would note that, of course. You open the beer and it just starts.
Well, just for clarification here, once in a while, what do you mean? Like, say you're in a 400 beer competition. You've ran some of those and judged some of those, right? Or even bigger ones. How many gushers would you expect in that?
399.
It depends. Sometimes I do the Oktoberfest, which is 50 or 60 beers a year, and you might see one.
Yeah,
if you're in a competition with a few hundred beers, you might see 2 or 3.
Right. But it's not like rampant, right?
No.
Same way with floaties and shit like that. But that's not that.
I was just.
I don't want to like.
I was making an extreme example.
I'm counterparting JP. I mean, he can make it. Because, I mean, everybody's had shitty homebrew. I don't want people that don't know homebrew to extrapolate that.
Absolutely,
it is rampantly terrible. It's not.
A gusher seems less egregious to me than a floaty. Right, because a floaty you can see. Sometimes you don't know it's a gusher necessarily, right? Am I talking out of my ass?
No, but
the hard part's tasting the floaties when
they're
go by.
They're not mutually exclusive. Yeah.
But I would also point things out that in these cases we are amateur brewers and entering in many cases entering beer into competitions for feedback. And honestly, I know that a floaty sounds like an egregious offense to you, but when you're getting to know brewing, you transfer yeast because you haven't figured out how to let it settle quite enough. Maybe you moved the carboy and then transferred to bottles right away because you haven't learned to let it sit for another 12 hours or whatever. So in other words, it's quite simple to make some of these mistakes until you really refine the technique of bottling beer and transferring beer from vessel to vessel.
Yep.
And a little floaty,
that could be anything.
It's a little offensive in terms of you don't want to taste that in your mouth. But it's also yeast. I mean, or a piece. It's not
hop particle.
It's not a bug. It's part of the brewing process. You see what I mean?
Yeah,
it could be a hop particle, a chunk of yeast. It could be just something super non-offensive.
So now I'm not saying it should be there. I just wanted to point out how simple it can be to happen.
Okay.
And you're not going to condemn that beer just for that one floaty. If there was a little floaty in here, it's like, well, how's the beer?
Yeah.
Is it stellar or is that the floaty? I'm not going to knock it down to a 13 just because of that. So
yeah, right.
Which is the courtesy lowest score, by the way. So if you get a beer score sheet back that's lower than 13,
sell your equipment.
You should email that judge or the organizer. And but anyway.
Now I said it's never like a bug or something like that, but maybe I'm speaking out of turn. Have you ever found like a fly or anything? Just some accidental like you've judged a lot of beer, so I kind of want a horror story. Anything?
Well, this one
No
judge.
flies, no.
Nothing. Okay.
Really? It could happen. I mean, I could see, cap on foam, you're not quick with that cap.
Yeah.
Flies quicker.
Maybe
He's in there.
Maybe a hair, maybe a long hair. I got long hair.
A short curly one, even worse.
Yeah, I'm like leaning over my bottles. I don't know.
Yeah, who knows what's falling on that big nose of yours?
Yeah, exactly.
All kinds of shit up there.
Yeah.
So, well, anyway, but coming back to this specific beer, again, you want to go back to the aroma, and this is obviously going much slower than you would when you're in a competition. But
let's make that faster too, because we got another beer to get through too.
You're coming back to the beer, smelling the aroma again, because that's going to change over time. If there's some light skunkiness or something, or some some DMS, that could just blow right off, and it could be an amazing, wonderful aroma underneath there, and you could pick out some different subtleties, and you want to note the main things first, then come back to it and kind of go into some of the subtleties, some of the things that are still in there, and how things have changed. Then some people go on to flavor. Usually, I'll score the aroma right then after I come back to it after judging the appearance.
Okay.
And, just make sure you scored appearance. Aroma is 12 points out of the 50. Appearance is 3. And then you finally, after a few minutes, we'll take a sip of the beer.
Okay.
And I haven't taken a sip of this yet, so
you're a qualified judge. Yeah.
I think they should change the American Premium Lager category to style description to say tastes like shit when it's warm, because that's a true test of a good American Premium Lager.
No kidding.
As it warms up.
Yeah, it gets worse.
This one's still fairly cold. And
it's still pretty good.
It's got a nice.
I enjoy it.
It's really good.
A nice grainy.
It's a banquet beer.
Malt balanced beer.
We're at a banquet right now. A banquet of information.
Where's the food? Where's the drink?
And the flavor, you want to comment on everything, and it's all listed there. If you're somebody aspiring to be a beer judge and you want to know how to do a good job on a beer score sheet, check it off. Everything that's listed there. You want to comment on the malt, and you want to say not only there's malt, you want to say how much and what kind.
Okay.
And not just the main things, but also the subtleties. So
So what would you say about this one for the listeners playing along at home? See if they're picking up some of these.
This one has a sweet Pils-like malt quality to it.
Estery in a way, isn't it? It's got some kind of malt esters to it or something. I don't know.
Kind of a medium-low malt presence and clean.
About how much time do you spend per beer?
Usually it's about 12 minutes a beer for an experienced judge. You can kick out
That's
a beer
way
in 12
longer than I
minutes.
would think.
8 to 12 minutes.
Well, you're filling out a page of
It's
information.
a lot of writing,
it's so much fucking writing.
There are other kinds of score sheets too. There's one with the check boxes that you can whip through pretty quickly. That's what they use for NHC. But I kind of like the classic one where you can write a description of the beer, and it takes a little more time, but you can use some. I kind of enjoy writing myself personally, and you don't have to get too poetic or flowery with your language, but just describe the beer in a way that will make sense to someone reading it.
The carbonation floats across my tongue like a butterfly in the autumn wind.
Right. Yeah. Are there any
it's actually pretty good
flaws or anything unbalanced or out of style that you pick up on this beer?
No, it's very clean. I would note that it has a clean lager fermentation profile. That's the fermentation characteristics or something you want to comment on. If it's pushing off a lot of sulfur, as some lagers can, H2S or the dimethyl sulfide, if it's pushing off a little too much of that, you would comment about the sulfury character, and you want to talk about the balance. This one's definitely malt balanced. You want to talk about what's lingering in the finish and the aftertaste. This one has kind of just a corn-like sweetness, and that lingers into the aftertaste. This one it's a low bitterness in balance with the malt that's there. It's not a heavy beer. It's a light beer. It's a delicate beer. And other flavor characteristics, whatever you're tasting. Some people call out soy sauce or random things that it just reminds you of something. Your mom's apple pie. I don't know.
Right, but you're not getting any abnormalities like that out of this.
No, not in this one. Yeah.
You love this beer, Brian.
I'm loving it as a premium American lager.
Right.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Category 1A. That's my new name for it.
Of course, I'm screwing with you, but so far this is a very high scoring beer. Is what I mean.
It is. Yeah. It is.
Okay. All right. Do we now get to the kind of mouthfeel part that you were talking about, or am I skipping ahead? Okay.
So after you do the flavor, and I kind of went through that quickly, but that's everybody knows how to taste. You need to know how to feel the beer in your mouth, and mouthfeel is literally that. How does the beer feel? You're using your sense of touch, not your sense of taste, not aroma, anything like that. It's really how the beer feels. And so think of, drinking molasses versus drinking water. That's kind of a comparison for body that I would use to describe. It's not obviously not motor oil. This is definitely more towards the water feeling in your mouth than it would be towards molasses or something else. So it's
more like tomato juice. For
how thick is the beer,
right.
Okay.
Which is a function of basically what's remaining in that beer, how much there's alcohol in there. There's other components that are left behind after the yeast ferments out a good portion of the sugars. A lot of it is dextrins, which are the kind of unfermented fragments of the starch, the sugar starch chains originally that come from the malt, and that the yeast can't actually break down. So if you have a dextrinous beer, it can have a little fuller mouthfeel and a little in the flavor, a little more sweetness left, and it won't ferment down to as low of a gravity.
How would you describe the mouthfeel of this one?
So the mouthfeel, it's a medium light body. The carbonation is reasonably high, and it's still pushing up a little bit ahead. That's in appearance again, but carbonation, it doesn't have an intense carbonic bite or anything, though, which is one thing. If a beer is over-carbonated and it's just attacking your tongue, the feeling of it just, the carbonation is actually creating an acid. It's carbonic acid, and it really can have a strong bite, and the bubbles and everything can kind of attack your senses, and that's a feeling.
Okay.
But this one is I would say medium-high carbonation. It's in the range for what I would expect for this beer. And this style can actually have a slight carbonic bite on the tongue. So even if it did a little bit,
you wouldn't have.
And I think when it was initially a little colder, it did that probably. I tasted it after it warmed up a bit, and it's not really that biting, and a lot of the CO2 is kind of driven off. So that can change over time too. But other palate sensations that you can get. I mean, you can have everything from pain to
wow.
If you had a chili pepper beer that's just actually burning your taste buds as you're drinking it, and, it can hurt you.
This one, the only real sensation I feel like I get is kind of a slickness across my tongue, afterward.
It's interesting that you mentioned that. It's slickness on a tongue. I suppose it could occur for other reasons, but it's usually associated with diacetyl, which is a in the flavor area and aroma, it'll give you a kind of a buttery, artificial buttered popcorn kind of flavor and aroma.
Yeah.
But in the mouthfeel, you can get kind of a slickness, and I'm not sure where that would be coming from. I kind of get what you're saying with that, and
it's mild. I'm just, to be honest with you, it is such a light-bodied beer for me that I'm just trying to pick out some things that I would mark, and I think I would write down just a mild. And it goes away fairly quickly too, but I'm not tasting any of the butter or those flavors.
Yeah, but in the mouthfeel too, you want to talk about how kind of the creaminess or the astringency of the beer. Which astringency is kind of a tricky one to describe, but it can be best summed up as kind of like chewing on grape skins. Not that everybody out there has done that, but it's kind of a mouth puckering sensation where you get a beer. And it's a beer that's been, say, over-sparged or something, and you just get this kind of, it's not bitterness, but you might associate it with bitterness, and it does kind of attack your tongue a little bit.
Okay.
And it's not smooth. It's just got kind of a biting texture. And I don't know that, creaminess and astringency are always, opposites, but, creaminess, like if you get a good oatmeal stout that has a nice... creamy, smooth mouthfeel, and the carbonation just floats across your tongue in a certain way that's just really smooth and pleasing to drink, and just it's the feeling of cream-like kind of feeling. Or you can even, from an oatmeal stout, you can get kind of an oily texture from the oats.
Bevo, is your Coors creamy enough for you? You want to freshen it up?
How you liking it over there?
Yeah. No, I have a can. I don't want to be gross. I have a can. I'm willing to give you some more.
You're white trash. What do you think about the Coors?
Yeah.
It reminds me of Coors Light. Yeah, it
and I
really
would call
does.
this slightly creamy.
Which is weird. That thing like the color yellow reminds me of the color gold.
Right.
It's creamy. Seems estery. Like I get a little out of
I
like a
white trash. I like it.
Like a yeast estery.
Malt ester kind of thing. Kind of a side of the mouth. Kind of a hanging sweetness kind of thing.
Okay.
And I should have excused myself from judging because I did have some spicy buffalo wings at Russian River yesterday.
God damn it.
Damn it, Brian. You're fired. Fuck! No, it's okay. I really just wanted to kind of go down, through this process. So,
Right.
and I want to do the same. I think we'll do it a little quicker with the tumbler, where we really. I'm not saying I actually really enjoyed the descriptiveness of that, and now maybe we can all do that with the tumbler.
Right.
As we go through it. Is there any final notes on this particular beer?
Well, at the end, you go over the overall impression of the beer. I mean, is it a pleasurable drinking beer or not? And if so, how much and how well does it kind of fit and just everything as a package? How do you rate that beer? Because you could go down the line. The aroma has pretty much everything it needs. The appearance has pretty much everything it needs. Flavor, everything's there. But just something about the beer, kind of the intangibles almost. It's like the balance is just not there, or something it doesn't work right.
Okay.
And it's like you have a beer that scores very high on the top, and the overall impression gives you a little room to adjust for something that might not be really impressing you, even though kind of everything's there.
Okay.
But
it sounds like your overall impression of this would actually be favorable.
Cleanly brewed, and this is a very pleasant sipper and smooth, and boy, a beer like this is hard to brew on a homebrew scale. If you can make a beer that tastes like this and looks like this, you're doing a great job, because there's nothing to hide behind with one of these.
Right. Now, one last thing I just wanted to ask you at the judges' table. Now, you just poured a little more beer in your glass, but that's just because there's another can going around.
Right.
But what I actually want, is that something that you can do at the judging table if you need to taste a little more, or if you wanted to spruce it up, for lack of a better term?
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, it's usually not done. I mean, we would have been judging this much more quickly, and I kind of almost wanted to just chill mine back down a little bit.
Okay, yeah.
And the point is not to drink mass quantities of beer. You want to drink as little as you need to objectively evaluate that beer, and write for the brewer what you're picking up in it. And then also at the very end, with the overall impression, how to improve the beer. So if there were flaws, I mean, if you didn't score it a 50 out of 50, there's some room for improvement.
Okay.
And so you're going to look to, tell the brewer, well, it could be something as simple as a little more of this kind of malt, or, in this one I might say you could stand to bump up the noble hop character in it a little bit. It would stand up to that, and that might make a little better balance for me. So maybe I'd score this one in the lower to mid 40s out of 50, and say it's a classic example. It's got everything going for it that it needs, but you could get away with a little bit more of this and make it better.
Anything in the 40s is an excellent score, right?
40s is wonderful, yeah.
Yeah, and then you're just adding something for why it's not a 50.
Right. Yeah. There's a scoring guide on every score sheet that tells you, outstanding is like 45 to 50. This is a world-class example of the style. And, boy, I can count on both hands probably every time I've given out a score in that range, and I've judged dozens of competitions, so it's not that common. I've seen, you would never really hand out a 50. You can, but it's not very, very common.
50, no.
Yeah. I've seen it, but
you have to know what you know, right?
Yeah.
Like, who can give out a 50 unless you really know what a 50 is?
Right.
Well, who knows it? I mean,
but it's not that should be off limits. I mean,
but if you feel like if you're Doppelbox like crazy, you've been to where they're made, you just know them all,
right?
And you know what a 50 tastes like, then you can give out a 50. But if you don't know, you can't give it out.
But I wonder if it's like Olympic gymnasts. You can't. Yes, there is the perfect,
right?
But it's not really possible to achieve it.
Right. Nadia Comaneci achieved it.
Did she do absolute perfection?
I think so.
Really?
She was the first one, I think.
Yeah.
It's possible. It is.
So don't you say it can't be done.
Wow. The more you know.
You have a judging pair or a trio of judges working on a beer. They all look up at each other and say, "This is a 50." But it would be like that mind-blowing moment of the best beer you've ever had in your life, and you're almost crying. It's so good or something.
Right.
It's like that.
Well, there you go. They say the best beer you've ever.
Yeah,
right. It's like watching Nadia Comaneci. That's probably the best performance the judges have ever seen.
Yeah.
Right.
They immediately said that's a 10.0. Well, what they've done is they pushed too many other, inferior performances to 9.9.
Yeah.
So they had no place to go but 10.0.
Yeah.
I think that can occur in judging too. If you like mark up a lot of 44s and 43s, you get this beer that's even better. where you're going to go, but above 45.
But yeah, and if you do give out a perfect score for anything, you're saying it can't be done better. But isn't that that's never true? It always can be done better. It just maybe hasn't been done yet. So how can you ever give out a perfect score?
I personally probably never would, but
but that's like
you got to leave the option out.
Saying you can't judge essays in college or high school. It's the same. It's the same thing. It has to be a range, and of the ones that we've judged, this is the best of these ones. It's not of every style ever in the world ever. It's of this particular competition. These 12 beers that I had right now.
Yeah, and I understand that it has to be attainable. Otherwise, so have you given out more scores under 15 or over 40 in your judging career?
Definitely over 40. I mean, every once in a while you get a 13-point beer. Usually. And that's a courtesy lower limit, and that should just be a beer that is virtually undrinkable. And it's a courtesy lower end score. Just, I mean, you don't want to score something as 0, and in the program has established it that 13 is the lowest.
I
lowest
still
score.
haven't gotten over it.
But usually, I mean, even in the kind of worst of the beers, you can find something that's likable in the beer, and it could be. Not the worst you've ever had, and so
it flows out of the bottle really well. The chunks don't get in the way.
A 15 or an 18.
Well, it's hard to drink a $100 bill. So, do you in your mind, Brian? Do you have a 50-point commercial beer that, like, when you drink it, you're like, this is the prime example of the style. This is it.
Yeah, Janet's Brown.
There it is. Yeah. There's a lot of different
question, Jimmy. It's
styles that I would, but it also depends on the condition of the bottle. I mean, I happen to like Arrogant Bastard Ale. Unfortunately, there's not really a style that's defined around that, but you can get bottles that are fresher than others, and
sure. But all things being equal,
had you called so are you saying that you've had an Arrogant Bastard that you would go, now that's a 50-point beer?
I mean, it would depend on what you're judging it against. Right now, I would say. There's no style for it. That would be a specialty beer, and it's a classic example in the specialty category.
Yeah.
But I think that honestly, in the BJCP, they should in the future maybe have a style that's like a Imperial Red, and there's a lot of them out there, these days, and it's kind of something that's coming up. But styles are something that migrate and change over time. And it's not gonna, it's not gonna always be static. The guidelines that we're working from now were kind of finalized in 2008, and there were previous versions that had different styles, and there were styles every time they update it. There are ones that are added. So
Brian's dodging the question.
Yeah,
that's a
I
great
would say,
question, JP.
Give me one.
I want to.
It's right off the top of your head.
I would call, like, if you're looking at
let's say pale ales,
Munich Helles, and you're in Munich drinking Augustiner Edelstoff.
There you go.
I'll give it
in
to you.
Augustiner. That to me
beer.
is a 50-point beer.
Yeah, I'll give you that too.
Well, then you're be qualified to hand out a 50-point score.
Right.
Yep.
If I tasted something in a competition that tasted exactly like that, I'd give it a 50.
That was kind of Tasty's parameter. You should know it in and out, and I think you're right.
Well, as you did a great job answering that question, Brian. There should be like a meeting of judges where you each bring a 50-point beer.
Right.
And then you talk about like
what makes it.
Why do you think that's 50? Or you might say, well, it's not as fresh as what I thought I was bringing.
Right.
Anyway, you could talk about and you could sort of calibrate to high point beers.
That's what we should do for our comp. So I'll invite like 20 judges, but it'll be like a date. And before we have sex, it's like, okay, so bring your best 50-point beer. Give me a 50-point beer,
right?
And I'll sit there and I'll go, and I'll drink it in front of them and I'll judge it in front of them all 12 minutes, and they're just fidgeting uncomfortably, like I don't know what the fuck. And I'll go, I give it 32. Sorry, next.
Yeah, I wouldn't give them. I would do it all in front of them, just like you say.
Yeah,
but then just like an audition, just go, thank you. And send them out not knowing.
Well, really, like the few I've been on, and so it's always after you're done. It's always, that was fantastic. That was great. I'm really pulling for you.
Yeah,
and that's it.
And everybody else.
Yeah, you pump them up. Oh, that was great.
Right.
And then on the air, you read the list of people who failed.
Yeah, exactly.
And their home address.
So they don't want to hear about suicides outside the door. So.
Mr. Master Brian, turns out he sucks.
I suck.
He thought Sierra Nevada Pale was a 50. 48. What a dick.
48 and a half.
The judges can be an opinionated lot sometimes.
Yeah,
that's true.
I was going to say that Tasty's idea would actually result in a lot of nerdy bickering, I think, is what would happen.
Sounds like a show.
Well, that's what nerds would want to do together. I mean,
That's
come
half
on.
the fun, yeah.
Exactly.
Sure.
It would be like a lot of fun to have these people,
All right, let
really
me take
serious judges in one place.
Who would win, Xena, Warrior Princess, or Princess Leia?
It'd
Go.
be just like that. Yeah.
All right, let's take a break. When we come back, we're going to taste tumblers. So get your tumblers out if you're playing along at home, and we'll go through rather quickly, see what Brian picks up on that, and JP as well. And then we'll taste Terrence the Black's beer also. So hang in there. It's The Session. We'll be right back.
Listening to the Brewcasters. On the Brewing Network.
What was Al Capone's official profession? I know.
Your next homebrew club meeting, beer tasting, or weekly hangout just got a lot more fun with a brand new pub trivia board game from University Games. In the new pub trivia, teams of 2 to 10 can go up against 1,000 new questions in 5 different categories. No drinking required, so everyone can play pub trivia. Sports, science, history, entertainment. There's something for all trivia lovers in the new Pub Trivia board game. You can find Pub Trivia at your local Walmart store or online at rugame.com. That's rugame.com. Bring home everyone's favorite bar quiz game tonight with the brand new Pub Trivia board game from University Games. Online at rugame.com.
Okay, what is Madonna's last name?
Hi, I'm Jason Harris, the proud owner here at Keystone Homebrew Supply. We're thrilled to be entering our 20th year of supplying this great industry, and to show you, the Brewing Network Army, how much we appreciate your support, we're offering you 10% off your first order on our website, KeystoneHomebrew.com. Just use coupon code BNARMY at checkout, and I'll get your order out the same day. My goal at Keystone Homebrew Supply has always been to have a complete supply of everything a brewer could want. When you place your order online or when you come into our store, it's our goal to have everything on your list and more. One aspect of KeystoneHomebrew.com that we're really excited about is the ability to fulfill customers' exact grain bills. Do you hate to wait? Keystone Homebrew Supply can get your precious yeast and hops to you within just one day if you live between Connecticut and Virginia, and within 2 days east of the Mississippi. KeystoneHomebrew.com. Coupon code BNARMY. I'm Jason Harris, and I approve this message.
Are you a hophead? Beer lovers of all stripes will love Brewers Publications' latest release, IPA, Brewing Techniques, Recipes, and the Evolution of India Pale Ale by Mitch Steele.
I wanted to write a book that presented an accurate review of the history of IPA and also provided current technical brewing tips and recipe information. India Pale Ale is a style I love because it has a rich, fascinating history, and today it provides brewers a showcase for all the great new hop varieties that are available. I'm so proud of this book, and I know you'll enjoy all the recipes and thoughts from so many of the world's great IPA brewers.
IPA is available now from Brewers Publications at brewerspublications.com and your favorite homebrew store. Order your copy today and take your hop-forward beers to the next level.
American Homebrewers Association and Brewers Association members receive early notice and special discounts to most Brewers Publication releases. Visit brewerspublications.com to learn more and to find a schedule of author appearances. IPA by Mitch Steele. Get yours today.
Hey, my brewing brothers and sisters, this is Jamel Zainashev, and I love a bold, hoppy beer, one that spits resin in your face and makes you cry uncle. There are a lot of great hoppy beers out there, but at Heretic, we want to make something as bold, dank, and resiny as possible. We use hops at every chance we get, including multiple dry hop additions. The result is Heretic Evil Cousin. This light golden, 8% Imperial IPA has an easy malt character that helps take the edge off the massive bittering, but it takes a back seat to the in-your-face hop character. We make sure this beer finishes dry so the hops can jump out and slam you in the taste buds. If you can't get enough hoppy goodness, Evil Cousin is your cup of tea. Cheers.
What'd you get? More brewing ingredients?
Yep. You know what I love about Brewmaster's Warehouse?
The $6.99 shipping?
Well, yeah, but...
Oh, the in-store classes for beginning brewers.
Yeah, that's cool, but...
Oh, the Brew Builder. Creating and saving your recipes online is awesome!
No, yes, but...
The cheese-making supplies.
No.
Oh, the wine-making supplies. Oh, the distilling equipment and liquor flavorings.
All that stuff is awesome, yes, but what I really love is that the guy who runs it is totally hot. And that Brew Builder software is awesome.
Oh, yeah.
Brewmaster's Warehouse brings you flat rate shipping on great equipment and ingredients to make beer, wine, cheese, and spirits at brewmasterswarehouse.com. And if you're in Georgia, stop by Brewmaster's Warehouse Monday through Saturday from 10 to 6. Visit brewmasterswarehouse.com today because it's totally hot.
Oh, yeah.
What's funny is brewers will say, yeah, I don't brew to style. I'm brewing my own beer. And it's like a German Pilsner, but it's black. Yeah, it's a sports beer. You know?
The home of live beer radio. TheBrewingNetwork.com.
Because like beer, radio shouldn't suck. You're listening to The
Session.
Tuned into this session.
Because life's too short to listen to crappy radio.
Yeah, son. Welcome back to the program. All right. If you're looking to develop your homebrew recipes at home so that you can do great in competitions, like we're talking about beer judging here, why not try Beersmith brewing software? It's a free 21-day trial. And, they're a longtime supporter of the Brewing Network. I really like Brad over there. He does a podcast and a blog. And
they're great, too.
His video, he's more high-tech than we are, I'll tell you that.
He's smarter than we are.
Yeah, he tried to show me, he does this, 4-camera video podcast thing that he does via Skype, and he's like, I'll just show it to you. It's a piece of cake. He shows it to me online via Skype, and completely over my head. I've been doing this stuff for years, and I have no idea what the hell he did.
4 cameras.
Amazing. But not just that. They're all like... He's able to broadcast them from different locations, is what I'm saying. So he'd be interviewing you in Concord and me in Martinez, and anyway, great stuff over there with his podcast. He also has a brand new Beersmith Lite app. Where you can look up your recipes, look at other people's recipes. They're working on being able to actually manipulate recipes right within the app, but hang in there for that. But it's available for the iPhone and the iPad and the Android. And anyway, we love it over here at the Brewing Network, and I know Doc uses it now in his brew days. In fact, Doc's brewing today. One of the reasons we don't have him in here in studio. So go check it out, beersmith.com. Get your free 21-day trial right now. And check out the new Beersmith Lite app in the iTunes and Android market. All right, so what we wanted to do is taste Tumbler quickly. We'll kind of go through it with Brian and, all participate. And we got Terrence the Black in here, too. Terrence, why don't you participate with us on the Tumbler? I think that... The point of shows like this for me are not... everyone gets weirded out when I say, why don't you taste with us? Now, I don't have a palate, and I don't... And that's not how I think about things.
Yeah.
I used to love sitting down with Jamil and talk about tasting beer with him.
Oh, my God.
And it was not... I was never worried about being wrong. He always wanted to know what flavors I picked up, and... You can't be wrong about a flavor that you're picking up.
Right.
Now, you
or
could
not
be...
picking up.
Or not picking up.
Yeah.
You could call it the wrong thing if you're trying to be a little more advanced than you are. But like Brian was saying earlier, if you throw out the word soy sauce because that's a flavor that you picked up, you are not wrong about that flavor. So I like having all sorts of palates do these tasting with us, is my point. And I don't think that anybody should be shy about tasting beer, either with judges as qualified as Brian or with your buddies.
Judging in groups can be a lot of fun, and then people can throw out descriptors. The hardest thing is, the sensory area in your brain is removed from the language area of your brain, and you could be sitting there trying to pinpoint what what it is that you're tasting on a certain element of the beer, and someone else could just throw out that descriptor, and it could be just like, wow. And the soy sauce comment, it was Nicole Ernie in our judging class when she was going through the judge training, the first, the Mad Sandwiches course we did back in 2007 or 2008, and it just, the beer had a little soy sauce element to it, and I was like, wow. I mean, I would never would have thought to use that descriptor, but she did, and she has a great palate, and
that's fun stuff for me too. In fact, for that reason, I actually really enjoy tasting with amateurs and or people that don't really sit around and taste like that, because I will more often get descriptors out of them like that. Ice cream or something. You'll get some weird stuff, but you'll go, oh yeah, I totally got that.
It is reminiscent of ice cream, and then someone else could expand on it, and it's it can be a lot of fun.
So let's just go down the list on this one. Of course, you've got the aroma first, is what you like to start with, right? Oh, and that's because you've poured it and you don't want it to go away. Is that
right? Like I said, there's some aromatic compounds that are very volatile, and they're light molecular weight things that are trapped in the beer when it's in the bottle. As soon as you open that up, some of it shoots right out the top of the bottle, and the lightest weight stuff goes first. And when it's in the glass, you want to get your nose down in that thing right away.
Okay.
But first, before we even taste the beer, I wanted to say happy birthday to Roberto Saldivar.
Yes.
Oh yeah, I wanted to do that as well.
And I remembered today that they were doing a little celebration there. But
happy birthday, my friend Roberto. HopTech, our wonderful sponsor and homebrew shop down there in Dublin, California. And Roberto's a crazy motherfucker.
Yeah, 83 years young. Good for him.
He was on the. I think
like
he's
that guy.
50,
Thought he was older.
Well, I won't say. He's 37. Yeah.
Hey Roberto, I love you, buddy.
Feliz cumpleaños para ti.
And he was on the tour with us at Russian River, and it was a great time hanging out with him and Jade. They're great folks.
They are.
Yeah.
Did you get a tour at the Russian River, or they just stayed in the
They gave us a tour,
Did
yeah.
they?
Yeah.
You see my fermenter there?
No.
You didn't see one with my tasty logo on it?
Oh, I must have missed that.
Oh,
Sorry.
gee.
You got your own logo on it?
How dare you
They're hiding
miss
in the corner.
something like that?
I
love it.
Yeah. I've been there before. I've done the tour before, but yeah, it's.
All right.
I just like the barrel room there. It's fun. But anyway,
Let's do this beer.
Okay.
Yeah.
American. I would judge this as an American brown ale, which is a 10C in the BJCP style guidelines. Can we get some echo on this?
Yeah, sorry, I don't have. We're not that.
Yeah,
advanced.
where's the reverb?
Yeah.
Just tell me what you're going to say, and then right after you say it, I'll
Ask
repeat
Brad
it.
Smith how to do that.
Terrence, stick your giant nose down in there and see what flavors.
Maybe it's not.
That's right.
Maybe it's too wide to get in the glass. I don't know.
Yeah. So let's do the group judging thing. You guys are as qualified to throw out opinions about what your taste is as I am. What you're picking up in the beer. I would say malty sweetness, and that's not very specific, but it's.
I'm stuffed
Get
up.
malt aroma.
So
Malt aroma seems to drive it.
I get yeast. But
Oh, yeah?
I'm like stuffed up.
Maybe that's
so
malt.
I
Think
can't.
about it. Maybe it's malt. Think about it.
Yeah, I also get malt. I really enjoy the aroma of this beer in general. This is one of my favorite beers right now. But you know what? It's a convoluted aroma for me. In other words, it becomes a little difficult for me to pick. It's a little muddled for me.
Yeah.
It's difficult for me to pick things out of. And that. You know what? It might not be muddled at all. I don't know how to describe that, but there's a lot happening. But I do think it might be happening from just a couple of different things.
Yeah, I don't know what they use in this beer, but sometimes you can get in a competition, you can get it kind of a kitchen sink beer, something that somebody just used every malt in the spectrum, and sometimes the simpler recipes can be the ones that score well. Although a kitchen sink, I make a kitchen sink barley wine that has done well in competitions, and just used whatever I had around and made a barley wine with it. So,
but I don't think this is that kind of a beer. I think
so.
It is a pretty, but I have a hard time with it because there's so much going on. But
I'm definitely getting some chocolate.
Yeah, a little caramel.
Caramel underneath, yeah.
And you know what I really pick up, and I think maybe it's because I'm a fan of Sierra. And by the way, I've also had a Sierra celebration tonight. Sierra House flavor comes out in the aroma. I think that's maybe the yeast, but it instantly smells like a Sierra Nevada to me.
The Chico kind of clean yeast strain. Pushes off a lot of clean esters, and something about the ester profile from the yeast that they use in their house could be, there is definitely such thing as a house character. And
it's biting almost. It's like a firm biting. It grabs you. Yeah, that estery, and it could be the carbonation. It could be the hop, bitterness, but it is very distinctive.
Okay.
Well, certainly the pellet hops versus whole hops comes into play in the Sierra flavor, right? I mean,
they do whole hops.
Yeah, I'm just saying they do, and most people don't.
Right.
So that's got to be some part of the house flavor.
So I'll teach you a few tricks. Anyone who's watching the camera can see the way to smell a beer. Sometimes if you want to concentrate the aromas, you can cover it up with your hand and swirl it a little bit. And the CO2 is pushing off flavor compounds in the beer into that space in the head. And hopefully your hand doesn't have any lotion on it or anything to make it smell. But
JP.
And you lift it off and take several.
Ashy.
Well, you have hand sanitizer.
Take several short sniffs. I mean, if you take one long snort,
smells like Purell.
You might get some of the beer in your nose. But
if you take you get too much alcohol, and you'll burn your nose a little bit.
So go at it with several short sniffs. Let it kind of sit. Go at it again. And another trick, if you're having kind of a hard time getting something, or if you're getting a little palate fatigue, or you're just you want to smell something completely different for a second, sometimes you're watching a competition. Well, not that they're usually open to be watched, but the judges will be sniffing their sleeve. Your shirt is made of cotton, smelling something completely different. You just turn around and just get a quick snort of that cotton, and it kind of, it's like the coffee beans in the perfume store, I guess, or whatever. But you get smell something completely different. You've been smelling beer all day, and then go back at the beer and get the aroma again.
Well, one thing the capping and the kind of stirring around did for me was make the aroma instantly less muddled. Like I said in the beginning, there was more for me to pick out, and that chocolate that you mentioned really came out.
It can help you to clarify that and pick out a specific. Yeah, it'll just hit you over the head sometimes.
Terrence, you picking up anything in this beer?
I got the chocolate and then the caramel, but I got a little bit of almond, which is kind of strange as well.
I'd give you almond or like marzipan, kind of like sweeter, almondy
nuttiness to it. Yeah.
In fact, I almost describe this as kind of a nut brown beer. And so, yeah, absolutely. Well done, Terrence.
Thank you.
I also get.
I'm glad you're better at tasting beer than you are at naming children.
Oh,
yo, mama.
That'd be a good name.
Yeah, that one's good.
We were talking about a beer the other night at the Madzimers meeting, and this one kind of gives me that. Reminds me of that in that, to me, sometimes the malt elements can be like a graphic equalizer. If you're the kind of guy that listens to heavy metal and scoops out all the mids, then maybe you're the kind that likes a beer with just a little roast on the top and just base malt. And to me, that kind of the caramels kind of fill in the middle, and I don't know.
I see.
That's kind of the way I think about it. And then you got some chocolate put,
Yeah.
But this one has a slight roasty edge, so it's like someone's just pushed up that high frequency, 10 kilohertz, whatever, knob and a little bit, and the
roasty flavor that I get too is really like a fresh grain flavor. It's a very grainy, like as if I'm just putting it on the top of the mash, like I could smell it on brew day is what I mean.
It doesn't smell stale at all. It's like you just cracked that grain and it's fresh, and using fresh ingredients as a home brewer is so important. And if you're entering a beer in a competition for a judge to smell it, they can tell if you're using the right ingredients from the country that it should be from. Making an English malt, an English beer, you want to use Maris Otter from England.
That's a concept I never picked up on early as a brewer. Is using the actual proper ingredients from the country. It's like, it's all the same. Yeah, it's all the same because it's a little more expensive. And at least when I did it, when you first started homebrew, you think you know everything.
Right.
It'll be fine. They're just trying to juice me out of like a bunch of. No, it makes a difference.
Right. I mean, when I first bought a big bag of crisp Maris Otter from Thomas Fawcett and Sons, and just like it was just like it was the Glen Eagle maltings. Those guys are actually hand turning the malt, and it's
Tasty has a secret about
the traditional style. It's maybe something to do with their feet. I don't know. It's like they're not doing it with machines. It has a different character, definitely, than the non-traditionally made stuff.
All right, let's do the appearance. Let's go down the list of this beer.
Okay.
Sexy, boner fied is what I get. That's what I would write on this. I'd say it gives me a boner.
It's moderately clear. It's got a kind of a light tan head that's sticking around pretty well. Fine bubbles clinging to the sides of the glass a little bit when you swirl it.
Now, see, I would call it extremely clear, and now I think the part that makes it look moderately is just that it's a darker beer, but it's the clarity is. I mean, it's clearly a well-filtered beer, right? I mean, you could see right through it. But is that not what happens?
I don't know if I'd say it's brilliant.
No? Okay.
Sometimes when a
clear
darker,
for sure.
I'm looking at Terrence through it, so maybe that's the problem.
When a darker beer is extremely clear, sometimes you can see like just these things like ruby highlights that are just brilliant, bright. There's. It's not that this beer is hazy in the least.
Okay.
It's very clear.
It's clear, but not brilliant.
All right.
But I wouldn't call it brilliant.
Do we have any more? Because I drank mine.
We have a 12-pack. I bought a lot of that. All right.
Thank you.
What else do we have here?
Well, and it's the color is kind of a medium brown, and
Fits the style.
appropriate for the American brown ale. Part of what you're doing as a beer judge is noting whether it's appropriate. If you get the beer and this was the straw-colored beer, it was entered as American brown, that's obviously inappropriate.
Yeah.
And you're going to, appearance is only 3 points. You're going to knock it down if it somehow magically tastes like a perfect American brown, and yet it's clear, like clear beer somehow.
Right.
It could happen, I suppose, but not likely.
It could still be a 47.
You could still score it, up in the 47.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Okay, and the head retention seems to be pretty good.
Very good, yeah.
It's also kind of what color would you call that head? It's on the white side, but
I'd say light tan.
Light
tan is what I would say. Yeah.
Okay. I'll give you that.
Almost like a latte.
Yeah. Okay.
And it persists. I see it.
I'd say it's a Jackson Danger color.
Do you talk about it lacing down the glass? Because it does seem to stick to the glass.
And if there's a stronger beer, sometimes you'll start to see legs. I think it's above 8 or so %. You start to see some legs on the beer where you swirl it up the side of the glass and it comes down in a little streak. Like the wines you see that are higher in alcohol will do that too. So.
Okay.
And then as far as the appearance goes, a nice fine pinpoint head like this is kind of desirable, the pinpoint bubbles, and it sticks around for a long time. And that has a lot to do with the proteins that are in the beer. And when you do a proper mash, you do usually a protein rest, with an all-grain beer, if it's needed for the malt you're using. Modern beers actually are pretty good at having the right length of protein chains that are, gonna throw up a pretty good head like that. So you don't need to do a protein rest, and I generally don't, but it affects the way the head looks. So.
Yeah, it's naturally in the malts we use. Now, there's some things you can do in brewing that will destroy the head.
Right.
And those would be beer flaws. So yeah.
And also your glass should be clean, and you want to make sure that you're not using some in your dishwasher the surfactant basically that's in the jet dry and that kind of stuff can just kill your head. So you should really be hand washing and rinsing all your beer glasses. But,
I do that every week. Every time we do a show here, Brian.
You have a lackey that does that, don't you?
Yeah.
No, we all leave and make him do it.
Yeah.
Those kids that are hanging out on the street.
Yeah, I have the homeless kids do it. They're good. Yeah.
50 cents. This is bottle conditioned beer?
It should be.
Yeah, okay. Because I poured the remainder, and then you were talking about how clear it is, and I looked, I was like, that's really not clear, but I kind of forgot that it's bottle conditioned.
Yeah, they managed to leave Sierra Nevada is pretty impressive. It leaves a pretty small amount of, residual yeast in the bottom. Somehow they have a strain that just does what they need and doesn't leave a lot of yeast in there.
It will stays at the bottom too.
Yeah,
be pretty aggressive when you pour it.
You get some homebrewed beers where there's a little thicker yeast on the bottom. I mean, usually the ones I've handmade have had a little bit of yeast on the bottom layer there, and you have to be careful pouring that last bit. But nowadays I'm kegging most everything. So,
good man. Yeah. All right, let's get to drinking.
Flavor.
Did you taste it, Terrence?
One of the things that appears in the flavor that I didn't comment on before is the bitterness. I think, maybe I did on the other one. I said it's medium-low bitterness.
Mm-hmm.
That's not something you get in the flavor. There's certain things, like a metallic character, if there was such a thing, which is rare, but somebody had some rusty, messed up equipment, you could get kind of a coiny, blood-like taste or something kind of like iron, or there's different compounds that can come out that, but that's only in the flavor, like they're in the beer and they don't really volatilize up into the aroma. So bitterness is the primary one of those elements that you have to comment on the flavor. And if you look at the style guidelines in the BJCP, a lot of times the aroma section is very much the same as the flavor section, except for they might comment about the bitterness level in there. So
okay,
or they should comment about it.
Is this one? I would say this one is more balanced toward the malt side again.
Mm-hmm.
Like the course. Well, not like the course, but you see what I mean.
The hops are in there, though. I mean, what kind of hop characters are you guys getting? Let's get back to this group judging thing.
Yeah. JP? Do another taste.
And sometimes with a malty beer, it can be hard. But
yeah, Tasty, you're a hop guy.
I'm real. It's hard for me to pick out hop flavors. I've always been really, really bad at it. But I do. There's an assertive bitterness. I wouldn't call it aggressive necessarily, but it's very firm, and it cuts through the sweetness a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
And then the aftertaste from all that, I taste Tootsie Roll.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Yeah, this beer doesn't seem to have a lot of late hops in it. There's some, but it's a lot of it is for the bittering. It seems like to balance that malt, and they do a good job of balancing that.
I get some flowery stuff out of it.
Not as much citrusy, but
But one of the flower stuff. But I also I can tend to confuse that with a yeast characteristic too, some esters.
Mm-hmm.
But I think it's hops in this one with those whole hops.
I don't know what hops you're using. Do you know?
I'm not sure.
I don't know either.
Does it say on the bottle?
Maybe we can find
Just
out.
thinking it's not. It's more of a spicy floral rather than a citrus.
Spicy floral, a little earthy undertones maybe, but yeah, not a big citrusy thing, which you might expect from an American beer.
Challenger and Yakima Goldings.
Oh, there you go.
It does say on the bottle that it's the ultimate autumn beer, so we probably ought to score it a 50.
Shit. Well, don't look any farther for...
How do you judge that?
Well, it's the ultimate one.
What makes the ultimate autumn beer?
So it's hopped towards English style.
So
beer.
leaves floating in it?
Yeah.
It's like an English brown, not American.
Yeah.
In a way.
Except that maybe more hops than the English would use,
Yeah, that's
but
true,
the
right.
English style.
Because they don't call it an American brown, they call it an autumn brown.
Right.
So,
right.
They use malt within days of roasting at its peak of its flavor.
And they're also calling on the bottle that it's the Sierra Nevada's take on a classic brown ale. So they're
so they're not
messing
committing
with it
to
a little
American
bit.
brown. They're just
Two-row pale crystal chocolate and smoked. There's
that's
some
right. It's got
smoked
some
malt
smoke.
to it.
Anybody pick up the smoke? I didn't get it.
I
No,
didn't.
I forgot that it had that.
I mean, now that we talked about it,
Well, this is
I can
trying-
get it. But I thought maybe it was just more the dark grains necessarily coming through than actual
The
like,
roast.
smoke malt. Yeah,
Not the smoke.
Yeah,
Yeah, it comes across as that kind of roasty element, but you can now that you mention it, you get a little.
And I really like smoke malt, so I would like to see maybe 5 or 10% more flavor from it. But it's almost borderline between is it really there? Is it an off
Right.
flavor?
And that's
kind of thing.
probably intentional. They want to
Yeah.
push it up just high enough so that it's an element of the flavor and it's in balance.
It's in the background.
And it might come back into part of that kind of kitchen sink thing where you're, or maybe not muddledness, but kind of blending of flavors where a little bit of this and has a little bit of that, and it all works together and blends together.
Like
They haven't-
Just can't find the heart of the beer. It's hidden by too many things.
Yeah,
They have it listed as a hint of smoke.
Well,
but
they
there's
gotta wrap it up.
another characteristic in here, and I'm not going to read it yet, but it goes along this this roasted flavor that everybody's kind of picking up. Can anyone kind of take another sip and maybe try to hone in on the roasted flavor? And I wonder if anyone will pick up the descriptor that they've used.
I get like a
'Cause I think it's
cinnamon. I mean, I have one nostril down for the count, so
yeah, so you're
too much below. So I'm kind of out, but I get like cinnamon, kind of nutmeg, but more cinnamon.
Okay, Brian, anything?
Am I in trouble if I don't call it out? 'Cause-
Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
not at all.
This is a test for
This
you.
is stuff that's fun for me because this is actually one of those descriptors that either somebody's going to get or I think I'm going to say it and everyone's going to go, oh yeah, like we were talking about in the beginning of this.
Judging beer is like that. That's why when you're talking, you don't want to call out flavors that you're getting right away because you will influence people.
Yeah.
I'm going to go way out on a limb and say woody.
Okay, that's not the one on the bottle.
You're an idiot, Scott.
But when you point that out, I could taste a little wood in there.
It's more
like almond.
A bit.
I would say not wood, but tannin necessarily,
Oh, yeah.
like you would get from a wine, where
Yeah.
it kind of dries your mid palate, your
There you go.
tongue out.
And I'm just interpreting it as wood.
Well, because you don't,
Because I don't know anything.
Well, you're
T-Bone?
not wrong, but that whatever.
T-Bone, what you got?
Strangely enough, the tail end like a loaf of wheat bread.
Yeah.
At the end of
Ready?
it for me, yeah.
You're getting close. It's there you go. They're describing it as toasted bread.
Oh,
nice.
Toasted bread, which I think, like I said, well, for me anyway, that kind of pinpoints the roasty flavors that we're getting because they're not like the kind of chalky or acrid roasty flavors to me. They're the really kind of nice bready kind.
Very soft.
Yeah.
Very
Well, you're
elegant.
talking about lighter toasted bread.
Yeah.
I mean, really, toasted bread is what all crystal malts are.
Right.
Some are just toasted black as hell, like burnt toast.
That's a good point you make. Yeah.
I mean, that's sort of a general term.
Yeah.
We're extrapolating it to fit the beer, I think.
Yeah.
Which is great.
Yeah.
It's not a rye or a pumpernickel, but it's a rich wheat bread kind of. Yeah, that's a good descriptor. I really like that.
Yeah, it's going to keep in front of your
T-bone.
mind.
Thank you.
Yeah, wait till we rip you apart when we taste your beer.
Oh,
This
I'm already ready
tastes
for it.
like jerk.
Yeah, you got that shit warming up? Oh, yeah, we're going to taste that good.
All right, how about
Look at Chick Declare. Whoa.
how about mouthfeel on this beer?
I would say the mouthfeel, the body. Body is one element of mouthfeel that is, again, how syrupy versus watery it is, and that this is kind of a medium for beer as far as beers go. It's not super thick and chewy. It's not super light. It's maybe tending towards the medium light, but it's full enough to support the beer that's here, and it's good. Another element of mouthfeel can be warmth. If you have a beer that is highly alcoholic, which we haven't had so far, you can actually feel the warmth of it as it goes down. That's sensed mainly in the back of your throat, and it's and down your the rest of the works there. It burns a little bit, especially if you get a 12% or something, a big Russian Imperial Stout or something that has a lot of higher alcohols in it. It can burn pretty substantially.
Yeah,
but you want to comment on it, even if it's not there. This one you would say no alcohol warmth detected, or it's not really astringent. It is slightly creamy, I would say.
Mm-hmm.
Just
a little bit dextrinous.
The carbonation is medium to medium high, I would say. It's pushing up a little bit of head still, and it's you swirl it and it comes back. Sometimes you can tell by looking at it like that, and you just feel it in your mouth too. But
yeah. Okay. All right. You probably got some overall impressions. I don't think the rest of JP could probably throw down a score. Or in fact, I'd like you to throw down a score. Just give a range, just like Brian did. What would your range be on this one?
I think if I was judging it as an American brown, I don't know. I mean, you read the label description and it might be more of a specialty. But if we're just judging it as straight as an American brown, I like Tasty's American brown a little better. But,
You're calibrating to the other beer.
Yeah, that's
not fair to this beer. Actually.
Yeah, no, but I would in the overall impression, I might say that the flavors can come across just slightly muddled, but it's not unpleasant. It's a very smooth drinking, wonderful beer. I would also score this in the probably 43.
Yeah.
It's
good.
a solid.
That's a good
solid
score.
American brown, and it's got some interesting elements to keep it interesting. Keep it neat in there. I might push up. You can afford to push up the hop character in there a little bit, and you can afford to push up some of the middle malts that I was talking about. The caramel, and it might. This one kind of really. Another thing is the kind of aftertaste and the way the finish is. Like when you swallow it, it finishes kind of semi-dry, and it just kind of goes away. And for an American brown ale, I like there to be a little bit of sweetness and the hops there to balance it. My personal preference is towards the hoppier side of American brown. I have to try to let that not color my impressions because it can be a very sweet, and it generally is a pretty sweet, rich, malty beer.
Yeah, the better ones are malt forward, actually.
Yep,
yeah.
Absolutely.
Jipper?
38.
38?
Yep.
Went right for it.
38. It's good. I like it as a beer. But I think it's a little too aggressively bitter for me. And then it is very muddled in the center. Doesn't know what it wants to be yet.
Okay.
And I think part of that might be the smoke malt. Like Brian said, you could bump up the middle malts a little bit, the specialty malts a little bit, and kind of define the beer. And I think right now it straddles a few general descriptors in that category. And I wish it would just pick a direction and be that. Now, they didn't label it as one specific style, maybe because they're smart and they're just calling it an autumn brown. It's just, here's a brown ale.
Yeah.
Right. This is what it is. And from that regard, it's great. But we as judges and homebrewers need to quantify stuff and qualify it and categorize it and shelve it away. So if we have to do that, I would put it American brown, and then I would give it a 38.
Okay.
You know what? I might have been a little too high.
Oh, yeah? Based on his description, you'd go...
I agree with you, JP, and I think that,
Hell yeah.
This is, for me, maybe more of a 40, 41. It pushes that envelope into an excellent American brown, but, yeah, it could use some clarity, and But obviously they know what they're doing there. But
Look at the big brain
hard
on Jip.
This is JP's life goal realized.
It's
Just
hard to
take people's happy feelings and just crush them a little bit.
Just to reduce that score just a hair.
Yeah.
This is part of the fun of judging is that at the end you discuss the beer with your group of judges, and somebody could pick something up that you might have missed.
Right.
It happens all the time.
There are certain people that can only taste that cannot taste diacetyl, for example, and if somebody's getting just a big butter bomb flavor and the other guy's not getting it, or girl, you have to be aware of your own limitations. If you can't taste diacetyl, you should know it. And a certain percentage of the population, just due to genetics, cannot. So
right,
they don't have those flavor receptors, and
they're called retards.
All right,
mutants.
So you discuss and you adjust your score after you're done judging, and sometimes you'll just leave it where it is. But if there's a wide variance, if I judged it a 43 and JP gave it a 14, then we'd have some real discussing to do.
Yeah.
So you want to be within
Right.
about usually 7 points. The competition organizer will dictate that.
So we would be totally fine.
5 to 7 is ideal.
Yeah.
We would have been fine.
Yeah.
All right, so we're running out of time to do this, so we're going to do Terrence's beer now. We're going to do it very quickly, and I think what we're going to do is just have Brian and JP just kind of go down the sheet there quickly. We can, the rest of us can talk about it as we're tasting it while they're doing their judging, if that's okay with you guys, because we got to get to our next guest. We're going to be talking to the founder of University Games today, and we're going to be playing a little pub trivia here.
Indeed.
And I think maybe we'll get Andy Wood in on this little pub trivia game.
I'm stoked on it. If we play for prizes, I'm going to kick everyone's ass because I'm real smart.
Right.
I know a lot of dumb shit.
Yeah. Well, good. Okay, so I've got your beer in front of me here, Terrence, and JP and Brian do too. So why don't you guys just kind of do your thing on it?
Well, we need to be provided some information, and the entrant would tell us is this a Category 23 beer that you're entering it as? Is it a specialty? Because I think that's what it was. But you would list the base style and any special ingredients that you've...
Or a herb spiced beer.
Well, JP, why don't you help him out with that?
So the base recipe would be a pale ale.
Yes, exactly.
Okay. American Pale Ale.
Yeah,
Okay.
with what else? Coffee.
Yeah, coffee, cocoa nibs, and also mint. Sorry,
Mint.
Coffee,
Mint.
cocoa nibs, and mint. Okay, cool.
So that is the category, would you say 23, the specialty?
It would be a Category 23, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it could also be a spice or vegetable, I
That's
guess.
what I'm thinking too. So you could dual enter
You
this.
could enter it as a 20,
Yeah.
21.8.
Yeah, aroma.
Yeah, I know. I know.
Some coffee and some mint.
I know.
Lots of coffee, lots of mint.
I like it.
It's like a biting aroma.
You know what? I want this for breakfast. That's
smells-
why I like it.
And already it smells like
Like chopped liver in here?
Yeah, you are. It smells like a Vietnamese roll, like with that super minty.
Yeah, I get
peanut
that.
sauce.
What were what was Beaver saying? She said breakfast before.
She wants some in there.
I just wasn't. Oh, she wants beer.
She needs the beer.
She needs it. Terrence,
I actually don't think she wants any of that in there.
Terrence, fill her up.
There you go.
Again,
This is a specialty drink at your coffee shop here. This is a mint mocha.
Yeah. Oh.
Everything's in balance. It really does.
Baby name?
The mint is clean and fresh, and it pushes up a pleasant aroma. When I first got the beer and I smelled it without knowing the base style or anything about the ingredients, it's like, wow.
Is this beer called Harry Wang Dong too, like your baby?
It is actually, yes.
Yeah.
Very legendary dong. Yeah.
Right.
No, actually, this beer was actually brewed with me and one of my buddies, and he is, I think this is like his third beer he's brewed. And so I said, let's brew a beer, and he went crazy with what he wanted to do. So
It's not the Filipino kid in your band that smiles
no, it's not
ridiculously
him.
all the time.
It's not
is
him.
it?
It's my boy Brent.
Because I don't like that guy. He just he sings in the band, and I wish you could see this, but you can
He's a
almost
happy
hear
man.
it because he just sings with a smile on his face the whole time. It doesn't matter
like
what the
Ace
song
Ventura.
is. Yeah,
Yeah.
it doesn't matter what the song is. It's a very sad song, but he's so happy to sing it.
he wants to be a Beatle.
Yeah. Hallelujah. It's everything he sings. It's just his teeth. All of his teeth are showing. It's not that guy.
Don't be jealous.
Then he gets off stage. He's a miserable fuck.
There is such a guy. I like that.
There actually is. Yeah.
I love him.
Maybe he's a burn victim and he can't help it. You're an asshole.
He might have
When
some
I see
Botox.
video of myself singing, I usually like making weird faces and like concentrating on playing the guitar. And,
I prefer the weird faces than the I'm just so happy to be up here singing to you. It's just
All right.
another
Okay. All right.
manic
Obviously,
Monday. Wow. He's just so happy. All right, Brian, go ahead.
So the mint comes out at the winter. I mean, the mint is fresh, comes out right on top. The dry nibs are just underneath that, and it's a pleasant cocoa-y presentation. In the aroma, I haven't gotten to the flavor yet. It's the mint and the chocolate are there. I'm not getting as much of the coffee. Are you guys getting a lot of coffee character?
I'm getting a lot of coffee character.
Yeah,
I get it in the
I haven't
aroma.
tasted it yet, but yeah,
but not in the
Aroma,
flavor.
Yeah, the flavor is something else dominating the beer.
But that coffee, along with the mint and the sweet from the malt, makes it taste like a Vietnamese roll with peanut sauce. To me, and I'm going to say that again, with some sprouts in there.
And mint is a phenolic kind of a flavor, and that can be something that can be a little biting sometimes, but it's coming across very smooth, and it's I need to get the flavor too. But
by biting, also it could also come off as a flaw, right? Like if you didn't know it was mint, it sometimes with a phenol like that you could.
Yeah, if they put it in there and they didn't, specifically say mint. Well, if you're an experienced taster, you should get the mint, the mint character on this one. But some people, a less experienced judge might mistake it for a phenolic, like a plasticky phenolic, or a medicinal phenolic can have kind of a mint-like aroma to it.
No Band-Aid.
I think if it wasn't so prominent, if it was backed off like 20% or 30%, then you wouldn't know quite what it was, and then I think you can start getting into the territory of off flavors. But I think because it's so prominent, you have no choice but to get that mint, right?
Yeah, and it should be not be a flaw because it's in there, and I don't get any other phenolics that aren't supposed to be there.
Yeah.
It's a minty.
So what are we looking for, Brian, in when you're judging a specialty beer? You look for the base beer up front, or how does that work in layers?
I really key in on the balance of the beer, and I mean the you should be able to get the style of the beer. It should come across as an American Pale Ale, and it should also have kind of an equal portion, just the right amount of elements. And one thing that is tricky is it's easy to overspice a beer if you use just too much of a mint or too much of a ginger or something in a beer, and just it can just push right out to the over the top, or if it's not fresh spices, and it could be kind of muddled tasting or even oxidized spice taste. But this is fresh. This is really cool. But the thing I'd say in the aroma so far is I'm not really getting. It's kind of covering up the hops a little bit with all the different flavors that are going on. So as American Pale Ale, declared as the base style, I want to see some citrusy American hops in there and get that. And
there's almost no.
It's hard to get it. I don't get it really. Yeah,
there's no bitterness either. I mean, there's some, but I think it's from the coffee and the mint maybe more.
There's some sourness to the coffee.
Yeah.
So to me, this beer, the spice character is coming through nicely. The chocolate is pleasant. But it's muddling up the base style a little bit, in that it's not really not really coming through to me as a pale ale, an American Pale Ale.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it's almost it's dark enough that you could almost call it a light amber or something, but I don't know. It's there's also a little bit of haze in here in the glass, and
a little bit.
American Pale Ale.
I call that
pretty
cloudy
clear.
as fuck on the tasty
That
side.
is.
What are these chunks floating in? I'm just kidding. There's no chunks.
Yeah.
There's no
Their
chunks.
magnification.
All right, I'm going to let you guys kind of finish up your score here and just talk to Terrence real quickly. So you brewed this on the Brewing Network's More Beer 1550?
Yeah, the 1550, yeah.
And
great system.
Was it your first all-grain batch you did on that?
It was actually my second one.
Your second?
Yeah, the first one was actually a clone of Janet's Brown.
Oh, nice.
Got kicked in a night when I have some friends over.
Okay.
Yeah.
And all in one night. Did you do a full 10-gallon batch?
I did a 5-gallon on that.
Okay.
Yeah, got kicked in one night.
What's with the 5 gallons? You got a big system there.
No, I know, but I wasn't sure. I didn't want to do too much and have it be horrible, because I'm a brand new home brewer. So
yeah. Okay. All right.
Well, it's interesting that you had friends over. I don't remember drinking that. Do you remember drinking that?
No, I don't remember getting that invite.
Scott, do you remember drinking that?
Wow. I don't.
beer that
I'm
you had
rejecting
for
the
friends.
recipe unless I get some.
Yeah, I don't think Tasty got invited. That's a weird thing. Okay.
Bevo,
Well,
did you
Can't
get
make it till I
invited
get
to that?
some.
Probably.
Oh,
bitch. Okay. How do you like the 15?
Dude, it's amazing.
Yeah.
Going from Igloo to 1550 is
treating you well.
It's amazing. It really is.
I liked my Igloo quite a bit.
Yeah?
Actually. Yeah. I did. Fuck you.
Making fun of you.
I did, but yeah, the 1550. It's definitely kind of a Cadillac compared to the Igloo. The Igloo's more of like a Kia, for example.
Yes.
And then the 1550 is like a Cadillac.
It's amazing, and it's actually like people walk by the house and they stop, and they either say, "Are you?" Well, black people are like, "You cooking turkey in that?" And then all the white people are like, all the white people are like, "What kind of beer are you brewing?" And like, I have people just stop and just watch me brew. It's pretty awesome.
Right.
Yeah, those are cops.
Right. Yeah, they're still looking to pick up their hops from a couple years ago.
Yeah, when you add the Sudafed, that's what they want to know.
Oh, no serial number on this thing. How did you file it off so clean?
And now you have my/Jamil's Conical too, right?
Yeah, I haven't gotten it up and running yet.
Oh,
yeah.
Well, what do you mean? It's all there.
Get it on.
I need money to actually get all the parts that are still left.
That's bullshit.
What parts? There's nothing missing.
Yeah, there's a couple
things missing. Yeah.
What's missing?
I think the gasket was missing, and then a couple clamps were missing.
Oh, you don't have to buy the stuff. That just means I told you that whatever's not there, Chad has. Because it came from Chad's place.
I went to Chad's house, too, and he didn't have it.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? I still have Chris Graham's Conical. We'll just poach it off of his, and then I'll give his back to him. I don't know. That's how you gave it to me,
It didn't
Graham.
come with a gasket.
Yeah.
Saying.
I got everybody's Conicals hanging around.
Sounds good.
So you're fermenting in carboys then?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And are you temp controlling this beer?
I really can't. I have a freezer. I haven't gotten the new controller for it, so it's actually my the back of my closet.
Yeah. Yeah, we all start that way. It's all right, you know.
Yeah.
I don't know. These guys could speak to it better than me, but I don't necessarily taste fermentation flaws in this. So it might have been semi-consistent, at least. All right, guys, give us a score on his beer, would you?
I'm going to let Brian go first.
No,
go ahead.
I'll give it a 29. I think it's which is if you look at the scoring guide on the bottom left of the BGSP score sheet.
Brian's afraid of you, Terrence.
You can say
Seems much too high.
This is the high end of the good scale.
It's a 50,
which is misses the mark on style and or minor flaws. But I don't get any flaws in it, and I really like the mint mocha character. I just think that it buries the base style, and it's probably a well brewed American pale ale. But I would suggest maybe the next time trying it with an English brown ale or something completely different that has a malty component that would better accent the spices and the chocolate and the coffee without overpowering that. You got to do a balancing act. But it's an interesting idea, and I don't know that I personally would have chose to brew an American pale ale with these particular spices in it. But it's well crafted and it's well done, and I think it's tasty beer. I in a way I'm not sure what to make of it in a little way because it's I'm not getting that American pale ale, but the cloudiness you could use some finings and clear it up a little bit, and there might be the yeast flavor that's in there might be muddling things a little bit, and if it dropped out and you pushed up the hops, you could make it work as an American pale ale. Push up the hop bitterness just a little bit, push up the late hopping, and you might have to do extra what you would do. I mean, you have to adjust to your recipe. If you want to do an American pale ale, you might, with everything else that's going on here, you might need to push that up just a little bit more. Okay. It's a good beer. It's drinkable and
so
cool idea.
A fearful 29 from Brian. JP, what are you thinking?
Brian, don't worry, your wallet's safe. I give it a 25.
Okay.
I give it a 25. I agree with a lot of what Brian had to say. It doesn't taste like a pale ale so much. I do get some kind of tartness, or not necessarily sourness, but like a tart, and I don't know if it's from the mint or whatever. I would like to see maybe more nibs, and you could probably even if you're going for a mint mocha kind of style, I'd like to see more chocolate somehow. Like Brian said, I think you can come up on the base malt a little bit, make a little more malty, get some sweet balance to that, a little more hops to be a little more aggressive. Get a really nice pale ale recipe as a base and experiment with that. The mint throws me off. I've never had something like that. It's not horrible. It's very interesting, and I would need to. I think that the dry minting, or however you did it, was fine. It was an appropriate amount. I wouldn't go any more than that, and any less would be kind of weird. So I think you're dialed in right there. Maybe more chocolate, bump up the base recipe a little bit, and I think you have a real good beer.
Bump up that base, T-Bone.
The base, homie? What?
Put a little
Yeah, the mint is on the top, definitely.
Yeah.
That's the one thing that you could, if you were going to back anything off. And as far as any minor flaws go, I mean, just the clarity would be the one thing. But that's in appearance, which is 3 points, and that's not going to knock it down far. And I'm not getting flavor components from that are just awful. I don't really get any sourness myself, but.
All right, well, everybody gets a certificate, Terrence, and you to come home with a certificate.
Get a nice little trophy.
No, thank you for sharing the beer with us. I wanted a homebrew component here, and I wanted to hear how our 1550 is doing there, too. Where do you live? Are you in Compton still? Is it 1550 safe?
City of. We're actually in Pinole now.
Montenegro?
Yes, yes.
Moved on up.
The Compton of Northern California.
Right. All right. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to do a little pub trivia with the founder of University Games. So we're going to have a good time. We're going to have Andy Wood play. And I think the rest of us are going to play too. And we'll be right back. It's The Session. Hang in there.
You're listening to the Brewcasters on the Brewing Network.
Where can you still find $7.95 nationwide shipping, a friendly, knowledgeable staff, and all of the stuff to brew for less? Homebrew Stuff.
Isn't the Homebrew Stuff a sexual maneuver?
Homebrew Stuff is the largest homebrew supplier in the Northwest and can be found in Garden City, Idaho, and online at homebrewstuff.com. Equipment and ingredients for brewing beer and wine, soda and liquors, books, instructional DVDs, beginner kits, and a great selection of grain and hops. Homebrew Stuff also has dozens of free videos online to help make brewing easier. Visit homebrewstuff.com now for the best prices with their match or beat guarantee. BN Army members can take 10% off their first order with the coupon code BNARMY. Kegs, regulators, faucets, towers, carboys, conicals, barrels, you name it. Get your homebrew stuff for less at homebrewstuff.com. Homebrew Stuff, not a sexual maneuver. Just the best prices and great service on all the stuff you need. Homebrewstuff.com.
That's it. I've had it. I am never putting hops in my beer again.
What? Why?
It's just too ridiculous. Insane prices, stupid contracts, high shipping costs, crappy selection.
Dude, you need Nico Brew.
Nico Brew will rock your f***ing face right the f*** off your f***ing skull. $5 shipping to all 50 states, plus fantastic international rates get you low prices on Nico Brew's great selection of hops and more. Whether you're a home brewer, a pro brewer, or a homebrew shop owner, Nico Brew can get you the hops you need in increments big and small, single orders, spot buys, or full contracts. And there's only one place to join the uber special secret elite bare bones club where you'll get the best deals anywhere.
Holy shit!
NicoBrew.com. NIKOBREW. Nico Brew, your bare bones buddy in the brewing business.
Tonight is the night.
We bring the creature to life, Dr. Blitzmingstein?
Yes, J.P. Gore. Everything is perfect for my next fermented creation.
My father, the storm is too far away. We'll never have enough power to isomerize the creature's alpha acid.
Yes, J.P. Gore, we will. For I have in my possession the Tower of Power.
Blickman's new Tower of Power is the evolution of automation. Control hot liquor, sparge, and mash temps like a pro. The Tower of Power is a high-quality gas-fired rim system that works with your current brewing setup. With ultra precision, the tower can hold your mash to 1/2 of a degree Fahrenheit. Precision and repeatability. The Tower of Power is the answer to automatic, fast ramp times. See more at BlickmanEngineering.com. Bring your next creation to life with the Tower of Power.
Dr. Blickmanstein, with the Tower of Power, you can probably give me an afternoon at the pub to enjoy a pint.
Don't be silly, J.P. Gore. We have beer to brew.
What What does craft beer mean to you? Is it a delicious way to support your town's local brewer? Or perhaps it's the perfect beverage to pair with those delicious meals at your favorite restaurant and at home. Regardless of whether you're thinking of pints or pairings, pilsners or porters, craftbeer.com is the site where craft beer lovers come together to learn and share. Craftbeer.com is brought to you by the Brewers Association and celebrates the best of American craft beer and its brewers. Craftbeer.com is the best place to find craft beer events, recipes, great feature stories, the most up-to-date brewery listings, and resources for your next beer tasting or dinner, like style guidelines, pairing mats, and charts. Get the inside scoop on new beer releases and special events from today's craft beer insiders, and chime in to share your own knowledge, perfect pairings, road trips, recipes, and more. Craftbeer.com, celebrating the best of American beer.
BN Army, HopTech has a great discount waiting for you. Do you often find it difficult to find specific specialty ingredients for your homebrew recipes? Well, listen to this. HopTech stocks 59 different grains to choose from, 39 varieties of pellet hops, and 8 kinds of whole leaf hops. And HopTech not only carries Y yeast and White Labs yeast for you, but also Fermentus, 04, 5, 6, 23, 33, and T58 Belgian yeast, plus Cooper's, Nottingham, and Windsor yeasts. Got your recipe ready to go? Pick up some great brew gear like new long and short sleeved shirts, games, and more. HopTech's new website is being updated every day with new items. If you don't see it, call the shop. They're open 6 days a week. BN Army and AHA members get a 10% discount, and active military personnel get 15% off. Visit HopTech.com today for great selection, great service, and a great discount. HopTech.com.
Lastly down, I hide my pain.
mix me your 100-grain amber recipe, and I'm going to eat it. And then it can ferment in my gut. It totally works. The beer is almost identical to the grain sandwich.
Your colon won't know what hit it.
The home of live beer radio. TheBrewingNetwork.com.
Because like beer,
radio shouldn't suck. You're listening to The Session.
888-401-BEER.
This is The Session.
All right, thanks for sticking with us, and welcome back to the program. I want to thank Brian Cooper for spending some time with us. And the music you just heard at the break there was from Brian's band, Wish Inflicted, and their new album's out, When Something Burns This Bright. I just played you track A Cold Rain. And we might have time to play, we've played his song before. He's got a beer song, him and his, it's you and your brother, right?
Brother
Brian?
Jimmy and I, yeah.
Yeah, and we played it a couple years ago. I'll try to sneak that in a little bit later,
we
too.
debuted it at NHC 2010, and it was in Minneapolis. That was a lot of fun.
Beautiful. And where can people buy the album? Just if anyone wants to grab it?
Wish Inflicted is on iTunes, and or you can go on our website, wishinflicted.com, and
there you go.
Get a couple free tracks for signing up for our mailing list if you're local here.
Perfect. Support a homebrewer band.
Yeah, my band, we were going to release an album called When It Burns This Bright, Seek Penicillin.
Yeah.
But they put out a complete album first, and so we licensed the name to them.
Oh, that's nice of you.
Yeah.
I mean, you guys
Thanks.
probably weren't going to get it out anytime soon anyway.
Well, it takes a while, but we're working on it. We got the second song mixed down.
Right. All right. So we've got Bob Moog in the studio with us today. Am I getting that right, Bob?
You got it right.
All right. And Bob Moog is with University Games. Now, University Games is what? It's a board game company. Is that accurate?
We started out. We started. I'm a little older than you guys. We started April Fool's Day, 1982.
Okay.
And we started doing board games, and then we've expanded, and now we do. You know those glow-in-the-dark stars that people stick on their
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're the world leaders in that.
Oh, really?
Wow.
Yeah, we own the Color Forms company. We have a puzzle company. We have a little bit of a book publishing business, but board games is our main thing. That's what we really like to do.
Color Forms like Shrinky Dinks?
Yeah.
Yeah. I
You
love
stick on
those
anything.
things.
Can I get a custom color forms made? I was trying to get some.
You
taste.
can have a custom one made.
Can you?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Let me guess at what it's going to be.
That stupid little character.
You.
in mine.
It's a good image of himself. I love it.
You might be.
I want to put it on a beer glass. It'd go pretty well on a beer glass. right?
Color Forms will stick on any beer glass.
Yeah. See.
Wow, very nice. Now, we're going to play a game tonight, one of University Games games called Pub Trivia, but you have other games as well. And in fact, it seems like a difficult marketplace for you to be competing with I mean, there's some major players in games, aren't they?
Yeah, well, there's two things that make board games really difficult. One is that we're competing against Hasbro and Mattel.
Okay.
And they're each multi-billion-dollar corporations. And Hasbro, over the years, has bought almost every single game that we all played growing up. So, they own Scrabble, they own Yahtzee, they own Candyland, Chutes and Ladders, Cranium, pretty much everything. Pictionary, Trivial Pursuit. And they've done something like 14 acquisitions in board games in the last 30 years. So that's one problem. And the other problem is a lot of people are now starting to spend all their time on iPhones, iPads, cellular devices, and so they're not playing board games anymore. So the combination of gigantic competitors and people not playing board games is a little bit of a market problem.
Right.
Yeah.
So now I'm going to put words into your mouth, so just bear with me for a second. You're a fan of hurricanes, for example, because when the power goes out, people pick out their board games again.
I love hurricanes. I love economic recession. I love that.
Right.
Snowstorms in winter are wonderful in the Midwest.
Yeah, you're not afraid to say it.
No, rainstorms, tropical rainstorms in Hawaii. I mean, we do a lot of marketing via the weather map.
Oh, really?
Yeah, we look and see where there's going to be bad weather, and we know that's where we want to do, special deals.
That's amazing.
So you hate Al Gore because he's warning everyone about global warming.
Right. Yeah.
Don't tell them. They can stop it.
We send Al Gore's family a lot of games, and we try to get them to understand the natural economic and ecological balance between global warming and us being successful.
Right. Yeah. Well, that'll be in the next documentary about Al Gore, I'm sure of it.
Hey, he's making millions on global warming, so can you.
Right, of course.
All right, so tell us about pub trivia. I know we're going to play tonight. What was the impetus for this game?
Well, this is really kind of an exciting story. It's exciting to me. We'll see if it's exciting to you.
Right,
wildly boring for everyone else.
We have an Australian subsidiary, and the guy who runs it is a guy named John Herbert. And I was down visiting them a couple of years ago, and he said, "I think we should go out and have a beer." And I said, "Okay, where do you want to go?" We went to a local pub outside Sydney, Australia, and they were having a pub trivia night. And for people who don't know, there are about 2,000 or 3,000 different bars and restaurants in America that on off nights, on Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, will have these pub trivias where you can play. So they were doing one in Australia, and afterwards he said, "I'm going to do a game on this." And I said, "Okay, can I help you invent it?" And so together we invented this home version of a pub trivia night.
Nice.
And the way what makes it great is that most trivia games, particularly Trivial Pursuit, are very intimidating, and you've got maybe 20% of the population who really think that they know everything, and they love playing it, and you have 80% of the population that doesn't even want to be around them when they're playing it because they're so obnoxious, or the other 80% feel intimidated or stupid if they don't know the answer.
Yeah.
In pub trivia, it's all done in teams, and drinking is encouraged. So the combination of the drinking and the teams makes it accessible to almost anybody.
Sure. Okay.
And the idea here is that you play in teams, and if you don't know the answer to a question, there's 10 questions per round. There's 5 rounds in a total game. If you don't know one question in one category, you'll know the next one. And then we did another thing that's unusual in these kind of games is we thought about different types of learning styles. And you guys probably know about this. There's visual learners, and there's
7 of them.
Kinesthetic learners, and there's auditory learners. And we designed this.
And then there's Scott.
Who just knows it all.
Yeah.
Whole language learners.
Right.
So what we did is we designed this so that the different questions actually are addressing different learning styles. So there's some question, like one question on every card, the answer is a decade.
Okay.
So if you have a learning style where you don't have a good memory, you can guess a decade and you might get it right.
Right.
1 out of 10.
Like multiple choice kind of deal. Like
right.
it. Yeah.
There's another one. Question number 10 on every one of these is a drawing. So people who are good at drawing can play, even if they don't know any of the trivia. So we've really tried to do it so that even if you think you don't know any trivia at all, if you play this game in the 50 questions, 10 per round, 5 rounds, there's going to be something that you know.
That's a good idea.
Yeah.
Now,
So-
does beer come with the game? Is it in the package, or do we have to
add water?
We do have beer in the game. You just have to add beer.
I see. Right.
It's not just add water.
I'm sure we can all bring our own
Should come
beer.
with some tasting glasses just for fun.
That actually is a really good idea.
Okay.
I'll give
it
you
to
mind
you
if
free.
I do that?
Go
And
right
I'll
ahead.
give you the custom color.
Let's call
forms.
them tasty
there you
tasting
go.
glasses.
No, if you
I'll send my logo. We'll get it done.
that sounds good. We'll put the glasses in, and I'll give for the idea. You get the free color forms.
Oh, there you go.
Oh,
And sales everywhere plummet.
That's perfect. Right.
Right. And we will monitor the sales.
Yeah, this agreement is very fluid. So, what do we have to do now? It looks to me, I'm not going to play it, and Bob is going to be the host. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Do we have 8 people in here?
Yeah, we should do 3 teams.
3 teams. Okay.
3 teams. Okay.
Someone could be on my team. I'm lonely.
Okay,
so 2 people got to join JP over there.
All right.
So JP is right
Yeah.
here.
And,
He's one team. And do you guys both have? Do you
Somebody
guys
needs to
all
join
have?
us.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So the
we
first thing, guys, you have to do is
we're a team here.
come up with
Join
a
us.
team name.
Oh, you go- okay.
Come up with a team name.
Yeah, done and done.
And we're going to do round 1. And what I've done so that people listening can get a feel for the
Those two,
entire
we need
game,
3.
one of our categories is called Anything Goes.
Okay.
So we're going to do the Anything Goes category, which will combine sports and entertainment and literature and science nature.
Okay, good.
All right.
That'll be good for us.
All right. Oh, the first question, it turns out, is a question about liquid.
Oh, perfect.
Okay.
Well, now, so what are our teams here? We have Bevo and Moskowitz, and then Terrence, who's not paying any attention at all, and Tasty and Andy Wood. And then we've got Brian and Kim Wood and JP.
Okay.
Should we get our team names?
Let's get the team names and find out who's competing tonight. So we'll start with you guys. What's your team name?
We are Team Winner.
Team Winner.
That is correct.
Oh, that's very good.
Yeah.
That's a good name. And how about you guys? Do you have a team name?
Yeah, we are the cheesemakers. What make cheese from boner cheese?
Oh, good. It's good to have short names, so I love that one.
right. Yeah, perfect.
Can we just call you Cheese Whiz? No. You want the whole name.
Yeah.
Well, no, Cheese Whiz will be fine.
How about Boner Cheesemakers?
Boner Cheesemakers.
Yeah,
Okay.
Boner
That's a
Cheesemakers.
good one.
Although I already protest.
Okay.
Andy Wood?
Okay.
Your team name?
Hi, guys. We are Cock Juice.
Bob,
Is that Juice or Jews?
Jews.
I think it's Jewz.
Okay.
So this is an all ages game then, right?
Cock Jews. Yes, this is an all ages.
Right. I hope that Moscow warned you about our audience.
He
Bob.
didn't warn me,
did
but
no
are
such thing.
you circumcised cock Jews? Or
Yeah,
are you
absolutely.
Right.
Okay,
That's
so
the only
you're
way to go.
circumcised.
That's redundant, Bob.
Oh, excuse me.
This is also going to be awkward when they broadcast it in the day ward tomorrow, but
Right.
all of our listeners are committed mental patients.
Okay.
Oh, by the way, I just want to point out quickly, as I can see through the glass door, that there's a baby at the top of the stairs.
Is it Abby? Is Abby here?
Yeah, but I don't see an adult. There's no adult supervision. There's just a baby at the top of a flight of stairs. There's actually an adult. Bevo, what is going on with your family?
Sam is with her.
That's Abby.
It's a version of an adult.
Let's open that door. It's real stuffy in
Abby
here.
made
It is
friends.
stuff.
Okay.
She rolled to the top of the stairs.
Okay, so we time is wasting. We must get moving.
Yeah, what do we have first?
We have the winner team. We have the Bone Cheese Makers.
Yes.
And we have the Cock Jews.
Yes.
And
Cock Jews.
Cock Jews. Excuse me there. Cock Jews.
No, you said it
And
right.
question number one. All
Okay.
you do is you guys consult with your team. Don't let the other teams hear. And write down your answer, okay?
Do you all have paper? And
Everybody ready?
We're good.
Okay.
And people at home can also play. Get a piece of paper, number it 1 through 10. And is Abby going to join winner?
Yeah, I think
Okay,
so.
Abby's playing.
Yeah.
What liquid is known as Adam's Ale? Adam's Ale.
Okay, so they'll write that
So
down.
now they're going to work on that, and you and I are going to talk.
Yeah, I want to know a little bit more about this. How long has Pub Trivia been out now?
We introduced Pub Trivia in Australia in January, and we introduced it here in the U.S. in August.
Okay.
So pretty recently.
And you say that you do marketing. Of course, I was joking about natural disasters and things like that. But because board games are somewhat under the radar, you must have to get kind of creative to figure out how to put these out there.
Yeah, we're competing against big companies that do TV advertising. And so what we do is we try to come up with themes that we can promote in some way. And one of the things great about Pub Trivia is we can promote it through microbreweries and through shows like this. And we're now in the process of trying to create a national network of smaller breweries. You know, people like Lagunitas, or Boulder Brewing, and Brooklyn Beer, those kind of people.
Nice.
And see if we can put something together and we can do some in-bar promotions with them.
Okay.
Yeah, so we do that kind of stuff. And I do a lot of radio interviews.
Oh, great.
To let people know about it.
Well, because it's still part of our national fabric. So I can imagine that people want to hear about the history of a game company.
Yeah, you know, it's funny. You'll see signs and you don't see things that say like toys and action figures, but toys and games go together.
Right.
In America's are big game players. We're the third per capita consumption of board games still.
Okay.
After Germany and Japan.
Oh, right.
Yeah, which is kind of interesting.
Yeah, I've known some Germans, and they're fond
really
of their
into
games.
it. And they're very competitive. Are you guys ready for question number 2?
Yes, we are, Bob.
Okay, here we go. Which fairy tale character slept for 20 years? Which fairy tale character slept for 20 years?
Come on, you jerks know this one. You can get that one.
Fairy tale is a little misleading, but which character? Fictional character.
All right. Now, what was the first game that you guys came out with?
Well, in 1985, the first thing I did was called Murder Mystery Party, and that's where you invite people to your house and you try to solve a murder in an evening with friends, and it was based on, just as this is based on what's going on in bars, that was based on murder mystery weekends and murder mystery trains that went on in the 80s.
Justin loves murder mystery, by the way.
Oh, man. I went to, these, I got suckered into this New Year's Eve murder mystery party twice. Oh, it was the worst thing ever. But only because the people went on and on and on, and they wouldn't answer any questions.
Yeah.
How do you get any clues?
Yeah,
It's got to be structured.
Yeah, it's got to be structured. But I think if you do one of ours, you would like it because there's a menu that comes with it, tells you what kind of beverage to serve and the meal to cook. And we did that. We started the company with that. We started the company with $20,000. In the first year, we had about $300,000 in revenue.
Wow!
Selling murder mystery parties, and then that kind of got us going from there.
Dude,
we screwed up.
We could totally write beer-themed murder mysteries and do like beer pairings and shit like that.
Yeah,
telling you,
we should pair up with Bob.
Let's do it.
Oh,
All right, you guys ready?
Yeah, we're ready.
Yes.
Right. You guys ready for the next question? Yes. Okay. What color flag? This I think some of you will know. What color flag is the signal for surrender? Surrender. What color flag?
We don't even have to interview him between that. JP surrenders on a daily basis. He's ready for this.
I should
All right,
teach
next question.
my girlfriend's butt this
Number
question.
4, JP. What is the name for a soup or stew thickened with okra pods and often served with rice? Okay.
All right. Now,
the cockchews are going very quickly to their answers.
I'm done. We're ready to go. Cheesemakers, what makes cheese or butter cheese, are ready to go.
Let's go on then.
I got cockchews to the left. I got the cheese, boner cheese to the right. This is wonderful.
Surrounded by
welcome to the Brewing Network, Bob.
Okay, question number 5. In insurance, this is I'm not going to give you that one. That's a bad question.
Bring it. Come on, let's go.
No, I'm going to give you a better one. Who plays Weatherman Phil Connors in Groundhog Day?
Oh, Sammy. That's
I'm
my
both.
jam.
I'm a celebrity in an emergency.
Sounds like we can move on from that one, too.
Okay, number 6.
Yes, you're right. Phil?
Okay, this one has 4 answers, and you can get 1 point for each answer.
Wait, how many answers does it have?
This one has 4 answers, and you get 1 point for each answer.
Shit, it's all labeled.
Very clever. I like this.
Pretty nice.
What are the 4 most common nicknames for the name Robert? 4 most common nicknames.
Now, JP was just saying that you actually, they're not just writing on blank pieces of paper. You have this kind of outline for them.
Yes, we've got a score pad.
Oh, I see.
The technical name in game world is score pad.
I see. Makes it kind of easy.
Yeah, before I was doing games, I was actually in the beer industry, ironically.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, I worked for Henry Weinhardt, Blitz Weinhardt Brewery up in Portland, Oregon.
Oh, yeah.
Henry Weinhardt.
Yeah, Henry Weinhardt. I was the brand manager for Henry Weinhardt.
We've interviewed, I guess they were the children of the Henry Weinhardts who have now moved on to another.
Mine at Wessinger?
Yeah.
Mine's a friend of mine. Yeah, I knew him when he was in college.
By the way.
Yeah.
Okay. Question number 7. Which famous American comedian said on the occasion of his 100th birthday,
I know it already.
No, you don't.
Sorry.
Nice try, Smarty Pants.
I'm so old that they've canceled my blood type. I'm so old they've canceled my blood type.
Everybody, I think, thinks they know that one, except for Bevo, but that's because Bevo doesn't pay attention to anything, ever.
She's on Team
Cock
Winner.
Joes have got it.
Do they? Cock Juice have them?
We do.
Okay.
They always have.
Number 8. In which decade did the movie Casablanca premiere? So I need the decade. Then if you know the exact year, you get bonus points.
Oh, nice. Very nice. Now, does University Games, you kind of mentioned acquisitions from the other companies.
Uh-huh.
Are you guys more involved with creating games than acquisitions?
Yes, we create mostly. I started out being a game inventor, so I really like creating the games. And we wrote all these questions at our company, and we've proofed them all. Occasionally, we'll get a game from an outside inventor or submission, but our staff really likes doing it themselves.
Okay,
so we create a lot of things.
So were you just even as you were working in the beer industry and other jobs, you've always been into games since you're a kid, or
Yeah, I played a lot of games. I loved Clue and Stratego when I was a kid.
Okay.
Are you guys ready for the next one?
No. Yep. Wait.
Cock Jews, ready.
Of course. Decade,
right,
decade,
we're
and
gonna
exact
go.
year for Casablanca.
Right,
okay.
we're going to do it.
Question number 9.
Number 9?
In jewelry, number 9 is always a number in pub trivia. So again, some of these are different types of questions for different types of learning styles. In jewelry, how many carats in pure gold? How many carats in pure gold?
Oh, they're going to have to think about that one.
Yeah.
Now, we have a sponsor, a longtime sponsor, and good friends of mine, White's. They run White Labs Yeast Company, which supplies yeast for a lot of breweries. They're board game fanatics. And in their house, they just go around collecting. People don't know. I hope they're not mad at me saying this about them. They're board game fanatics, and they have old style board games everywhere. And they eventually invented their own board game called the Brewmaster, which you could buy through whitelabs.com.
I would love to get in touch with them because I'm real interested in people who like board games and working with them in different things.
Their game is rad.
Do you like Brewmaster?
I do. Yeah, Push is one of our friends. He plays Brewmaster with his kids.
Nice.
Like 7 years old, 8 years old. They love it.
You can never start. You can never start too young.
Yeah, exactly.
Making beer.
All right, you guys ready for number 10?
Hell yeah.
Oh, one other thing about this game I should point out, Scott. You're going to want to know this. In this game, when you play pub trivia, whoever turns in their scorecard to the host first gets a bonus point.
Hell yeah.
Okay.
So here is your here is your final question.
So this is a fast drawing competition.
This is question. Yeah. So there's drawing involved. So get the best drawer or illustrator for your team ready to go. Draw a penny farthing bicycle.
Oh.
A penny farthing bicycle. So if you have anybody from England on any of the teams, that would probably help because that's where they come from.
Take that.
Wait, I know what it is.
You bunch of tubby know-it-alls.
1 point.
Wow, Moskowitz threw it in quick.
What happened to
Art? Andy Wood came in second, and then JP third.
How did you draw it so fast?
We know
it was like 3 seconds.
Oh, what's up?
All right. So now I assume the host of the game has to go through and tally the scores.
Now I do some score tallying right now.
Okay.
And we'll see how they do.
I'll give you odds on boner cheese makers that cheese that makes the boners happen would win.
You think you got it dialed in? Kim Wood?
I got the two best players in the universe up here.
You don't have cock Jews, which is what we have.
I gotta say, I could see all of us idiots playing this game at home. I think we'd have a good time with pub trivia.
I think so too. I think we should make it.
So when did we drink? I didn't get the drinking thing.
You didn't get the drink yet?
No, what's that about?
Well, we'd have to maybe add some drinking rules to our version.
Oh, I
wouldn't
see.
we?
Yeah, Brian's
maybe.
You know,
Tasty, if you haven't been drinking, you've been doing it wrong, dude.
How about every time JP says something stupid, we would drink?
I actually say a lot of smart things.
Well, we wouldn't pay attention to those.
I got to say, I do know that JP it is full of useless knowledge, and
I do know things.
Although Moskowitz is such a fierce competitor, I've kind of canceled out the tasty black guy, dumb guy team.
You fool! You don't even know the power of the black-white.
We got good answers.
Scott's good at convincing you that he knows the answer, but he doesn't always know the answer.
That's true.
Right.
I either know it or I don't, JP.
It's
either true or not true.
It's a fact. Either it happened or didn't.
I'm going to do something I don't do very often as a host. I'm going
Pay
to
everybody?
going to give the cheese makers what make cheese from
Boner
cheeses
disqualified
a bonus point for a wrong answer. I very rarely do this.
Oh, what?
The question, what liquid is known as Adam's apple? They came up with the answer semen. And they deserve a bonus point for that.
Wait a minute. I'm taking back my prediction.
It's called
entirely.
a boner point.
They got extra points. Oh, they lost a point, but they got.
You're allowed to do that if you're the host.
I was going to say the host has just point discretion, just whatever you want, whatever you want.
Yes,
Moscow's crying foul nice.
We make recommendations.
That was every one of our answers. We crossed out semen and then put the right answer.
Yeah, we knew the funny answer.
You pre-filled it before he even started.
We didn't know about the bonus thing.
Yeah, that's how we roll.
Welcome to my world, Bob.
We're funnier than them, aren't we?
Yeah.
Cock Jews. Are you kidding? Cock Jews.
Well, this final scoring is quite amazing. It's the opposite of what I would have expected.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I'm curious about that.
Who would you have thought had won?
Well, now that I hear the bonus answer that you gave them,
hell yeah,
we win.
I'm back to Tasty, Terrence, and Andy.
We got bonus points.
I know, but
we have a girl. But we have a black guy.
We don't have a girl.
Bing bang.
All right.
Okay, here we go.
Let's do it.
In third place, after one round, normally we would play 5 rounds, but in third place after one round, winner with 20 points.
Yeah! Third place!
Wow. Third place.
What the hell?
In second place in Pub Trivia, the board game, with 21 points.
So,
let me make sure I added them correctly.
Sorry, guys. Just keep adding in your head because it's going to be the same.
21 points, cock juice.
Oh!
And somehow,
it was that boner point.
Somehow, I can't explain it, but The Cheese Whiz Boner guys
With
won
how many
24 points.
24 points.
Now let me give you the answers.
We have 4 more rounds.
All the
You said it.
2 out of 3.
Let me give you the answers. The first question, it was not semen, it is water.
Okay.
Adam's ale is water.
that is...
The second one,
potato.
the person who slept for 20 years was Rip Van Winkle. And they got it right.
Wait. Someone put Terry Schiavo?
Yes.
Come on.
Is that what you put, Andy?
No.
Oh, that's what Moskowitz put.
She
What did you
slept
put,
for like 8
Andy?
months.
Rumpelstiltskin, which is the correct answer.
Yeah, it's the correct answer if you're thinking about
something else.
Clever
something
answers.
else. Yeah, something else.
Something else,
Something
yeah.
else. If you think
Some
about
other
spinning
fairy
gold,
tale.
if you think about spinning gold.
Right.
White was the color of the surrender flag. Everyone got that right.
Okay.
You guys, with a little bit of help from your teammates, got gumbo correctly.
Booyah, because we got black guys.
Unfortunately, the other two teams also got it correctly. Bill Murray, you all three got. Then people had trouble with the nicknames for Robert. Bob is correct.
Yes.
Rob is correct. Of
course.
Bobby is correct.
Oh.
But Bert, you missed.
Oh.
Bert is a lie.
Wait.
Bert.
Well, I asked you if you know, and you go, oh, no.
Bevo apparently said Bert. I wouldn't have gotten Bert either.
I wouldn't have got Bert.
Bevo
I
definitely
wrote
said
Bert,
Bert.
but you read it as Robbie.
Oh, is that what happened?
Yeah.
Kim
So-
knew it, and I asked her if she was sure, and she goes, no.
Oh.
So Bevo said it, but I thought Bert was its own name. I had no idea it was
So did
short or
I.
a nickname.
Rob Bert.
Well, good call. Yeah.
George Burns is the one who said.
I knew that one.
We had that.
Casablanca was the 1940s. Came out in 1942.
Who got that right?
That's your
Only
boss.
JP? Okay. Only JP.
It's Casablanca.
How many carats, guys? 24 carats in pure gold.
Yeah.
Only-
Did you get it wrong? The Jews team
We
got
had it right.
wrong.
No, we had that right.
The Jewish team got it right.
I got some guys in New York that'll do more than 24.
And then
It's not pure then.
And then the judge gets to decide how many points you get for the penny farthing, and you all did very well on that one.
Oh.
Everyone drew
That was very secretive.
Which is the bike with the big giant wheel.
Huge game, bro.
So they all got the correct.
If you're a
bike.
fan of the Prisoner TV show in the 70s, it's that big bike that they use for the thing.
Patrick McGowan.
It's a timely
Bob
reference.
is on it.
Bob knows about that.
I have a feeling we've just lost JP to University Games.
I'll make
Four
up some
more
games.
rounds.
I don't even give a shit.
4 more rounds. Let's keep it real, you guys.
Spot there, yeah.
Right.
So that's how you play pub trivia.
I love it.
Actually, that's how you
That was
dominate
fun,
club
wasn't it?
trivia.
Oh,
You guys like
A lot
it?
of fun.
Get
yeah.
out of here.
And
I
did
loved
anybody feel intimidated by that? Those were not that hard.
Absolutely
you discuss
not.
them and
I do think that you got it right with the team aspect because some people on the team know it, and teams of 4 I think would be a lot of fun. 2 or 3 teams of 4. So,
Kim would like to give our team's victory speech, please.
okay.
Not me.
Please,
Kim,
God.
go right ahead.
Please, God,
You
no.
can.
Go right ahead, Kim.
Go ahead, Kim. No.
Eat a dick, guys. Bye. Pub trivia, yay.
Yay, pub trivia. Thank you, Kim.
Now, where can people find pub trivia?
Pub trivia is available at Walmart all over the United States, every Walmart store. It's also available at Amazon.com. It's also available at arugame.com, AREYOUGAME.com.
Okay.
And then it's every day we're getting it in more stores, so you can check your local toy store or game store also. But Walmart has it right now. They were kind of our launch retailer.
Yeah.
Okay. And
I think you should go
And you
ask
guys
for
are
it,
going to,
too.
and you guys are going to, I think you guys are going to be able to refer people places on your website, aren't you?
We are, and in fact, we have an Amazon link that will help us both. Because if people shop through our Amazon link and go buy pub trivia, then you'll help out University Games and you'll help out your favorite beer radio network all at the same time.
Which is what again?
And now I did want to ask: holidays must be the other big market for you guys, and that's coming up, of course.
Yes, we sell about 60% of our sales are between now and Christmas. I mean,
Okay.
It's unbelievable how big holiday is. And this is the kind of game that you can play with the family, over New Year's Eve or during the holidays or Thanksgiving because it's accessible to all different ages.
Right.
And you can play with teams of people. It's intergenerational.
Yep, absolutely. I like it. I like all the different categories. I like the scorecard. It's a wonderful game.
If you have kids playing who are under 21 and you don't want them to be drinking when they shouldn't be,
right?
Martinelli's sparkling cider. It's
that's a good
non-alcoholic and it's really good. And it gets them used to toasting and all that kind of stuff.
And of course, not inviting any of us idiots over to come up with stupid team names is probably
Why
a
are
good
you looking
idea.
at me and not the winners team, who obviously came in third?
It wasn't winners, it was winner.
Well, it's actually a loser. So, if second place is the first loser, you're the second loser.
I want to play 4 more rounds. Like the game
I
is
know you
designed so we can actually emulate
Yeah,
the way
no.
the game was meant to be played, so we can win.
Yeah, I
Spoken
actually
like
wanna,
a true principal.
I want to.
Same.
I actually want to defend Cock Juice on this one
Thank
because
you.
if you are a marathon runner
Yes.
and you get into a race that you think is a marathon and they stop it like it's a sprint,
Right.
how are you supposed to win?
It's like my balls are blue.
You've gotten cut off too early.
I think what we should do
understand.
sometimes, Bob. What we do is we like to pull audio clips for the guest websites. So if you want, we can pull that clip where you just said, "I'd like to defend cock juice."
You can play it on your own.
That would be my new ringtone.
That would be great.
You guys must have a website where people can find all of your games.
Yes, if you go to universitygames.com or ugames.com, they show we have about 300 board games now that we put out, and most are still available. And this is one. We have a game called Smartass, the game even a dumbass can win.
Nice.
That's a very popular game.
I like that.
We're the company that launched Factor Crap, which is a good game.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And 20 Questions is our game. And what else do we have that's big right now? Last year we put out a game called Zero, which was a good game.
Okay.
And the idea of it was to come up with the answer. It was the opposite of Family Feud. You were supposed to come up with the answer closest to zero.
Nice.
Oh, yeah.
With the least
Oh,
number
we
of
could
people.
do
say.
that
Yeah.
all day.
It's like a game for losers. It's perfect for us.
Yeah.
I love it.
We should play this like once a month on the air. That should be a game that we do. Well, not
think
maybe
you're
not
right.
once a month.
That
but,
would be fun.
Let's come play it.
Yeah.
You guys can do it without me, I think, but I'm happy to come anytime you want me to.
Okay,
But
well,
I think you could be the host, Justin. You seem to have the right character and the right relationship with everybody. You'd be a
I'm
good
willing to
host.
yell at them and insult them.
You should be a host.
So
You would be a
should
good
try it one
host.
day.
You'd be a good pub trivia
Yeah.
host.
Stretch it. Just stretch out. Just see what happens.
I am curious what kind of staff it takes for a game company to invent games all the time. And is there a lot of people, or is there just 5 of you?
There are about
inches.
4 or 5 of us, and we
Okay.
come up with ideas, and then if we need more people to help us do the research, we'll get interns or we'll hire people to come in. But we do most of it ourselves. Like this game has 1,000 questions, and we have there were 4 or 5 of us who wrote all 1,000 questions and
Wow.
researched them.
See, and I
love
think that Scott can attest, and certainly my embarrassment every time we play Beer Jeopardy on this program, it's difficult to research questions and get the right answers and the right questions asked.
Yeah.
Because people end up being sticklers. If it's a tight game,
Right.
they're like, no, that's not the right answer. This is the right
Well,
answer.
if we didn't win, if we didn't dominate that whole last game, I would have bitched about because I think Cock Jews or the winners said jambalaya / gumbo. They are not the same, nor are they in the same category.
We did not ever say that.
So
And this is what you have to deal with, yeah.
So they wouldn't have gotten a 2 out of 2. They would have gotten a 1 out of 2, or
it's a
a
lot of
none
work.
out of 2.
So it's a lot of research.
Well, in this particular game, we have that issue covered because there's a rule in the instructions that say the host or judge has final decision. So if you are the host in the future, the judge's decision is final.
Right.
Regardless of if it's right or wrong, it's final.
Right. Oh, see, this is right up my alley as a host because I don't care what you people think.
And as a control,
we all know that, of course.
Yeah.
The other thing that you have to do to avoid situations like some that we have in the room is you have to write the questions in a way that it's really clear and there's not any room for ambiguity.
Right.
You know?
And I mean it. It's genuinely difficult. We do mess around with some game shows that we do. We do a game called the Brewers Feud, which is like a beer version of the Family Feud, and we do Beer Jeopardy. And we have difficulty with both of them with ambiguity, and especially in the beer world because there are some gray areas. And what do you do? Do you just avoid questions with gray area?
We will say qualifying statements like we'll say according to a poll in San Francisco, and then we'll ask the question.
Okay.
Or we'll sometimes say most people think,
right?
You know, and it'll be that kind of a thing. And then you can say, well, I don't agree. And you say, well, you're not most people.
Sure. And the host is going to,
But what we try to do is avoid it. We try to avoid the gray areas. So if we were asking a question, let's say, you know, about beer and what's in beer, we would probably reference, you know, the German law, and say that defines beer, not some brewery in the U.S. Because you get people arguing, saying, well, you can put fruit in beer, and you can put this in beer, and you can put that in beer, and we would just say, here's the reference point we're using or the source we're using.
So qualifiers like that are your friend,
and that really helps.
Yeah. Okay. Well, Bob, I can't thank you enough for coming in, and I love it. I think it's
liked it.
I've done. By the way,
everybody
have
fun.
Yes.
A lot of fun.
I've done pub trivia in the pubs before. I like the idea of bringing it home.
Yeah,
it's a cool thing.
You can do it anytime you want, and you can invite people. But the trick is you got to have teams, and you got to have beer.
Yeah.
That's you got to bring your own beer.
Okay.
So I'm going to leave this with you guys. Thank you all so much. It was
awesome.
great meeting
Thank you. That was
everybody.
great.
You're very welcome. Thanks for coming. You can find Pub Trivia, the board game, at Walmart and on Amazon. And if you want to help us both out, just click on the Amazon link on our homepage right now. Go over to Amazon and search for Pub Trivia, the game, and you can get it right now. We're going to take a quick break. We got some announcements going on during the break where you'll find out information about our IPA homebrew competition and other events happening. Hang in there. It's The Session. We'll be right back.
You're listening to the Brewcasters.
Brewcasters on the Brewing Network.
All right, BN Army, it's trivia time. What's the only homebrew shop with over 1,000 recipe kits, $4.99 shipping on orders over $100, and is also home of the Wolf Shirt? The one and only answer is Austin Homebrew Supply. For over 20 years, they've specialized in creating recipes such as the best-selling Texas Blonde Ale, Apocalypso, Hop Bomb 2.0, and Double Chocolate Stout. And they just recently unveiled their small grain kits that produce 1 gallon of beer. Visit AustinHomebrew.com to browse their extensive catalog of equipment and ingredients. They also have mini clone recipes of your favorite commercial beers. They're the exclusive retailer of BrewVent yeast fuel as well, Yeast Nutrient, and the all-new Bodybuilder. Follow Austin Homebrew Supply on Google Plus to participate in video hangouts on popular brewing topics. So visit AustinHomebrew.com today and make sure you sign up for their weekly email with news and specials. Austin Homebrew Supply, AustinHomebrew.com.
When I order a beer, I want my server to know more about it than I do. I want someone who enjoys good beer and loves helping others enjoy it too. I want someone who knows how to pour a perfect pint for any beer style. I want a Cicerone. The Cicerone certification program is creating the type of people who help you enjoy great beer. Home brewers and craft beer lovers know beer is more flavorful and complex than ever, and it takes some serious knowledge to store and serve beer right. Cicerones know beer. There are 3 levels in the Cicerone program: Certified Beer Server, Certified Cicerone, and Master Cicerone. Cicerones are truly the sommeliers of beer. The best beer locations have a certified Cicerone on staff. Relaxed and unpretentious, Cicerones are tested on storing and serving beer, beer styles, flavor and tasting, the brewing process and ingredients, and pairing food with beer. Learn more about your next beer guide at cicerone.org. Certified Cicerone, because it takes top talent to present a perfect pint.
When Michael Fairbrother started moonlighting, he had no idea how quickly his dream was going to grow. Having homebrewed for 15 years, Michael decided to go pro. But not with beer. While attending his homebrew club meetings, he saw ladies knocking their men out of the way to try his mead. Moonlight Meadery is now 2 years old and can produce 200,000 bottles a year. It's the first New Hampshire winery to ever distribute to California and Australia. In fact, you can now find Moonlight Meadery meads distributed nationwide. And they ship direct, too. They produce 56 different varieties of mead and are unlike anything you've ever seen on the market. Michael Fairbrother at Moonlight Meadery is a real success story that can make the BN Army proud. Visit Moonlight Meadery in Londonderry, New Hampshire, or online at moonlightmeadery.com. Moonlight Meadery. Romance in a glass.
After a long and undeserved hiatus, I'm Scott the Jew, back with announcements. Remember this name, Alibi Ale Works. It's a new collaboration brewery between Kevin Drake and Rich Romo. Those guys are natives of Lake Tahoe. They're set to open up Kings Beach's first and only brewery early in 2013. Expect from them progressive interpretations of traditional beer styles, as well as experimental beers using local and non-traditional ingredients and wild fermentation techniques and wood barrel aging, and etc. They'll be producing relatively small batches, so they can offer you a wide range of styles and flavors. Their beer is going to be available through their tasting room and at a few select tap accounts throughout North Lake Tahoe and Truckee. Help them transform that beautiful Lake Tahoe water into tasty, tasty beer by supporting their upcoming Kickstarter campaign beginning November 12th. Look for details and announcements at their Facebook page. It's facebook.com/Alibi Aleworks.
And finally, here's an announcement about a homebrew competition that's actually ours. It's the Brewing Network's first ever homebrew competition, celebrating our first ever ingredient kit, Hop Grenade IPA. The winner of the competition will be announced on the session on January 7th. It's a best of show style competition, so there's only one winner, and therefore there is one awesome prize. You get to become a heretic for a day. We will fly you out here to beautiful Martinez, and you'll get to have a brew day with Jamil and Chris and Warren over at Heretic in Pittsburgh. And as if that was not enough, you'll make an appearance on that evening's episode of the session, and maybe you get to sit next to me. I mean, if you're lucky, you know. And it'll be great. So go to the On Tap tab on our homepage, and you can see where to ship it, how to ship it, everything you need to know. And if you're still confused, even after that, you can email jp@thebrewingnetwork.com. And we're stoked to taste all your guys' beers.
I think that's awful. I think there's a lot of shitty homebrew out there.
Anyway, that was the Brewing Network's announcements for this week of November 11th, 2012. May God have mercy on us all over the next 4 years. And until next time, if there is a next time, this is Scott the Jew saying L'chaim.
आपको खामोश रहने का हक है आपको वकालत करवाने का हक है
Did you know the Brewing Network's very own Code Right and Fool's son, Ryan Wolf, has opened a beer mecca in Missouri? The Wolfbrow House of Beer has hundreds of beers from all over the world and is conveniently close to I-70 in St. Peters. Free tastings, Saturdays 4 to 6 p.m., featuring special guests from local breweries. The best build-your-own six-pack around, with every style represented. And kegged craft beer available for your kegerator, too. There's always something new at the Wolfbrow House of Beer. New and hard-to-find beer every week. No two visits are the same, just like passing out at the Rat Pad.
Hi, this is Ryan from Wolfbrow House of Beer. Mention the Brewing Network when you stop in for some cool free stuff. Mention JP for a swift kick in the ass.
The Wolfbrow House of Beer. Beer with personal service from a member of the BN Army.
This is Code. Visit my son's shop or I'll yank the BN website down.
www.wolfbrow.com. Here's a bite for beer lovers. Soft caramel made with real craft brew and coated in chocolate. And hop drops, hard candies made with real hop oil. Introducing Beer Candy from beercandy.com. Beer Candy's amazing caramels come in 4 mouth-watering flavors. IPA, bitter gold, wrapped in smooth white chocolate. Lager, made with a familiar beer from Boston and coated in milk chocolate. Lambic, soury Belgian goodness full of fresh raspberry and dipped in dark chocolate. And Stout, roasty cocoa chocolate insanity. Hop drops are made with Fuggles or Cascade hops and are known as the candy that bites you back. Choose from sampler and full sizes of both and make your mouth jump to life. All at beercandy.com. Hop drops and beer caramels. Satisfy your sweet tooth as only a beer lover could with Beer Candy. Visit beercandy.com today.
Live Beer Radio, the Brewing Network.
The Brewcasters.
If you're just starting, don't be discouraged by all this stuff. It's so easy. Just throw it together. Put some sugar and some water and some yeast in there. Yeah.
Beer. Network.
The Brewcasters are back.
It ain't 401 beer.
Whatever.
All right, I got to get us out of here, but thanks to Bob Moog from University Games. Go check out the all-new Pub Trivia, the game. You can get it at Walmart or on Amazon by clicking our Amazon link. That's the best way to do it, or just go to Amazon. But that was fun. It was a good time. Good job, everybody.
Yeah, it was a good time.
He was a cool guy.
Yeah, he put up with our bullshit. So
that's right, Bob.
He went with the flow for sure.
It's always helpful, especially for a guy with a fairly large company. I saw some of the numbers at that company.
Yeah, you read the revenue since 2000.
They're selling some games and still putting up with our bullshit. So I always like that. All right, well, we're just going to wrap things up here real quick. I wanted to say thanks once again to Brian Cooper for hanging out with us today and teaching us a little bit about how a judge looks at tasting. So
Thank you.
Man. That was fantastic. Don't forget that you can check out Brian Cooper's band, Wish Inflicted, by searching it on iTunes. And I didn't want to forget, I did have a couple of questions come through, Brian. I actually kind of skipped through it at the end there, but Couple things. Here's one. I would like to do the BJCP certification, but I'm not sure how many opportunities I would get per year to judge locally. How often do you need to judge in order to stay on top of things?
That's a good question.
And he basically says, I'd feel bad judging once a year and screwing someone out of a decent score.
Right. So the question is, how often do you have to judge effectively, or
keep up on your game.
I think you need to judge in a competition. If you to stay as an active judge in the BJCP, you'd have to judge like once every couple of years at the very least. But to judge effectively, all you need to know is how to taste beer and how to describe beer. And to me, it's kind of like riding a bike. Once you gain that ability, it doesn't go away. I mean, you can always brush up your memory and every time you're getting ready for a competition, you're gonna beef up your usually a lot of times you'll be told the night before or a couple days before what style you're going to judge in a certain competition, and you'll bone up again on those styles that you're going to be judging, and just not everybody remembers every style, not everybody is fluent in every style, and there's styles that I definitely need to revisit when I'm going to be judging them. So just read what's in the guidelines and judge it for what's there and what should be there and what's not there. And
seems like you could do some casual judging while you're drinking a beer too, and just keep your chops up. Try to make sure you're picking out some flavors and things.
Yeah, and post things on Rate Beer or Beer Advocate. Just put yourself out there and judge some beers informally and among friends or on those kind of sites.
Okay. Well, a lot of judging is about the scoring too. So, like Justin was saying, as you're casually drinking a beer, score that beer.
Right. Once you know all these things, though, can you casually drink a beer without doing that? Can you ever just kind of drink a beer?
Yes,
you do. You can, but you do think about beer differently after learning to judge. But you can go have a beer, no problem.
Okay, here's a question that came through from Mills.
Mills.
He says, what's the best thing that the average judge can do to take their skills to the next level? And then he's got his follow-up. What's the number one thing that an average judge could do to keep their judging average?
So as for an existing BJCP judge, what they can do to kind of keep things fresh or
to get better, to go to the next level. You're a master, so right. What would you recommend? When you were coming up the ranks, what's the number one thing you'd say people could do to get better?
Read as many books as you can. There are a lot of good books out there, put out by the Brewers Association. Just the best thing for me has been just getting the experience judging with other people.
Okay,
and I learned from so many different people in the Bay Area. It has a great community of judges, and they really welcomed me in. I mean, I've only been a judge since 2008. I got my certification, and just judge with some excellent people and start working. We're kind of blessed here.
Oh, thank you.
And in other parts of the country, you might have fewer competitions, but you can put yourself out there and just even if you're out in the a more rural area, you can just find the beer knowledgeable people in your area and spend time with them, talk to them, but read books and also you can do judging classes. As far as when I was becoming a judge, I kind of like I formed my own homebrewing club here. There was no club in Pleasanton, Livermore area, and I formed a club and the Madzimerists, and then the same thing with judging. I wasn't a judge, but I got a good mentor. His name's David Teckham, and he gave me a syllabus that made it seem really easy as far as like, oh, this is just a process of going through with the 10-class course, each one focusing on a different element, and a lot of them on ingredients. And I just decided to put together a course and have him, come in and teach a couple of them. But I also kind of learned by teaching and kind of, broadened my knowledge of different things. I had taken some classes before that too, but you just kind of put it all together and get a group of people together that want to become judges, and you can make it happen wherever you are. And,
I'll say David Teckham, if anybody has a chance to reach out to that guy, he does a lot of work via email also. He helped me out a lot.
Great soccer player.
If you're dedicated,
that's Beckham.
Yeah. Oh, that's a JP joke.
You're wrong.
Isn't it? No, it is, and I'm just trying to figure out an appropriate response, and all I could do is just shake my head at you.
Really
Now I know what it feels like to be you.
Great apps, though.
Dave Teckham is rad. So if you have BJCP questions, or if you're in an area where you don't have anybody to reach out to, find David Teckham's email. And he was sending me score sheets months after I was done with the test. Like, here's a perfect example of here's a score sheet.
Oh, nice.
And he's very focused on the judges filling out the score sheet properly. A lot of judges will fill out score sheets and go, "This is wrong, not this style," and that's not what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to describe how you taste the beer. What is what you're tasting, not what you should be tasting.
Right.
And he has great abs.
And he's great. His wife is real hot.
It's still it's not the same guy.
Oh.
Actually, he's really prone to injury and doesn't play a lot, but still gets paid a lot of money.
I see.
But has sexy hair.
Right.
Yeah.
And Dave is very good about sharing his knowledge, though, and he'll help out just about anybody who's ready to give it a shot and become a judge. And
even me.
We're putting together another group. Actually, I mean, I'm doing an exam in September 2013. The exam schedule's gotten pretty far out as far as you have to schedule it almost a year ahead of time now. But I scheduled one for September 2013, and we've already got a core group, and we're going to do an 8-week judging course. Focus on the new exam schedule, which has the new exam has an entrance exam where you become a provisional BJCP judge. Then you have to take the tasting exam, which has been expanded to 6 beers, and it's a different process. It's changing, but
so can people sign up for this new course that you're setting up?
I'm not. Unfortunately, I'm not able. I have a waiting list already. So,
okay.
We've got a core group with some people that have needed to take the exam or to want to improve their rank and are going through the course again with me. So
okay. All right, I love it. Let's go to the phones. Looks like we got a couple of Drunk of the Week phone calls coming in here. Theo Brew is on the line, believe it or not.
Theo Brew. What's up, Chutch?
Believe it or not. Okay, so I could judge, or I could just drink and tell you how much percentage is in the beer, and then drink, and then call you, and then I'll have a drunkenness, and then I'll win.
Have a drunkenness.
And you'll have a drunkenness. And your contribution to the beer community will be much greater than Brian Cooper's. Well, he's a lazy douche, if you ask me.
This is what I want you to do, Theo. I want you to pee into your hydrometer jar and tell me your starting gravity.
Okay, give me 10 minutes. I'll do that.
Fuck you. Now.
Why? Did you just pee?
No, I have to pee right now, but I have to go find the hydrometer because it's in the garage, and I have to pee, and then
all I hear is excuses.
Here.
Oh, I get the joke because he's going to fill it up real quick and it'll overflow in his hands.
Hey, do you want to see the really creepy glamour shot
of Theo Brew?
No, of just some broad. Stalked on Facebook.
You don't have a glamour shot of me, do you?
Isn't that creepy?
Glamour shot of some broad shooting with a duck.
She's in outfit. Camo with a pink shotgun, and it's all lit very nicely, and that's
what the
real
hell
weird.
are you looking at?
It's super hot.
Don't worry about it. I'm stalking people.
Super hot.
I'm stalking friends of people that I know.
Andy, what did you have a comment for Theo Brew?
Not creepy.
Theo Brew, questions.
Nope.
Ready?
Yeah,
We're gonna call this a lightning round, and I want you to answer as fast as you can. What
lightning round? Go.
What does Popeye have tattooed on his arm? Go.
Spinach.
How many eyes does the purple people eater have? Go.
1.
In The Hunchback of Notre Dame, who is the gypsy girl? What was the name of the No, fail.
Hang on.
What? I can't hear you.
Theo, what was his first answer to?
What does Popeye have tattooed on his arm?
What did Theo say?
I think he said spinach.
Spinach.
No,
it's not
anchor.
spinach.
It's an anchor. Damn, it's an anchor. Fuck.
Nice try and goodbye.
It's just like Justin.
Your first answer is your final answer.
Yeah.
You have something called a filter, and it's Andy Wood.
Boom. Theo, you sound drunk, so you're in the running, dude.
I am terribly drunk. I've had a lot of cigar beers, and I've had a lot of my own beers, and I've had a lot of tasty. I drank Janus Brown, 2 of them.
Excellent.
2.
What do you want, a fucking medal?
Good for you. Send me one.
I think he does want a medal, yeah.
Oh, and then you're not telling Scott that you walk down the street. Scott walks down the street.
Well, like a duck.
Theo,
you do kind of duck walk. Yeah, you do kind of duck walk.
Theo, would you like to read us a verse for the Bible?
What's your favorite
No,
chapter
I don't
verse?
have one right now.
What's your favorite then?
I know you got one memorized. You're in. You're a graduate.
No, I don't have one. I don't have one memorized. What's the point of being a pastor?
Theo,
you don't have to memorize
Theo,
that
what's
shit.
your favorite? And then we'll ask Terrence if that's a good one or not, and we'll laugh at you.
I'm going to guess Deuteronomy.
Hang on, everybody. T-Bone, is it sound common that he would not have a single verse memorized to read to us?
He's white, though.
That's actually kind of bad. Didn't he?
I would
seminary.
I would think that's
horrible.
Job 38. Job 38.
I'm sure
Bam,
he has
Job 38, he said.
things memorized. He just doesn't want you guys to mock his beliefs. You
Shut up,
douches.
Yeah.
Bevo, go back to answering drunk phone calls.
No, I'm not going to answer them. I'm going to call people drunk.
Well, I think, as human species evolves. Oh, wait.
Bevo, this is how people with poor arguments
We don't have to get all political here. I just wanted him to read us a goddamn verse from the Bible.
And
all you have to turn into assholes.
Go 38, and then God spoke from the whirlwind.
And so he doth grow to the grass and get the cup that overflow.
I don't count 3 words as a full.
Deuteronomy 23:1's pretty good.
If he read any more, I would be writhing on the floor, screaming in pain.
No, you wouldn't.
I do have the mark of the beast.
Spider Wrangler is on the line. He's got a update for us on the Secret Santa situation. What's happening?
The what?
I'm doing well.
Good.
Yeah, just calling in to give everyone a 1-week notice. Cutoff will be midnight on the 18th.
Leave him alone, Jip. Go ahead, Spider.
Fine. He can burp under me. That's fine.
He's not even burping. He's just being a dick.
Oh, well, it's JP.
Give us the update so people can get the information, please.
So the update is that you've got a week left. Right now we've got 33 people signed up. So if you want to get in on it, hit up the thread on the forum, PM me on the forum or in the chat, and I'll get your information and put you in the list.
Beautiful.
And that's it. So.
Thanks, man. Are you okay? You on antidepressants or anything?
Yeah, I just have only had 3 beers tonight, so.
Oh, okay. All right, Spider. Be well. Thanks for the update, dude.
Yep. Thanks.
All right, and let's go to Zach from Utah, who's got a question.
Utah.
What's up, Zach?
What's happening, man?
What can I do for you?
I got a quick question based on old Can You Brew It on Magic Hat number 9. And just got that guy fermenting and getting close to bottling time. And I found what you guys suggested, a more aromatic apricot extract. And I was thinking about testing it out, and I was wondering, should I add it to the bottling bucket with all the beer in there, or should I get real crazy and go, bottle by bottle and put a couple drops in each to get super accurate?
Taste-o-matic?
Well, you can do it. What I would do is I'd take about 4 ounces of your beer out of your fermenter before you go to the bottling bucket, and then start adding drops of the extract to that until you get to the right number of drops you want, right? That is, taste it and see if it's getting the right amount of apricot flavor and aroma that you're looking for, and then just extrapolate that to the rest of the beer that you're going to rack into your bottling bucket.
Oh, so math.
A little mathematics, like say it's 18 drops per 4 ounces, and you take 4 into whatever, 48, whatever, do the math and multiply.
To the total amount of ounces.
To the total amount in the bottling bucket.
Why would one even consider doing it bottle by bottle? Like, what's the advantage?
Well, you wouldn't have to have all your beer to be flavored. You could just make half of your beer's apricot flavor, which is what I did actually when I did make beer.
Back on the show,
Yeah.
That's what. So you can double enter. So you have a light beer. You can enter it as the base beer, and then you can enter it as a fruit beer, which McDowell actually did win a medal for at NHC.
Got it. Well, Zach, are you brewing this for a competition?
He's real proud of it too.
No, I'm not brewing it for competition. I'm brewing it for a good friend who is from back east and loves the old Magic Hat number 9, and who's like, you know what, if you brew it, I'll pay for it, I'll do it, and I want to make sure to get it right. The only thing is that when I take a sample, usually like if I'm taking like a hydrometer reading from my carboy, it's one of those like plastic ones that you stick down. It's very similar to like a bottle filler. And sometimes I get stuff in the bottom, and sometimes it's hard to get a good good taste from it.
Well, you can do it once it gets in the bottling bucket too. You just got to run off and do it.
Do it that way.
Then come back and quickly put it in. I mean, you don't want to leave it in the bottling bucket too long, but you got time to make your test. Yeah.
All right. Thanks for the call, brother. Does that?
Hey, thanks a lot, Tasty. Thanks, Jamil and everybody. Hello. Thanks. Appreciate everything you guys do. Thanks a lot.
Cheers, brother. Good luck with it, man. All right, there you go. That's,
you're welcome to drink Heretic beer.
Zach from Utah.
Heretic is my favorite beer of all.
Oh, thank you very much.
You're welcome, and I'd love you like a man.
All right, let's go to David in North Carolina, calling in for Drunk of the Week. David, what's happening?
Hey, man, what's going on?
How are you, buddy?
I'm good. How about yourself?
I'm hanging in there. I'm rather sober.
I've been drinking Sierra Nevada IPA for a little bit, and I'm a little fucked up.
A bunch of Torpedo? Is that what you're drinking?
No, Sierra Nevada IPA.
They have just a Sierra Nevada IPA that's not Torpedo?
We don't see it too often.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's cool.
What's it called?
Sierra Nevada IPA.
That's it? Yes, that's what I was asking.
Never heard of it.
How much have you had?
It's in a dark green.
Shit. I polished off a 12-pack. I went to the Panthers game earlier today, and they fucking sucked, so I just kept drinking that shit.
Wow. You sound drunk to me.
Yeah, no goddamn shit.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, David from North Carolina is our drunk of the week today. Sorry, Theo Brew. Once again, you are outwitted by the cursing North Carolinian.
Yeah. I live in the South, so fuck it.
That's right. All right, David, send an email, jp@thebrewingnetwork.com. He will send you your drunk of the week medal and probably a prize, too.
Maybe.
Justin.
No shit. Awesome. Damn, the first time caller. So I get a special sound or something?
Yeah, he's going to send you a special. It'll be a bag of hair.
Yep. It's good. It's good. It's good hair too. It's
A bag of hair. I hope it's pee.
It'll be well conditioned. It's none of this fucking fake shit. It's real good shit.
All right, David. Thanks, brother. Cheers, man.
Yeah. I appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
Yeah.
Justin.
Yeah.
I have a request.
Uh-oh. This is starting out good.
Blobber Gleeby Glooby Globby Gloop would like to sing a song
He's going to sing Happy Birthday to JP, isn't
with Andy.
Oh, Lord.
Oh.
Hey, that's me.
What does he want? Skype?
No, I think he's going to call in Skype, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Oh, this will be awful.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I'm in. I got to load up. We're actually going to play you our Shelton Brothers interview that Moskowitz did. We've been trying to fit it in the show here for a couple weeks. We're just going to end the show with it today. So what we'll do is a little song with Andy Wood and Glooby Glob Gleeb Gloob Glob Glob. And
they'll take us out.
And then they'll take us out. JP, you want to do the plugs while we're getting...
well, we need to do Twitter winner.
All right, let's do that too.
All right.
Yeah.
So I wanted to know what a stripper expert is called, if a wine expert is a sommelier and a beer expert is a cicerone. Grod, our idiot in Australia, says a stripper expert is a man, which I kind of like.
Mm-hmm.
Large Marge says a philanthropist, which is pretty funny. You are clearly unimpressed. Two Ski Brewskis says a stripper expert is called a Polonado.
Get it like Pole.
Yeah, there you
I
go.
get that.
All right.
That's funny.
That took me,
Rob
a minute.
Sorbo calls it a Justin Roan.
A Justin Roan.
A Justin Roan. Village Brew, a TNA Tech. Which, all right, whatever.
Yeah.
Brewing and MKE says a Thongarone. Which I kind of liked a little bit better. Darren McKee says a Vashushanologist.
Winner!
Wait a minute, you didn't hear mine yet. You didn't hear mine.
Okay.
When you're done, I want you to hear mine.
All right.
Secret Lab 1 says it's too sensual to mention on the internet radio, and I didn't get one. I didn't see one from you on the Twitter game.
Oh, I should have tweeted. Well, my phone's broke.
You
Otherwise,
should have
I would have.
Okay.
Wait a minute.
What do you got? Just for fun.
Powder Puff Master.
It does not beat out Vashusha
right,
Roan.
I'm in there, though. Right?
You're right there.
Vashushanologist.
Oh, is that what it was?
Yeah.
Fine. Perfect.
All right. So Darren McKee, send me an email at jp at thebrewingnetwork.com with your shirt size and your address. There you go.
Right. Makes me want to go home and watch Jersey Shore.
Does anybody like mead?
You won't last that long.
We don't know what it is.
I missed the Geordie Shore.
I am not against mead. Did it get canceled, JP?
It did. Geordie Shore. I only saw one episode, but it was like the Jersey Shore, but in Newcastle.
Yeah.
Which I guess is real douchey. They're called Geordies over there.
No, I remember.
And, it was horrible, but I've been looking for episodes. I can't find them. I think I canceled after like 2 episodes.
Are you talking about Geordie
It's
from
too bad.
The Next Generation?
No.
Okay, because he's my reading rainbow.
Did Blobberglop change his name?
He says you're offline.
Because somebody else is calling me.
We're always
I'm not
offline.
offline. Other people are calling me right now.
Okay.
I'll call him.
Okay.
I'll call that idiot. He's offline.
This shouldn't take too long.
He is an idiot.
You're offline.
The whole world
You're
is
offline. You're offline, and
Wow.
you're offline.
Wow.
You can't handle.
You know what?
Wow.
You're all offline.
Wow.
God.
All right, and we're out of here. All right.
I just spilled on myself.
Oh, wait. I need to do things.
Well, this is my award-winning mead from NHC.
Mead.
Mead!
I just spilled some on myself.
What is mead, Scott?
Honey wine.
What is that?
Hey, Blobber.
M-E-A-D.
How you doing, buddy?
I miss you,
Doing
Blobber.
good. Oh, I miss that voice.
I totally do.
I don't.
And your little
Oh, I had
toe-headed...
this at the NHC.
Your little
actually.
toe-headed kids.
All right, one at a
The
time.
last bottle?
One at a time, everybody. Did you have a nice time at Disneyland with in the land?
I tell you what, Disneyland is some sort of wonderful drug,
Okay.
and you just want to be there all the time.
Yes, you do!
Wow. I've
Yeah,
been there
that
several times. I never
That's
got
what they
that.
say amongst that set of people.
All right.
We are planning maybe February.
Oh, that quickly.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
I go every month.
Blobber, why are you wasting all your vacation and cash when you could be going to NHC, my friend?
Well, that might not be out of the question either, but Mickey Mouse and Dumbo and Peter Pan.
Yeah.
It's the one
Best ride ever.
Yes.
All right. I can't take it anymore. Are you ready to sing with Andy Wood?
What?
Yes.
Actually, can I say something about Disneyland?
Yeah.
If anybody listening to this goes to Disneyland in the near future, ride the Pinocchio ride, and right as you exit the ride and you're in Geppetto's workshop, look directly above you on the doorway that leads out. There is a
giant cock
lunch meat tie-in.
Oh,
that was possibly placed there by a fan.
Okay,
thank you.
Oh, there you go.
Should I have said that, Blobber?
Yes, I missed it, but my wife saw it right away, and she failed to tell me to look up and see the light.
What a bitch.
But anyways, I was going to do it again, and then, time flies when you're in lands.
Right. What song are you going to sing tonight with Andy Wood?
I wish I could tell you. Andy?
Hi, everybody. I have a song for you. I just recently watched Top Gun, one of the American movie classics, and we're going to sing a song by the Everly Brothers called You've Lost That Loving Feeling, and I'm going to start, and you're going to finish, and it's going to be insane.
Do you want the backup music, or...?
I would, yes.
Okay.
I would like this, too.
And, Blobber, I'd like you to sing the part where it peels our hearts apart.
I wish I could understand what the fuck you're saying.
If you don't understand, I don't think you should jump in, but I'm just going to sing this part and just,
in my search for You've Lost That Loving Feeling, I found a version by Hall & Oates.
Oh.
Hey.
Gotta respect
we
the Hall
gotta
&
hear
Oates.
it, right?
Yeah, I would like to hear that without the vocals because...
Well, let's hear it first.
Let's hear it. Let's hear it.
And
Let's
then
hear it.
It'll get you guys inspired.
Let's listen to a song together.
Girl. Don't you
Use some chocolate, Terrence.
You know what I got between my legs. Oh, yeah.
I kind of like it better.
It's not as soulful as the Righteous Brothers.
Well, Righteous Brothers is
Righteous
so
Brothers
good.
is what I was thinking. But
right.
that is beautiful.
Okay. Are you ready? I'll play You've Lost That Lovin' Feeling by the Righteous Brothers.
That's the version I know, the one that you just played.
Boo! You don't know because you are too young.
No, Beavis.
We're doing heirloom right now.
She's like 25. I am 40. I would like to say I am.
Andy did just turn 40.
I just turned 40, and I'd like this to go out to my friends who are also 40 and above.
Shout
I want to
out.
get my mouth real close to the mic.
Get a dental plan. Tell him.
Let me tell you,
Get a dental plan.
I'm being Skype stalked right now by Aaron Garner.
I'm not 40 and I don't know what the fuck the song is.
That's Theo Brew.
Yeah. Theo Brew.
Oh,
don't worry, Blob.
I mean, he is calling constant. Like he's blowing me up right now. Why would I go? I don't want to take that call.
Why would you take that call? But take it. Can I take that call? Because I think I could shut him down.
All right, here we go. Okay. Oh, did I go too soon?
Yeah, that was really too soon. There's no build up or anything.
But that's how the Righteous Brothers do it.
Yeah.
Are you ready?
I am.
You got the key, right?
Are you starting?
I am starting.
Here it comes.
Finishing.
And
Never close your eyes anymore when I kiss your lips.
Is it Blobber's line now?
And there's no happiness in life when I kiss your lips.
Everyone, put your hands in your crotch.
They're trying hard not to show it.
Blobber?
I can't hear
But
shit, man.
baby,
Then shut the fuck up.
I can hear too much.
baby, you know it. You lost the loving feeling.
Oh, that loving feeling.
You've lost that loving feeling. Now it's gone, gone, gone. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Take off your shirts, bitches, because you know what's coming up.
Touching my nipples.
The ad-lib version.
Wow. Can we get out of here?
And I have a boner.
Any more, Blower?
I'm lost.
Yeah,
That's all
so
I got.
am I.
That's all I got. That's all I could do.
Good, I can turn my headphones back up now.
That was a good effort, buddy.
Thank you, guys.
Turning mine down.
Hey.
All right.
Really good.
Thanks, Blower. Once you stopped talking about Disneyland, JP decided he hated you, so that was a bit weird. But now I can let you go.
That's okay. I hate myself too right now.
I tried.
All right, buddy. Thanks for calling.
Later.
See you, Blue. You want to take Theo real quick? Let's just tell him he's a... Theo, you're kind of a psychopath.
Let's take him. Yeah, what would Jesus do?
You're kind of a psychopath.
He wouldn't keep calling, tell you that.
Theo.
Right?
Yeah. I mean, I'm counting the amount of times you call me. 27 times in the last 8 minutes.
That's not even true.
You're right.
All right,
well over 30.
I mean, come on. What's going on over there?
They're like 40.
You lost Drunk of the Week, all right?
I've had like 8 like Cigar City beers, and I'm like drunk, and I'm like.
JP told you if you would have pissed in the hydrometer, you probably would have won Drunk of the Week.
You can't tell me piss in the hydrometer and then give me 8 seconds to do it.
Yeah, he doesn't.
All right, so what is the reading then?
Am I supposed to have a hydrometer ready at your moment?
What's the reading? Did you do it?
Doesn't? Yeah.
If you're less than 1, you win.
Right.
Or make him sing something.
You want to sing a song, Theo?
I'll sing a song. I'll sing whatever you want. I'll sing.
I can't strip
Baby,
away.
Close your eyes.
Ooh, do it. It's not gonna get
Baby, close your eyes. The love that you feel tonight is more than you've ever felt.
Oh boy!
Can Terrence sing a hymn?
Blobber is my surprise, and he's the best thing in my life because Blobber is the best, and I love Blobber so much.
All right, Aaron. Thank you. There's Theo Brew, everybody.
Wow.
And,
Can we just have Terrence
Going on
sing a
style.
hymn like, if I had a hammer, I'd hammer.
You want?
It's not? What is it? Is it a her?
That's the most racist thing you've ever done.
Is it?
Yes.
Well, okay, all right. Is this a hymn? This is what I learned it was a hymn. Zippity-doo-dah, zippity-yay. Wonderful feeling, wonderful gaze.
You know, just because it's still a Disneyland ride doesn't mean it's not still racist.
Oh.
By the way.
They've taken out the Tar Baby from that ride, by the way, so now it's just the Brer Rabbit.
Can Brian play his acoustic for behind JP's announcements?
Yeah, that'll work, because then I got to play an interview anyway, so...
we can do... are we going to do an a cappella version of JP's an Asshole?
No, he's going to play the beer song.
Well, I don't know if
underneath
I can get out to that.
your announcements.
By the way, Spider Wrangler is going to try to Skype you.
Yeah, I saw him. Why?
Because there's another listener that kicked the bucket, and he wants to talk about it. He has the obituary pulled up and blah, blah, blah.
Everybody's dying. Bunch of dead people.
My turn, not theirs.
Hi, Spider. So, yeah, I saw this. We had another dead soldier. You know, remember when the Fallen Soldier Award was a joke? And now that we're getting...
Sound like he ate a robot.
People with stupid shit going on.
Yeah, now that we're getting older, it's no longer a joke. Your audio's not very good, but we'll try. So, one of our listeners, Husker Brew...
Is this any better?
Yeah, that's a little better. But go ahead and tell us what's happening.
So basically, Husker Brew was a BN listener that had posted about 3 years ago on the forum that he'd been diagnosed with colon cancer. And was there's a thread which has kind of been revived since people found out more about what happened with him.
Was he the farmer? No.
I don't know.
There was a guy who was a farmer, but maybe it's not him. All right, go on.
Okay. But pretty much he said that he could use a little encouragement from the Army and a lot of people were posting on that for a while. And the last time that he had posted in the forum, he had said that things were looking somewhat positive and they were doing stuff for him. But he hadn't posted in the forum since this past March. And people were kind of wondering, what had been going on. So the end result was that Code did some digging around and found out that Husker Brew, Sloan Peterson, had passed away this past April. So he'd been fighting the colon cancer for about 2.5 years.
Yikes!
And he was diagnosed at 29 and dead of colon cancer at 31.
Oh, he had a full life.
This is what makes me insane.
That's sad.
Yeah. All right. Well, that's sad to hear, and I know. I hope he's in a better place.
Well, he's not. He's in the ground, dude.
Yeah, he's dead.
Yeah, he's not in a better place. He's in a dark box.
So I'm going to go on to say I hope he's in a better place.
That was a great handle name, though. Husker Brew. I love that.
Yeah.
Kind of a sugar Bob Mold fan myself.
Yeah.
If you love the name, apparently it's available again.
Wow.
Oh, too soon.
Come on, Spider. God, have some class, would you?
So is Meisterbrow, but
right.
No one's gunning for that yet.
It's not Meisterbrow. It's Meister Puppets.
You know what, dude?
It's the second time we've made that
if I wanted clarification, I'll call my dad. All right.
All right, it's getting ugly, but thank you, Spider. I appreciate the update. It's never good news to hear this stuff, and I thank you. Thank you for letting us know, man.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right, buddy. Take care. Okay. A weird show we have where we go from dick jokes to drunk of the week to
killed my buzzer
beer judging
to colon cancer,
racism to death.
Very strange thing that we do here,
and then to show announcements
in Martinez. Okay, so it looks like he's going to need a. Are you going to sing? Okay, let's do 2 mics. So put one down on the guitar and one up at the vocals. And here's what we'll do.
Tell me what
I'm going to keep it. I'm going to keep it kind of as a bed, if that's okay. You're going to do the beer song, and JP's going to do the announcements. The beer song's a little longer, so I'll bring you up after the announcements. And then after that, we're going to be going to the Shelton Brothers interview, which Moskowitz did some time ago. What are we going to hear in the Shelton Brothers interview?
It's actually just with Dan, the head Shelton.
Okay.
I think it was back in June, and we'll hear about what the deal is with Cantillon and its availability, and how Shelton Brothers became the brand for that, the distributors of the amazing beers. And you'll hear history, and you'll hear what's up with their brands.
Beautiful. All right, we'll be back next week with kind of interesting. You might find that we're doing a session beer show where we've invited Lagunitas to be our guest on the session beer show, which sounds a bit odd, but their new daytime beer, which is kind of a daytime IPA, inspired us to invite them onto the program and talk about session beer. So Brewvember continues with more homebrewing topics as we talk about session beers with Jeremy, the brewmaster from Lagunitas. He's going to be on the program right here in the studio, actually, coming down. And it's a Monday show, by the way.
You know what else is coming up on that show? Little Brews Line action.
The return of Brews Line.
Version 1.0 again.
Oh, good. Back to the non-douchey
non-shit version. Yeah.
I'm sorry I couldn't hear you over Terrence and Sam carrying on in the background.
Yeah. Hey, shut up.
Yeah. I'm sorry. We're trying to do a show.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't have time for this, man. All right, Jippy. What do we got? Go ahead, Brian.
This is a song about beer. I like beer so much, I brew my own. And it goes a little something like this.
Thank you to our show sponsor, More Beer. You can get absolutely everything you need to make great beer at home by going to morebeer.com. If you waste time on Twitter, check out Major Jip with 2 P's for an insight into an eroding psyche. Also, Scott the Jew has some art for sale. Follow him at Moscow Paints for slim to no info on the subject, and no nudie photos, by the way. For some good beer insight and homebrew info, follow Nate at Nathan Homebrew and Mike McDowell at Tasty McD. Check out the Brewing Network store for all the latest BN merch, including our 2 new BN Army hats. And be sure to find the Brewing Network on Facebook and Twitter. Disneyland is for lovers.
Help me out with the hoppies, everybody. I don't think you're drunk enough yet. Well, we could swill down a cool 5-gallon keg of some kick-your-own-ass ale. Well, I don't know. I need my brother to sing that other part. I brew my own when I'm at home. I boil that word until it foams. And then I dump in so my chops. If hops was weed, they'd call the cops. You grab a beer, you down a glass. It's just like kicking your own ass. It makes me feel so gold dang stoned, like I got 47 chromosomes. The foot connected to my leg, it kicks my butt and soon my head. I must have drank too much, I feel my ass, it hurts, so pass the beer. Hoppy, hoppy, beer, beer, hoppy, hoppy, beer. Hoppy, hoppy, beer, beer, hoppy, hoppy, beer. Hoppy, hoppy, beer, beer, hoppy, hoppy, beer, beer. Hoppy, hoppy, beer, beer, beer. Getting drunk, 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 like the drunk of the week. Getting drunk, getting drunk, getting drunk, getting drunk, getting drunk, drunk, drunk. One more time. Hey, hoppy, hoppy, beer, beer, hoppy, hoppy, beer. Hoppy, hoppy, beer, beer, hoppy, hoppy, beer. Hoppy, hoppy, beer, beer, hoppy, hoppy, beer, beer. Hoppy, 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 beer, beer, beer. Hoppy beer. Oh, that was some good beer and a good time here on the Brewing Network. Woo!
Now it's Short and Stout with Scott the Jew.
Yes, new name, same crappy sound. Thanks to announcer man, Press Play is now officially Short and Stout with me, Scott the Jew. This inaugural episode is neither short nor is it about stout. Today I bring you a conversation with one of the heroes of modern craft beer import, Dan Shelton of the Shelton Brothers. Dan can talk, so this bad boy is a two-parter. Here's part one.
Let's start just at the beginning for folks who don't know exactly what you do. Now, obviously, the company bears your name. So how many Shelton Brothers are there?
There are 3, although I like to say lately that there are really 5 because my brother, Will, who's my youngest brother, has twin sons who are showing really healthy signs of going into the beer business very soon. So since they're brothers, I think they still qualify as Shelton Brothers, and as I say, that'll make 5 of us.
Healthy signs means what? Just an appreciation for beer at an early age?
Oh, they showed that, yes, when they were 3 or 4 years old. In fact, they were really talking about beer. Well, they were allowed to taste beer in small amounts, obviously, and they would make comments kind of like a connoisseur would make about the hoppiness of it or various things like that. So that's always been there. But they've actually, well, both of them are working at a place called the Church Key in Washington D.C., which is the best beer bar in that city. And young Zach, the two of them, Max and Zach. Zach has written, they just graduated from college. We were just down there for their graduation. Zach has begun to worry about the future, I guess, and has asked me about jobs with Shelton Brothers. So that's the healthy sign I'm talking about right now.
What role do you play other than just being one of the owners?
I am the only owner, actually, technically. Really, I kind of just worry about everything and try to get other people to take care of things that I worry about. I'm just all over the place. But I do definitely spend most of my time basically looking for beer and visiting brewers in various places that we already work with to make sure that we still have a good relationship and all that stuff is going right.
I'm assuming, perhaps incorrectly, that there's a lot of red tape associated with importing large quantities of beer to the U.S. Has your law degree helped you overcome that, or does that not exist in the first place?
Well, obviously, I take my law degree as for granted. I don't even think about the fact that it's easier. I assume it's easier for me to understand and deal with this bureaucracy. But yes, the answer is clearly that there is a lot of paperwork. And I want to add also, though, that you mentioned importing large quantities of beer. The real struggle is to do all this paperwork for very small quantities of beer. What you have to realize is that
Getting into the country is one thing. That's enough paperwork for a lot of people right there. But when we sell beer, when anyone sells beer, as we do in all of these states, about 45 at this point. It's been more at different times. But each state has its own laws. Each state has its own taxes, fees, licensing requirements, all this kind of stuff. And you have to stay on top of all of that. And if you've got 300 brands or more, not that we sell all of our brands in every state, but if you look at it just kind of theoretically, it would be something like, at different times, about 500 brands in the last year. Each of them has to be registered in most or all of those 45 states, and that's be renewed every year. Plus, you've got to send, reports on what you shipped of each brand into the state. And it's insane. But it all becomes bureaucratic, fairly drudgery, but not overly taxing on the brain. And so as a lawyer, I don't need to get involved in that. But actually, my German wife takes care of what we call compliance like that now. But it's a huge amount of work. It makes up a lot of what we do, which is not always appreciated by people in Europe or elsewhere who just don't have these kinds of stupid regulations and laws. And I'm not, by the way, against regulation and laws per se at all, but these are not useful.
Against over-regulation, not regulation in general.
Yeah. I hesitate to even say over-regulation because I'm not, by any long shot, a Republican, and they will call any regulation over-regulation. But it's mostly just it's not a question of there being too much. It's a question of what there is not really serving any useful purpose. And I really do hate to say this, but in some of these states, these agencies are really in the business of collecting fees in order to support their fee collection system. And so
right.
And we have occasionally been called upon to point that out, but I'm hoping my kind of private legal program to try to rationalize the state's laws regarding alcohol. In my dream someday will result in a whole new level playing field where people like us who really are hardly justify doing all this work to bring in small quantities from little breweries that can't produce anymore, that it becomes a little easier for us to do that.
Your name has become synonymous with some of the most coveted brands that are still very difficult to find, but would be impossible to find without the work that you've done over the past, how many years?
16 years.
16 years. Okay, so how does one, do you fall into it? Did you wake up at 25 and decide I want to be a beer importer? How did that come about?
Well, let me start by saying, in regard to what we were just talking about, that another importer, actually a few importers have said to us at different times that they could never work with our business model, but they're really glad that we're doing it. And what that means really is that, as I said, all this paperwork that we have to do, everything that goes with dealing with perhaps 100 brewers at this point, all from different countries, not all speaking English that well, and doing all these registrations, paying all these fees and licenses, is really not worth it for most people. It only works for us because we have so many of these people. So the way we started it, we didn't have a business plan. I mean, people say I couldn't work with your business model, but there was no model. We just started in because we wanted to bring in Cantillon. And I gather you want to zero in on Cantillon. That makes some sense because that was obviously the first thing that we ever brought in. And it was not in any way an intentional decision to go into importing and make a fortune. And there was never any expectation of that, and for a long time, never any hope of that. But what happened was this. My brother, Joel, he's the middle brother. He's a musician in New York, although he now, because of that business kind of getting very tight, he's now full-time at Shelton Brothers. He was frequently traveling in Europe with a production of, I think it was a chorus line, one of these Broadway shows. And he would go to various countries, especially Germany, and would take his Michael Jackson guidebooks along and make sure to visit any place that was notably beery try the beer and often bring the beers back for us to taste. And that happened at one point. He was in Brussels, and Michael or anybody else will advise you to go to the Cantillon Brewery if you're in Brussels. And he did that and happened to become great friends with the brewer at that time, Jean-Pierre Vanois, and his family, and I think even invited them complimentary to go see the show. And also, at the same time, just fell in love with the beers. And so he brought the beers back, and we loved them right away. And I always like to point out that Cantillon is described as an acquired taste, but my brothers and I just acquired it instantly, you know.
Had you had a taste for sour beers or before that, or was that your first exposure to them?
I could never say we had a taste for sour beers before because you couldn't get any. Unless you went to Cantillon, you know, you really couldn't get any. There was a little bit of Cantillon in the country before that, actually, but it was wasting away, collecting dust, and getting extremely acidic on shelves because nobody knew what it was, and when they tried it, they were horrified. But also because of Michael Jackson and his Beer Hunter videos, had to try what we thought was Lambic beer from Lindemans, which was easier to get, obviously, and that's not all that sour, and of course it's sweetened and all that. We had no experience of beer like this. Well, I guess I could say that all of us had a taste for sour and bitter and the more difficult flavors, even when we were growing up. We're not all that keen on sweet, and that makes it kind of a big difference in what we like in a beer and what we try to bring in to show to people. Anyway, the story goes from there that after we tasted the beers and loved them, I was living in New York at the time, in Brooklyn, and trying to find a source somewhere in New York for the Cantillon beers, and just had no luck. And finally, a woman in a shop near my house in Brooklyn said, well, you know, a lot of people ask for Cantillon, but we just can't get it. Actually, she said she pronounced it Cantillon. I never really tried to correct her, but she said, no, yeah, people ask, but we just can't get it. We don't know anything about where it comes from, how to get hold of it. And so I said, well, my brother's friends with the brewer, as it happens. I'm sure there's some way we can manage to get beer from them directly, and you can sell it to us. And she said, well, you'd have to become a beer importer to do that. And I said, well, how hard is that? And I don't know, out of either ignorance of the realities or just maybe just deceitfully, she said, oh, it's not hard at all. Just have to get a license. And that's when the idea came. And I was, at that time, I'd ceased being a lawyer at a law firm, which didn't really suit me very much. And I was kind of doing what we call consulting, which is almost like unemployment, but it was enough to keep me going in New York. And I just thought, well, in my spare time, I'll get this beer importer's license, and we'll bring in Cantillon. And if we can't drink it all ourselves, then we'll have to maybe sell it out to a few people in other places. And it was that kind of innocent approach that really kind of describes the way the business grew from there. I mean, we really just decided to bring the beer in. We brought in more than we really should have. And, well, the first year or so was exceptionally difficult. We realized that, again, with all this paperwork you have to do, that there's just so much work involved in selling beer. And we had to sell it outside of New York. We had to sell it in lots of places. And to do all that paperwork and to get the beer out there was just a lot of work, but not nearly enough money to justify the work. So I continued to work at my day job, and you know, all the other times was spent getting the beer out and hoping that we would get money back from the distributors and that we would be able to keep it going. But it became clear at some point after that we couldn't both possibly keep doing that and continue to have any kind of income. So he dropped away. It became just me, and Joel continued to be a musician. But at some point I realized if I was doing this, I had to start traveling and finding more beer. And there are people who, for some reason, I guess because Cantillon is kind of expensive, think that we've been making tons of money off of all this. I just want to point out for anybody that wants to, that assumes that that's the case, that the high prices of Cantillon reflect huge fortunes being made on our side. I literally, I had to keep doing my day job for several years after that. It was 1996 when we started, but really didn't make any money I didn't pay myself a salary, but still lost money for 8 years. And then I'm happy to say that at some point we just had a critical mass where we had enough breweries providing small little revenue streams that we were able to make a little bit of money. And then it's gotten better since then. And so we continue to just bring all these breweries because we love them. But it has sort of by accident created what some people now describe as an interesting business model. And still, I want to say not many people want to get into doing what we do. But there are people who think that they can now because it worked for us.
Well, speaking of the money side of things, you mentioned earlier that was it Joel that's working in a sales capacity for the company?
Yep.
How much selling in 2012 do you find that he has to do, given that, at least my perception, is that you're importing brands that can't stay on the shelf, you can't even import enough? How much selling really needs to be done?
Well, there tends to be a focus, I've noticed this a lot, that people know us, and when they think about us, they think about Cantillon, and a few other brands like that, where indeed there is a very limited supply. But that's not really the case with the vast majority of things that we sell at this point. And we can get more if people want to buy it. And so for us, Cantillon is a very, very special situation where there just is no way to make more.
Yeah, we spoke to Jean on the show last year, and he said that not only can he not make more just due to the time it takes to turn a batch over, but he can't expand into another facility because he's surrounded on all sides downtown. And even moving away from downtown, he says the walls contribute to the flavor. He's where he's at, and he's not moving.
Yeah, I really wonder about that last part, but in fact, Jean is the son of Jean-Pierre.
Yeah.
And Jean, I love Jean. I often tell him that I feel like they're part of my family, and he's like my brother. But Jean-Pierre is, to me, a hero. And without Jean-Pierre deciding, actually it turns out in 1977, to stop making Lambic beer with saccharin in it, which everybody at that time was doing, we wouldn't have what I call real Lambic at this point. They would be gone. And Jean-Pierre doing it, and it was really difficult for him to do, kind of forced everybody else to recognize that there was this real stuff and that what they were doing wasn't really real. And now everybody has to do some real Lambic, just to stay current. That wouldn't have happened without Jean-Pierre. But Jean-Pierre has always said that he thinks that you could make Lambic anywhere. He's not sure that it's clear that there are some special environmental things like, potentially bacteria in the barrel, different things, different yeasts and other bacteria in the air there. But they probably wouldn't be that different if you moved somewhere else, near Brussels or around Brussels. But the fact is, they don't really know, and they don't want to take a chance. And obviously, we respect that. Anybody will respect that because there's no question that Cantillon has a certain character, what they call a house character, and God knows you couldn't see them opening a big new stainless steel brewery somewhere and suddenly saying, "Okay, we're making 3 times as much beer." It just doesn't work, and they're not in it for the money either. I mean, that's not. They're there to get the idea to promote real Lambic, and they're doing that, and they just don't need to make more to survive, and so they're going to keep doing what they do.
So given all that, what can consumers like us that are dying to get our hands on as much as we can, what can we expect in the future? It becomes harder and harder to get? I mean, it's already almost impossible.
Is it?
Yes, for us in California. Well, so we've heard mixed messages, including from Jean himself and from sort of beer industry insiders, that it won't be available in California at all anymore. Oh, no, that's not true. It is.
You think Jean said that? Seriously?
He did, yes. When we spoke to him last year, I believe he did say that, yes. Is he wrong?
Yeah, and frankly, I'm surprised that he would say that. I kind of doubt he did, and it may be a misunderstanding. But no, here's the thing: we've had this problem. Well, let me say first of all, this wasn't always a problem, and it's a relatively good problem to have. The problem before was we bought, as I said, too much Cantillon. It took, I would say, about 6 or 7 years for people to catch on to what it was and to understand it. And it's become just this holy grail somehow. But that wasn't the way it always was. We didn't have to worry about allocating it and making sure that we got the most important customers, or let's say the most desiring customers, satisfied, because it was a glut. Incredibly, it was true at that time. We had more Cantillon than we could sell. The first batch actually that we got, which, as I say, was almost a full container of beer, which is it was 19 pallets, and a lot really in those days. It was a huge order for them. In fact, in that year of 1996, it was 2.5% of all Belgian exports to the U.S. So that's where we were at in those days, if you can imagine it.
That's incredible.
Knowing that Belgium, what it is now as far as exporting to the U.S., and Duvel and all these things that are just gigantic, spreading out there and just created this whole idea of Belgian beer. Back in those days, Cantillon was that percentage of the whole thing. So
it's unbelievable.
Yeah, and in those days we got so much. We get calls all the time. When I say we, I mean me, really, honestly, at that point. But we get calls from that same woman who had unwittingly or not turned us to beer importing at her shop, saying, someone else came in and turned in some more Cantillon, and they said it was bad. And I said, come on, it's supposed to be that way, And she'd say, well, this person said that he really knows Lambic, and this has gone off. This is definitely not the real thing. And it's because he was used to Lindemans or something, and thought that was Lambic. And so it was just a really hard slog for all those years. And it's so ironic for me now to look at what, people are saying all kinds of things about how we're hoarding the beer or marking it up 250% and all this stuff that, we're somehow causing this problem. The fact is, it's just that, thank God, people have understood the beer now, and you almost can't not like Cantillon now, because any beer expert will tell you it's the thing. So suddenly we have this other problem, totally opposite problem, of having to figure out how do we allocate Cantillon to, again, 45 states. We can sell all we have in almost any one of those 45 states. And I've tried to get, at this point, we are the largest market maybe in the world. I'm not sure about Belgium. They're trying to make Belgium obviously the best market for Cantillon. I think it probably is now, but it wasn't before. But we are allowed somewhere between 20 and 25% of their entire production in a year, which sounds great. I mean, to go to the U.S. and to quarter their production, probably less than 2 container loads of beer in a year of all the different varieties of Cantillon. But you can imagine, I mean, we're talking about a matter of 10 cases at most of any given type of Cantillon. We buy mostly Gueuze, mostly because that's what they have, more Gueuze than anything else. They produce more. And we love Gueuze. Gueuze is my personal beer of choice out of all the ones they do. They make a lot of great fruit beers and stuff, but I still love Gueuze. But I would guess that might be 300 to 400 6-bottle cases. And so imagine that split over 45 states, roughly speaking. I mean, it's no wonder you can't find Cantillon.
My best bet as a Cantillon consumer is to stay on top of the places I know it comes to, and just ask the guy to blow a call into me when he gets some.
Yeah, definitely. It's not like there are real insiders or anything like that who get a special line on Cantillon, but but the people who've been supportive all along are more likely to get the beer, and you can find out who those people are. And in your area, actually, I'm not sure exactly where you are.
San Francisco, the Bay Area,
where I was born, incidentally. But in the Bay Area, of course, you've got the Trappists in Oakland.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, I was born in Oakland. And they are going to know as much as anybody about whether Cantillon is available at the moment, or when it comes in, they're going to certainly get some. So you can just keep in touch with those guys. And again, I don't want to make it sound like they're just insiders. It's just they're people that have always pursued us about this, and they're trusted people, and they're people who who really care, and so they're going to obviously stay on top of it more, and we're going to do the best we can to get them what we can. And I, when I mentioned that there are X number of cases divided over X number of states, the truth is we don't allocate it evenly. I mean, we try to send more to places where there are more people, or more people that we know want Cantillon. And you can fault us for not getting it right, but we are trying to do that to some extent. But also, you got to keep in mind that we're, if we were only selling Cantillon, we wouldn't exist anymore. So we sell a lot of other beers, a lot of which we think we love just as much as Cantillon. And I don't want to say we have any favorites, but Cantillon obviously has a special place for us. But we can't just focus only on Cantillon at this point, obviously. So it's not going to be a flawless, seamless system from the Cantillon brewery to any shop in the U.S. And I wish I could tell you that you could get in touch with people at Shelton Brothers. I mean, there are people that do that, and we try to answer everybody. But it just wouldn't be fair to say that. If you keep in touch with us, we'll tell you where it is and when it is. There's just too much for us to manage, too. Yeah, I don't know. We all wish we could have more. God, it would be wonderful. I'd have to say one thing. It's not that they can't expand at all. Jean has managed to. There was a small part of the brewery that was an attic, and it was unoccupied pretty much. It was full of junk. Actually, it was full of all kinds of old records and things. They finally got money and whatever permits or whatever they needed to expand into that. It's a very small space, but it's going to allow them, along with a new racking system, which allows them to stack barrels higher, will allow them to maybe increase production by about 20%.
Good news.
Except I says, it's all coming to the U.S., right?
Right.
All I can tell you is that Jean laughed heartily.
All right, that's it for part one of my conversation with Dan Shelton. You can go to SheltonBrothers.com for updates and to check out their arsenal of current imports. See you for part two. Until then, this is Scott the Jew saying L'chaim.
I'm going to do it again. I don't feel cleansed. 1, 2, yeah! Yeah, that's got it. Yeah, that did it.